Good morning from Circuit Paul Ricard in the beautiful Provence region in the south of France. We're ready for part 2 of the Michelin 12 hours of Paul Ricard. 6 hours of intense racing yesterday, and I have a suspicion it's going to be even more so today, with temperatures much higher than they were this time yesterday. It's hot and it is going to be sticky this afternoon as well. We started off in Mugello in the middle of March before progressing to another undulating, challenging circuit in Spa-Francorchamps. Something very different here at Paul Ricard, much more runoff, much flatter, but no less challenging. 12 hours of Nürburgring will be our next stop at the beginning of July before the season finale, the 24 hours of Barcelona and the Trofeo Fermín Vélez. As I mentioned, the weather is, well, perfect for going down to the beach. The temperature climbing the away 22.2 on our graphic, but according to the start gantry just across from our commentary position, over 27 degrees Celsius, and it's only going to climb here at just around 11:15 local time. 6 hours of racing ahead, kicking off in 15 minutes. Well, let's get you caught up then with what happened yesterday. So we kicked off in perfect conditions with Maro Engel leading the field away in the number 28 Get Speed PCX Racing Mercedes, managing to get the whole shot down to turn 1 and then got into his rhythm and began to pull away. Big moves early on as well from Elia Earhart in the black and yellow Santalock Audi, with the Agid Red Ant Mercedes slotting in third. A little bit of rough and tumble in the 992 class, but those cars showing their strength. Unfortunately though, for the Ligier JS2, a big delay in the pits put them on the back foot, but they've been fighting back in that TCE category and may well still get that class win today if they can keep it clean. Paul Ricard's tricky twists and turns, catching a few drivers out throughout the day, and a few, of course, side-to-side moments as well. Haas RT, unfortunately, a transmission issue, which meant that the Antiguan Belgian squad had to go to work and get things sorted, and the car was able to return to the race, thankfully. But as we progressed towards the end of the day, the big question mark was who would pit and how much would they put on board their car to prepare themselves for the next 6 hours. Proton Competition, they decided not to pit for fuel and vaulted all the way to the front of the field. They will start the day on pole position, but with less fuel in the tank than Hofer Racing Mercedes, who arguably are in the best position going into today. That last drink of fuel making a big difference. The Kroll family team doing a great job all day long, but Get Speed have their stars waiting in the wings to climb aboard. But for now, Proton Competition are at the top of the leaderboard. A great stint from Manuel Lauk to finish the day, put them on top going into part 2. The drivers are preparing, ready to go on the pit, so let's get straight down to the grid with Carla Velti.
Welcome from the second grid of this weekend. It's time for the second part of these 12 hours here at the Circuit Paul Ricard. And when you guys up in the com box say it's hot, you don't really know what you're talking about. There's a way of saying that something is incredible in German, and I know we have a German stream following us, so I'm going to use it. Ich glaub, mein Schwein pfeift. It's not even midday yet, and it's already so hot. And actually next to me, I have Torsten Kratz. Torsten, you decided to stay in the car. Are you mad?
Sorry, again?
You decided to stay in the car. Are you mad? It's so hot.
No, but outside it's not cooler. So I'm not in the sun. I'm in the car. It's fine. For me, it's fine.
It's fine, he says. All right. Well, you guys surprised us yesterday, I must say. And I pushed and pushed to find out what your idea is, what your strategy is. You won't tell me, but you guys are starting on the front row. How did that develop yesterday? It kind of happened without us really noticing.
I mean, overall we had a good pace, and at the end it was also strategy, which pushed us to the front. So we are in the lead lap. This was the most important. And yeah, now it's going to be interesting. You know, we have all the cars around have different strategies, different fuel levels, maybe also different tire age. So it's going to be interesting in the first half an hour how this will be sorted, and then we'll see.
How is it for you to have this race split in two? Because it's a very different mood, isn't it? You don't have to fight for 12 hours. You actually get a break, and you really do get a break because there's nothing you can do on the car or the setup or anything. You just have to take it as it is. How is that as a driver?
For me, it's like two races, and so I don't think about if this is a splitted race or not. We had yesterday a race, and today we race again, and that's it.
Fantastic. He's as cool as ever. Good luck. I will continue my trip here on the grid, and I want to go over to the car that is on P1 currently, which is the Proton competition with Joel in it as the first driver of this race. But we do know you guys are on a strategy that is going to make you stop rather soon, correct? How are you feeling about this, let's call it, restart of this second part of the race?
I mean, it's always exciting to do the start. For sure, we have quite a disadvantage in terms of strategy, but I think we have a good plan and maybe it works out for us.
How is it feeling for you right now to be standing here? I mean, I feel very comfortable here with you. You have an umbrella, so it's not too hot for you. How are you feeling about having to handle tires early on? I'm guessing they will get into form much quicker, but they are probably the tires from yesterday. If not, please correct me.
Yes, correct. So they're quite old, plus they're cold, so it's not a good combination, but I mean, it's the same for everyone except for the tire age, of course, but it should be okay.
Should be okay. Very positive, men. Thank you very much. Good luck at that start. I want to make my way back. Of course, we have to speak to Maro Engel. He's once again doing the start of this race. And I want to know if he slept at home or if he was able to sleep here, actually. Where did you sleep tonight?
In my own bed.
Fantastic. So you did a back and forth once again?
Yeah, it was so nice, yes, 2 days ago, so I did it again.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, that means you must be super well rested, in a good mood. I know you guys are in the second row, but knowing about the strategy from what's going on in front of you, I think you're in a good position. Do you agree?
I hope so. Looking forward to it. For sure, we did a clean first part of the race, and that's the aim for the second part, and see where we end up.
See where we end up. I can feel you want to get ready. Go for it. And I want to make my way a little bit more to the back of the grid, because yesterday we didn't have a lot of crazy action, which is very tactical. All of the cars that you see here on the grid, they had one goal. Well, actually two. They needed to arrive at the end of the 6 hours yesterday, safe and sound, no damages at the car, if possible, and with the strategy executed the way that they had it planned in order to look as good as possible for the second part of the race. There was one car that was sort of struggling a little bit yesterday because they had a contact earlier on, and that's the Chazelle car, and I hope we have the time to make our way all to the back for that car in order to speak to them, because of course that is painful, right? If early on in a 12-hour race that is split into two, you already have a contact in the race, not an ideal situation. We are walking past a lot of cars that did give us a good show yesterday. Red Camel, for example, absolutely fantastic what we did see from them, yet they are currently in the middle of the field, which probably not ideal. We always know Paul Ricard is a crazy one when it comes to starting. There are so many runoff areas which give so much space that actually there is too much confidence around, I might say. You just go for it, because if you run a little bit wide, there is no wall that you touch immediately. You have the runoff areas, very specific for this track here. All right, I'm getting closer to the Chazelle car that I wanted to speak to, and he is already strapped in, and I quickly need to check here in my notes if that's the right car that I just walked to. Yes, indeed it is. I'm going to see if I can speak to the driver just ahead of getting started. He is getting strapped in right now, so let's see if he's willing to speak. Lucas, can I talk to you for a second? Are you still in the mood for it?
I did hear you.
Are you still in the mood to have a quick conversation with me? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Fantastic. There we go. We spoke a little bit after the race yesterday, after the first 6 hours, and we were saying things are a bit up and down for Chazelle. How's the mood today, though?
We're still in the mood. We will do our best to to get up in the race. We're still confident. We have 6 hours left, and we'll do our best.
That is that's the right spirit to go into this race. Nonetheless, how is the car physically? Is it in a shape where you say, we should have had the chance to work on it? Or do you think it's safe enough? Well, safe enough probably, otherwise you wouldn't be driving, but good enough to push for more because you have a lot of space to go in the front?
I can say it's the best setup for the moment because we had some mechanic issue yesterday, but it's okay for the race. We do with this, it's okay.
I'm telling you guys, these drivers here at the 24-hour series, they're just as cool as it gets, aren't they? There are problems, there are things, but they just have to, live with it. There's no other way but to. Now, if the camera follows me around, I just want to point out a wonderful view, and the ones who are listening, just imagine a very, very long view into the front row of the grid. It's so beautiful, the amount of cars that we get here. And I think with that view, I'm going to give back up to the comms box because it's time for racing.
Thank you, Carla. Ready for action then in part 2 of the 2026 Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard. The second edition of this race. We held it in the latter part of July last year, and it was stiflingly hot, mid-30s degrees Celsius. At the moment, it's 27 degrees Celsius, so we may tip 30 degrees by the time the afternoon progresses. Hotter conditions than yesterday. Not a breath of wind by the looks of things. Let's go through the grid then to see how they roll off for this second part of the day here at Paul Ricard. Joel Sturm will start on pole position for the number 73 Proton Competition Porsche team, who did not pit at the end of the day yesterday and got that track position because of that. The only other car on the lead lap is Hoffer Racing. They do have some fuel on board. Then on row 2 is the first of the cars one lap behind, and there are quite a few of them. Get Speed, both of their cars on the second row. Row 3 is Continental Racing Audi and E2P Racing Aston Martin. Row 4 is Duta Racing Audi's number 71 car, and then Aero Motorsport Ferrari, who they could not have left it any later. They, I think, made it by 2 seconds into the pits last night. Santolog Audi, watch out for them. They're down in 9th, but they're in good shape. Viper Nisa round out our top 10 of our restarters. Row 6 is the number 2 Haas RT Audi, beside the Agith Red Ant Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Row 7 is the 72 Duta Racing Audi and the 58 MP Racing Mercedes, who had a couple of issues yesterday, but in the hands of David Gostner, put in some great lap times. The 21 Haas RT car delayed with gearbox issues yesterday, but they will take the restart alongside the GTX pole sitter of Vortex. Big battle going on in 992 between Chazelle Technology Course, Müllner Motorsport, and of course Red Camel Jordans, all taking service towards the end of the day yesterday. HRT Performance in the mix as well on the outside of row 10. Then it's Orchid Racing Team and Seb Lejeune Racing in their 888 car. Seb Lejeune's 910 car starts beside the 925 from Van Berlo Motorsport. RPM Racing start on row 13 beside the Driving Experiences. HRT Performance's 930 car starts beside the delayed QMMF 992. Then it's Chazelle Technology Course's 994 car beside our sole GT4 car, Circuit Toys. Asbest Racing do lead in TCE ahead of Ligier for not only Motorsport, but not only Motorsport, Ligier has gained a lot of time back. They lost 20 minutes in the pits yesterday and were able to recover it across the day. The Ligier much faster on one lap, but can it last the distance? That is the question.
Yeah, so I think what's going to be really interesting here is that we've got some of the star drivers in the cars at the front, specifically Joel Sturm. I would say Maro Engel is an obvious one. And then looking a little bit further down, of the guys that were super quick yesterday, it was Sturm, Engel, Jake Hill in the Ferrari, Tribadini was very impressive in his stint in the Santolog Audi. And Stephen Paulette was the other driver that was super quick. Kobe De Bruyker, he sits there in 12th place. So we've got a lot of really strong drivers in, and we're just talking about GT3s here. And similarly in the Porsche 992 category. Martin Rump starts the Molnar car, and we know what a superb driver he can be.
And Rick Broiker starts the Red Camels car, so that's going to be a battle to follow for sure. Well, the field around into the final sector of the circuit, ready to restart this Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard. The cars have been resting gently in the Parc Ferme area overnight and ready to be, they've been warmed up, they've been revived and ready to go for 6 hours of racing in the sunshine. A super Sunday here in the south of France. The Audi e-tron pace car will pull away and allow Joel Sturm to pace the field in the blue and orange Proton competition Porsche, the defending winners of this race, do not forget. But they do not have much fuel left on board that Porsche. Let's get ready to go racing then here in the south of France. Porsche and Mercedes on the front row of the grid, waiting for those lights to go out and to go racing the field in a 2x2 formation. Green flag in the air. The Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard is back underway, and Joel Sturm, nearly makes a bit of contact there with Torsten Kratz in the Hoffer Racing Mercedes as they rush down towards turn 1. And here comes Maro Engel all the way around the outside trying to make moves. He moves up into third position early on in that black and pink Mercedes AMG. They shuffle themselves out. Good moves as well from Jake Hill, who has to take evasive action from the Aston Martin, which looks to be a little bit steady away there, but we just about get through safely, Simon Hill.
I think there was some damage on the white Get Speed car. It's going very slowly, Steve Jans. I think there was smoke coming from the left rear of that car, so whether he had some contact. Sturm is up the road and gone. Engel already pressuring Torsten Kratz. I think matter of time before Maro Engel slices past the silver Hoffer car, and up behind them it looks like it's Engel, and then Hill I think is up to fourth, so a good opening lap by both Engel and by Hill.
I think that was a great spot, Simon. Get Speed JR 286 with a problem, might even be a deflated tyre. We'll give an update on that as soon as we get more on it, but a steady away for Antonio Cenero in the E2P Racing Aston Martin. Is off the circuit then goes one of the Mercedes AMG. It's Maro Engel trying to make a move down towards Signé. They go. Torsten Kratz leaves the door open, and up the inside goes Engel then as Sturm's trying to make a getaway, but Torsten Kratz hangs on to it in second position. Now remember, Kratz though is a lap ahead, so Maro Engel is trying to get his lap back, and I think he might get it as they go through double Dwight. No, Torsten Kratz, he's an experienced competitor as well. He's going to make Engel really work for this, but Engel goes through, as does Jake Hill in the Era Ferrari, who is also a lap down from the leaders. He's on the same lap as Engel, so Sturm trying to make a breakaway in the Proton Porsche at the moment and try and put some hard laps down. We'll try and get an update from Get Speed at the moment. That number 286 car is limping its way back on the back part of the circuit at the moment.
So you would think that Sturm is probably going to be of the front runners, the first car to have to stop, because obviously they did not take fuel at the end of the race, unlike this car, Maro Engel's car, and the car behind him of Jake Hill. Those were the two cars. There is the Get Speed car we were talking about, and it is a puncher very early on for those guys to have that kind of an issue. And already Sturm is flying 2:07.9 on the first lap, 4 seconds quicker than Kratz, 3 seconds quicker than Engel and Hill.
Problem for the number 21 Haas Audi. Now it looked like the car locked up, which is unusual because a GT3 car has anti-lock braking. So something not right at all for the number 21 Haas RT Audi, which at the moment, that was the delayed car, wasn't it? Yes, it was. So that car's running a little bit further down the order, so maybe everything not right aboard that Audi R8. Meanwhile, the Santalock car, the number 18, is trying to move forward. Stefan Trebedini being put in again. There's definitely something wrong with that Haas Audi, Simon.
It could be. I mean, you mentioned about ABS. If there's sometimes you have something as simple as a fuse going on an ABS system, and suddenly the driver will slam the brakes as hard as they would on every other lap, and then the ABS system simply does not work, just like it would fail on your road car. And that has been such a painful opening lap for this car. It's still only about 2/3 of the way around the lap.
Yeah, the Get Speed Mercedes, the rear left tyre has come off completely. Contact has damaged the tyre. The car is limping its way around double Dwight at the moment, and the field actually are going to come through and go by any minute now, actually. So they'll lose a lap straight away before they can even get the car back to the pit lane. Disaster for Get Speed JR 286. We knew they were arguably the favourite in the AM category as well. They've been so quick all day, all weekend, and it's a disaster on lap 1 of the restart.
Yeah, and I think it really throws the advantage to the Hoffa Racing Mercedes in that category, in the AM class. Remember, we have Pro-Ams and AMs in this this category. There is one of the cars that we know is very, very strong in the hands of Kobe de Broeke, the red and white Ajit Kumar Racing, Ajit Red Ant Racing rather, as the cars, the leaders cross the line now. Fastest lap by Maro Engel, 2:04.062, 2:04.8 for the leader Joel Sturm, 2:05.7 for Kratz, who's now it hasn't updated the timing screen, but Kratz is now in third, even though he's still showing him. Oh, of course it hasn't updated because Kratz is a lap ahead. That's why. Sorry, stupid boy. I should have known that, but my apologies. But Engel and Hill lapping very quickly. They are the 2 quickest cars on circuit at the moment.
So into the pits then comes the Haas RT Audi and past Carla Velte. Carla.
Yes, I did see the Haas RT coming in. I don't fully understand why it is coming in. It seems to be a bit bumpy, although that can be a bit misleading, because whenever these cars with this massive power come in here, they tend to bump a little bit on their low speeds. But even more interesting right now is the GET Speed 286, the Mercedes coming in, and from afar I can see the left back that is sort of shambled up. There definitely was a contact of some sort. It doesn't look too bad from where I'm standing. They are changing all 4 tires at this point. They are not wasting any time with trying to keep 1 tire on. That doesn't make any sense. All 4 tires are changed, and they are using some sort of saw to get rid of the parts that have been bent inside from that accident or incident, more so. But the saw actually gave up. So now it is pure manpower. 2 mechanics are just ripping these parts apart, and standing ready are guys with tape, because this is going to be a tape job in order to make sure that whatever is left from that back of the car can be just taped back. It looks very brutal, I must say. Whenever I watch them working on the cars in a situation like that one, where things are just hectic, it does really look like they are being very, very rude to the car, but it is necessary at this point, because I'm going to move a little bit more to the left, trying to see what's going on. There is pieces are bended inside. I hear and I see heads shaking. They are not happy with how this is moving on. And guys, you up in the comms box, you know better than I do, but if they take away that part, that lower bumper part that they're removing from the back left now, isn't that going to have some sort of an aerodynamic effect on that car as well? I don't know, but they are still trying to get that piece that was bent in out. Meanwhile, the guy with the new tire is standing ready. Those tires are very heavy, by the way. I think they are, what, around 25 kilos? So standing ready with a tire for that whole time is not easy. I'm guessing we will keep the camera on it, because there's not much more to say about that other than they need to get that piece that is bent inside away, put the tire on, and get that car out as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Carla, for describing that beautifully of what's going on at GET Speed. It's a disaster for that JR286 entry, because they were looking really good in the AM class. Meanwhile, Maro Engel is on a tear, 2:03.6, and he's very quickly reeled in Joel Sturm, who leads the race. Now, this is not a battle for position going on at the front of the field. It's actually just for Maro Engel's number 28 crew to get back onto the lead lap. But it needs to unwind as well, because of course last night Proton Competition did not refuel their car. GET Speed number 28 did. So this will, but Maro Engel was looking keen to get that lap back straight away. He's all over the back of Joel Sturm, coming through now through Garlaban, absolutely flat out through there, over 130 kilometers an hour before standing on the brakes at 210 kilometers an hour. And Joel Sturm's not making it difficult. In fact, Joel Sturm straight to the pit, so not even 10 minutes of running, and the Proton Competition Porsche has to come in for fuel, and they'll fit new Michelin tires as well, I'd imagine. So Maro Engel goes into effectively the lead on the road, but he's got a whole lap to go round before being classified as the leader. And of course, there's the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, who will now go into the lead on the timing screen.
Yeah, so we're looking at the pace of the cars at the front. As you quite rightly pointed out, Engel is absolutely flying. He's the only driver in the 203s. Other than that, Jake Hill set his personal best at 204.362, which was a little bit quicker than Joel Sturm's last flying lap. Obviously, we've seen Sturm come into the pits. And then looking at the other cars are in the mix for potential success. Good lap from Stephen Paulette, also 204.6. 204.9 for Kobe de Bruyker. So at the moment, it's Engel and Hill are the two quickest cars on circuit, and they are running at the front of the field.
Well, we've got a Porsche Carrera Cup race breaking out in the middle of the field with James Kellett leading the 992 category with the Milner Motorsport car right behind of Martin Rump. Then it's the Red Camel Jordan's car of Rick Breukers, all very close to one another, but it's Kellett who leads right now for HRT performance in that Dayglow yellow and black machine. But we remember yesterday how strong Rick Breukers was, and he doesn't mind the car moving around underneath him, and it's going to be moving around underneath him today because it's going to get excessively hot and the track's going to get greasy and slippy.
Indeed it has, but do you remember James Kellett, of course, was the absolute star of qualifying, was so fast in that yellow HRT car, and they've been saving him up. He did a little bit of running at the end of yesterday, and this time we're going to see potentially him have a lot more time in the car. One of the things that he explained to me on the grid yesterday was that where the team would have used the tyres from qualifying for the other drivers, they were saving new sets, or set definitely, and possibly sets for when James was on board the car. Now this battle for the 992 lead is now being joined by Stephen Paulette, who's coming through in the 2 car. So obviously a quick driver in a very quick and well run GT3 car is going to slice his way past through. Meanwhile, at the front of the pack, 3 purple sectors by Mauro Engel, 203.128, 204.5 for Jake Hill, 205.2 for Antonio Sonera, who's now pitted. So I wonder, Kratz is still shown as our leader, but if you remember, Torsten Kratz, well, sorry, not when Torsten Kratz was in the car. I think it was Alex was in the car at the end of yesterday. Alex Prince was, as this battle rages. And they definitely took less fuel than the Get Speed car. So I wouldn't be at all surprised to see that car coming in fairly quickly compared to the other two. Look, this move from Breukers down the inside. Is he going to make it stick? Not quite.
Breukers all over the back of the Milner car for second in 992. Unfortunately, the Haas number 21 car is back in the pits. Something not right at all with that Audi. It's just been a difficult weekend for the 21 car. The 2 cars run pretty good, the sister car, but not so for the 21. Martin Rump going on the defensive then as they come around through Virage du Camp, and then round 2, Virage de la Sainte-Baume. Let's get an update then from Haas RT.
Well, I wish it was an update. I just wanted to clarify certain things while we're standing here, and I'm going to try to find someone to speak to why this car is coming back into the pit lane. But if you see what we see on the live stream, which is 2 guys standing next to the car looking at a laptop that is connected to the car, that means that they are trying to gather data and to understand better what is going on with the car. I'm going to try to do exactly the same to get more information, but it doesn't look too good, does it?
No, unfortunately not, but Haas RT will do everything they can to get that car running. But Engel is on a real tear here in the number 28 Get Speed Team PCX car, 203.1. And he's, although Jake Hill is keeping him in sight anyway, only 4.1 seconds behind. So Engel really pushing very, very hard, but Jake Hill not that far behind, and we know that ERA have a couple of laps more in their pocket in terms of fuel mileage, so in terms of how much fuel they put on board last night. So it's like that's a very, very tight gap indeed there. Likewise in 992, Martin Rump trying to hold off Rick Breukers, who looks very racy indeed. Rump a little bit deep coming through Virage de la Tour, and actually goes very defensive indeed into Virage du Pont, super defensive. That's going to compromise his exit, and Breukers really putting the heat onto the Milner driver, and all this is doing is allowing James Kellett to escape up the road to the tune of 4 seconds.
Yeah, Kellett in a nice rhythm now. These two are fighting so hard that it's definitely costing him both time. Breukers, you would suggest that if he can clear the Milner car, that he potentially has a little bit more pace in the car. So we'll watch with interest to see how that plays out.
Let's see if we can get a little more light on what's going on with the Haas RT Audi number 21.
Yeah, information that is probably good and the bad. It is a sensor of the ABS. They just came around with a little piece of cable that is going to sort of replace one of the cables that was already in there to make sure that the sensor works well. And I'm saying good and a bad because they had really bad problems yesterday, didn't they? And this seems rather fixable. So all the computer action that we saw earlier on with the laptop on top of the car checking the data really is because these cars are able to give you quite a lot of information thanks to all the electronics in it. So probably this action of connecting to the car pretty quickly told them what the problem actually is, and they were able to go directly into it. So let's hope that this is just a unplug and plug, and they can continue racing that car that they have been working for so hard to keep outside.
Martin Rum still holding Rick Breukers at bay as they come through to Signé in the battle for second position in 992, while Maro Engel is continuing to light up the timing screen. 2:02.8, not far off the best he set yesterday in cooler conditions. So he's really pushing hard. I tell you what, nothing better than a night in your own bed. You know, of course, he lives just down the road in Monaco. A nice sleep at home, and then back into the car, fresh and ready to go today. And he's showing it.
Even quicker on that last lap, 2:02.436. To put that into context, there isn't anybody else who's even got in a 2:03s yet. So that's just how fast that car is at the moment. I think second quickest with a 2:04.1 is the Ferrari of Jake Hill. And the other cars that are wrapping quickly, Joel Sturm had done a 2:04.3 when he was on track a little bit earlier, 2:04.198 for Kobe de Bruyker on his last lap. And then the other drivers that are also flying is Stephen Paulette is a 2:04.4. Steve Jans is back out and lapping quickly as well, 2:04.6 for the Get Speed car. That's now dropped down to 12th. And so in terms of positions overall, we've got Thorsten Kratz. Should we try and say it in English? Thorsten Kratz still leading in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes and leading the AM category, with Maro Engel second and leading Pro-Am. Jake Hill second in Pro-Am, Arūnas Kislaukas second in the AM category, and then Joel Sturm shown as third overall.
Joel Sturm led the field away and almost straight into contact with Thorsten Kratz in the grey and pink Hoffa Racing Mercedes, but Engel was quickly on the move, trying to set up his attack, trying to go around the outside at turn one, but it didn't take him long before he was able to dispatch not only with Kratz but also with Joel Sturm, able to run down the Porsche driver very quickly indeed. But the big story, though, was the JR286 Get Speed Mercedes getting contact on the rear left and damaging the tyre coming off the rim, and he had to limp it all the way back. Also, the 888 Seb Lejeune car, we didn't notice that initially, this 888 Seb Lejeune car of Seb Lejeune himself, it really struck the back of the red camel car quite a lot. So they will hope that there isn't any damage there, but it was a fairly big hit. But didn't, as I mentioned, didn't take Maro Engel long to make a breakthrough and to get back onto the lead lap. And Jake Hill followed, said, anything you can do, I can do it just as well.
Yeah, and at the front, those two cars that are currently ahead of the pack, even though they're not shown as leading because the Kratz car still has that lap advantage. 2:02.796 for Engel last time and 2:04.123, so very slightly faster for Jake Hill on his personal best, so improving the time. Very good final sector, and again he'll go in green in sector one, so that Ferrari, there was a bit of a concern at the end of the race. Ryan Dial was saying that he felt that some of the geometry was a little bit out on the car, and it is possible that Ollie Bryant had a bit of contact during his very long and very impressive stint when he was out on circuit, and that maybe means that the car is good, but maybe not quite as sharp as it had been. Look at this, it's still going, isn't it? He's going to run this battle.
Like I said, Carrera Cup race. Oh, a little mistake from Martin Rum, but shuts the door fairly aggressively on Breukers in the double right-hander before Viraj de la Saint-Baume. Milner hanging on to second in 992 for now, and all the while HRT and James Kellett pulling away. Let's see if we can get some good news from the Haas RT garage.
We do, and actually they decided to change the same piece of electric cable that they had changed on the front right, also on the front left. Was it precaution? I don't know. Was the problem on both sides? I don't know yet either, but they fixed that really, really quickly. Both front tires are back on and the car is back out. So let's all say a little prayer for Haas, because they're done with mistakes and problems. Come on, they need to be able to race now for the next 5-something hours.
They've earned it, yeah. They need to. Let's hope that that car runs smoothly from now on. Through Signe for our second place battle in 992. A little bit wide for Martin Rump. Rick Breukers shows a nose. The red camel putting its snout up the inside, but not quite able to gallop past it. Rump doing everything he can. He's defending very, very hard indeed. So both of them are on a very similar strategy. They pitted last night at a similar point, so they'll have similar fuel load, similar tyre age. In fact, I can tell you exactly what the tyre age is. And Rick Breukers 14 laps on his tyres, Martin Rump 16 laps. So really, really similar in terms of fuel and tyre strategy.
Well, just to expand on that point, the timing screen that we have here gives you your tyre age, as you were highlighting there. And I don't know if this can be right, but it's showing that the Miguel Maria Garcia Continental Racing Audi has done 167 laps.
That's probably an error.
I think that it might be an error, or maybe they're really. But if you look at the cars at the front, Torsten Kratz 17 laps, Maro Engel 16 laps, Jake Hill 16 laps, Aruna Skislaukis 49 laps. Now that's another car that didn't stop for fuel, so that you would expect to see that in soon. Joel Sturm now back out with just 3 laps on his tyres and lapping very quickly now. The only other car in the 203s, those new Michelin, that new Michelin rubber working very well for the German driver on board their Proton car. They've dropped down to 5th position overall, and they're currently sitting 3rd in Pro-Am. So in Pro-Am it's Get Speed in the Mercedes leading with Maro Engel on board, then Jake Hill in the Era Motorsport Ferrari in 2nd, and then Joel Sturm 3rd in the Proton competition. So 3 very good drivers, 3 amazing cars, 3 different brands. That's what we love about endurance racing.
That's it, yeah, and that's where, you know, many like to complain about balance of performance, and it's not perfect, but that's how you can get that closeness of competition between so many different configurations of machine. In the Porsche Cup category, don't need to worry about it at all. They're all the same Porsche 992.1 generation machines. We may well see the new car coming in due course, but right now it's the 992.1 that we race here in the Michelin 24-hour series. I'm unfortunate to say, I don't want to say, but the Haas RT Audi has come back into the pits, so whatever the repair that was done unfortunately hasn't resolved the issue for that crew. What a pity there. Martin Rump still holding off Rick Breukers as they come through Garlabin once more. The gap to James Kellett ahead is now 5.6 seconds, so all this fighting between Rump in the Milner car, the blue and white H&R back machine, and the black and orange red Camels car is allowing Kellett in the black and yellow HRT car to just pull away at the front of the field. In fact, I can give you an update as they come over the line. The gap now between them 6.5 seconds, so the gap is increasing at the front in 992.
Yeah, you'd expect, really, wouldn't you, a combination of a very well-sorted car, an extremely talented driver in James Kellett, and some new tyres by the sounds of it, from what James was telling us yesterday. And they're in a lovely little groove now, and he's just getting his head down and working his way away. Going back to some of the GT3 cars, someone who's going very quickly is Stephen Paulette in the Haas RT, the number 2 car. He's lapping in a low 203.152. So that's around about, I think that's the 2nd quickest lap of the race so far. It's only Engel that's got into the 202s, 202.436 to be precise. Then it's Paulette, then it's Joel Sturm, then it's Jake Hill. They're the top 4 drivers in terms of lap times.
The question mark is, our race leader, Torsten Kratz, Hofer Racing, how much fuel do they have on board? Because they appeared to short fill at that last pit stop to get them up onto the lead lap at the end of the day yesterday. But as an AM-class car, they have advantages with the refueling rate and how much they can put on board anyway. So that's the big question. We tried our best to try and prize the information out of Alexander Prince last night, but he must be a good poker player, because we couldn't get even a whiff of a story out of him yesterday. So we'll only know when that car rolls down pit lane.
The one thought I've got watching this battle, this fabulous battle between the Milner and the Red Camel car, is that these two drivers are going to have to work their tyres just that little bit harder to fight this closely and to fight this intensely. So that's perhaps playing a little bit into the hands of the car just behind the Loic Villager on board the Orchid Racing Porsche. I think that was him there. I couldn't see. No, that's the one of the white cars. So I think that might be Anthony DeBarn in the Chazelle car. Crossed the line there. I just saw James Kellett cross the line there. His last lap, 2:07.985. And Rump and Breukers 2:08.4s they're doing. So that shows you that he's just able to lap at a much quicker pace, because he's in clear air and just fighting nice and hard on his own terms, as it were.
Another driver flying in 992 is third in the AM category, 6 overall in the 992s, is Glenn Van Berlo in the Van Berlo Motorsport car. He is lapping as quick as Kellett, actually, in that sort of high 2:07, low 2:08 marker, whereas last time by Martin Rump 2:13.5, Breukers 2:13.9. So the pair of them are really holding each other up, and I wonder if Martin Rump feels like if Rick Breukers does get by, he'll be gone, and is trying everything he possibly can to hold them back to try and win this race, because of course Milner, they're 2 from 2 in the championship, whereas Red Camels, they really need the win. So I wonder if this is very much strategical from Rump to fight this harder than normal. But here comes Breukers into the North chicane. No, Rump is as late as he can on the brakes. Can he get it pulled up in time? Yes, but Breukers is very quick through the mid part of the chicane, and behind them is Glenn Van Berlo. Now, he's a lap down, but is lapping very, very quickly indeed. So how is Van Berlo going to mix up this little battle?
Yeah, and he's really sitting there. Oh, what's that?
Whoa.
Bit of split? Is that a bit of splitter?
Yes, it's the bit of rubber from the front of the splitter. That's it. A huge speed. That's 235 kilometers an hour. They've run over that bit of rubber there. But which car did it come off? That's the question.
It looked. I can't really see without getting very close. Let's see if we can have a little watch on the replay, Pete.
So both the Milner and the Red Camel car are so close, it's very difficult to tell. But Red Camel did need to replace one yesterday, and of course no work can be done on the car in Parc Fermé, and if you lose that rubber bit of the splitter, the front end of the car just goes.
Yeah,
you think, oh, it's just a bit of rubber, who cares? It's really important to the way the car performs.
You get absolutely massive understeer if that happens.
I think
really
it's a Red Camel car.
I think it's a Red Camel car as well, for 2 reasons. One is that it looked, the car just suddenly looked like it's washing, and look at how suddenly he's dropped back a little bit. Going to be very interesting. Where it would really hurt him is through that final sector. So let's have a look at what they did. Yeah, so at the moment, Kellett, yeah, he lost a couple of tenths through that final sector, but how much of that was, if it was that splitter? But it was definitely from one of these two, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There's absolutely no doubt, but we shall find out very soon, and certainly when the cars come in, Carla might be able to shed a bit of light onto it for us.
Go, Carla.
Yes. Next to Pierre Castelli, who is the driver of the 21 Haas Audi that has been coming in way too often. Pierre, can you explain to us a little bit what it is, the problem that you feel in the car from the driver's seat?
Well, we have problem with the ABS system, so each braking zone without ABS it's not fun.
No fun at all, I imagine. So right now, do you know what's going with your car? Because for the one we are set in the box, your car is in here. What's going on?
They changed some cables. Then I went out again to see if it's working, but still no ABS in the braking zone, so that's why we came again.
All right, so it's still the same problem. It's still the ABS, and it's still what they are trying to figure out. So whatever they did before, you went out for a quick outlap and you realized, nope, still not working?
No, the first braking zone here, even pit out, yeah, you touch the brakes, and you don't feel any ABS, not normal. So immediate flat spots, then you come again, yeah.
All right, good luck. I hope you can go out somehow, and I see that our leader is back into the pit lane.
Hoffer Racing are into refueling then. Torsten Kratz has answered the question for us just 28 minutes into the running today. We questioned yesterday how much fuel Hoffer Racing had on board, and the answer is about 35% of a tank, 40% of a tank maybe. So that will then put GetSpeed Team PCX into the lead of the race, and Aero Motorsport not far behind them, 13 seconds behind them, but with a little bit more fuel on board. Oh, this is what we like to see. We don't like to see, though, the vortex spinning. No, unfortunately, twirling around in the early part of the lap. But no harm, no foul. Luckily, a lot of runoff here at Circuit Paul Ricard. Quite a lot of debris on the run-up to Signy at the end of the Mistral Straight, which is probably the worst place in the track for it to be. 240k as the GT3 cars are tipping into there. So we did see a code 60 yesterday to remove debris that we may well see the same, which of course would open up some strategical options if that were to happen.
Yeah, so Maro Engel has just crossed the line to take the lead of the race. And Torsten Kratz still in the pits. You'll expect potentially there for Jake Hill now to move into second place. So it is the GetSpeed Mercedes leading from the Aero Motorsport Ferrari. Third, I think, will probably be Joel Sturm, because they obviously have had their stop, and I think they actually must have had quite a short stop, because they don't seem to have lost anywhere near as much time as you potentially would have expected. So looking at their last pit, 4:57, and yeah, actually no, that's about right. It's about right. So maybe I just misread that one, and I would suggest that they're therefore in a pretty strong place whilst they've got Sturm on board the car. Obviously, as with all of these teams, they still have drive time for their amateur drivers to make sure they do. One of the key parts of this particular championship is if the AMS drivers have to do a large percentage of the race time. So you don't just have the Maro Engels and the Jake Hills and the Joel Sturms going out and doing all of the laps, and obviously they're going to be the really quick guys. You need to balance that out. So certainly in the case of Engel, you would expect to see the Patrick Charlone car jumping on board at some point.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So that's something for the teams are going to have to work out. What's the best way to negotiate that strategical problem? Jake Hill is personal best in Sector 1 and Sector 2 in the Aero Motorsport Ferrari. So not wanting to be eclipsed by Maro Engel, who leads the race by 13.5 seconds, and coming back to Pro-Dom competition in third, having done their pit stops, fresh tires on the car, you know, their pro driver in the car. It proved that it's all, although they were one of the few teams not to pit last night, showed that not pitting and gaining the lap position actually is a fair strategical choice as well, and actually is working out for them.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting again once we start to cycle through all of the drivers. That's really when we get towards the end of the race and you go, okay, so who's done what drive time wise, that we potentially would see those times improving. Hill had completed that lap and improved 2:03.794. His personal best there is the purple and white Aero Motorsport Ferrari. And that car is obviously working pretty well. Interestingly, was about 4/10 quicker than Engel on that lap, which was shows that I think either maybe Engel had a little bit of traffic, or possibly he's just starting to look after tyres at this late stage. Whereas looking at some of the other cars that are going quickly, most of the other cars, Paulette is still in the 2:03s, and so is, well, last lap actually Joel Sturm was in a mid 2:04s.
Hoffer Racing, a little bit of a delay on their pit stop there. Looked like they were cleaning some debris out from the grille of their Mercedes AMG. Carla Velti had a closer look on it. Carla, what did you see?
Slightly closer look. You guys make me run from A to Z here. I was literally down at pit lane end and am now arriving at pit lane entry. But from what I could see, it was just adding a little bit of tape to the front splitter, because when the car drove past me, all of a sudden it had some silver details, silver tape that they love to use because really, really strong. So that's all I could see. I'm going to check with them quickly. If you don't hear anything else from me, that's what it was.
Thank you, Carla. Yeah, the total pit stop time, 5 minutes and 13 seconds. So some time lost there. All the other cars that have pitted so far today, Proton competition, 4:57, 4:59 for Haas RT's number 2, Juta 4:58. So they've probably lost at least 15 seconds there in the pit. Not a complete disaster, but really in a battle for the win, not time you want to give away for Hoffer Racing. But of course they're also looking at the AM category most of all. The overall result is always nice, but they're looking at the AM category, and their nearest competitor in that class at the moment is Viperniza Racing, and they're probably their biggest threat. Get Speed Team GR286 were heavily delayed with that damaged tyre early on.
But they've been lapping very quickly, the Get Speed car. So clearly, you know, we saw Carla down there when they were working on the car to get rid of some of the damaged parts on it, and she alluded to the fact that it looked like the splitter, they were having to cut bits of the splitter off, and has it affected the car? Well, looking at the lap times that Steve Jans has done, he's done a 2:04.234, which is a pretty competitive time. You know, in mid to low fours is a really strong time. In threes is the super quick time, and obviously then there's Mauro Engel. Then there's the level that is Mauro Engel, which is just a bit better than everybody else.
He's been in a Premier League of his own all weekend. You know, the Mercedes AMG from Get Speed is working very well, of course, but you know, he had the best outright time in qualifying, a 2:0.652. So yeah, that's why he's been an AMG Works driver for well over a decade. But this is a series where you've got 3 or sometimes 4 drivers in the car. Everybody has to do their part. The gap has actually steadied a little between Engel in the lead of the race for Get Speed PCX and the Era Motorsport Ferrari of Jake Hill. It's 12.6 seconds the gap at the moment. And as we touched on, the Era Ferrari has the most fuel on board of anybody because it made it into the pits 2 seconds before they closed. Ryan Dalziel had to push like mad to make sure he didn't miss the pit closing. It's just like running for a ferry, isn't it? He just caught the ferry. He was last on as they shut the bridge.
The Chazelle team making a stop now, but yeah, so Ryan was telling me that he got the call as he started that lap and was told he had to push like crazy. They worked out that it's 1 minute 58 to go from start line to fuel in, and he did it in 1 minute 57.7. That's how hard he had to push to get it. So just think, one small mistake and it wouldn't have taken a huge amount. And yeah, that gap at the front, as you said, or the front of the 992, sorry, is this battle is just insane, isn't it? It really is. And I think we saw a camera angle just as they were braking for the North Chicane a few laps ago, where you could see as look to the outside now goes Rick Breukers. Now that one comes off, that's the move of the day in a 992. Almost touches each other, running over the debris that was there before.
That was clever from Rick Breukers. He just decided to just move the Milner car across towards the debris. That was very, very street smart.
Oh, what a move. Now
around the outside from Breukers for second position at double Dwack. Can he make it stick? He's got a little bit. Oh, that's an absolutely superb move there from Rick Breukers in the red Camel Jordan's car, right around the outside. Fair play to Martin Rump. Martin Rump's made it as difficult as possible, but finally Breukers breaks through. So even if he does have a bit of damage to that splitter, and we will confirm that when the car comes in for its next pit stop, but even with that, he is, damage splitter or not, that is an amazing move there. And I guess, Simon, you can't really take on that sort of move at double Dwight, where you're talking 220 Ks entry speed, apexing around 115 Ks. You're leaning on the aerodynamics of the car there, and if they're not working right, you can't really make a move like that. So that's a good sign for Red Camels.
And look at this, Rump is coming back at him down. Oh, has a little look. He got a really good run out of the final turn. You could see, we could see out of our commentary box as they come flashing past us here that he had such good momentum on Rick Breukers, did Martin Rump. But what we're let's have a little look at what actually happened. I think we get a chance to see it again, Pete. So look here, you can see they're really leaning on each other. Rump is making it as hard as possible, and I think now the only thing, I guess, if I was Martin Rump, I might be calling track limits a little bit on that, because he was all 4 wheels off round the outside, and then Breukers would counter that going, well, he pushed me over there.
Yeah.
That's modern motorsport now, isn't it? Is that you'll always say it was the other person's fault, you know. So quite a slow lap from Maro Engel, that lap. I think that maybe must have, well, I'm certain it was traffic. 204.9 for Engel, 204.1
yeah, he's
for
in a
Hill.
lot of traffic looking at our tracker at the moment. So yeah, that's normal. That can happen from time to time. Brilliant stuff in the 992s, and I think for James Kellett, 10.9 seconds up the road in the HRT car, if he's on the radio or looking at his pit board seeing the gap go up and up and up, he's thinking, God, I'm good this morning. He might not be aware that the two cars behind him are battling away, hammer and tongs. Stefan Tributini for Santalok Junior Audi team in 4th position. He's been superb all weekend, actually, and technically an AM-graded driver, but his pace is better than that, and that is often the way to win in mixed grading sports car racing, where if you can have drivers who are very strong for their particular grading, it really, really helps. And that's where Santalok are. Elia Earhart, likewise, was very quick in that car early on in the race.
Now, I'm thinking, just looking at the cars that are running at the front, the leading Mercedes, the Ferrari, the Ajith Redang car, and the Santalok Audi, so 4 brands in 4 positions, and then not far behind a Porsche as well in P6. I'm just thinking that all of those cars have got to run a fair bit of amateur time as well coming up soon. So I think they've all got to do a little bit of that at some point. Certainly Engel's got to have, they've got to have Patrick Charlet back in the car, in the Get Speed car. Dwight Merriman is going to jump in the Era Motorsport car soon, I'm sure. And Kobe De Bruyker will see Ajith Kumar take over, so that's going to be interesting. And also Michael Doppelmayr in the Santalok Audi. So that's when we're really going to see things shake up. It's going to be who does the best job of those drivers. And actually yesterday, of those 4 I just mentioned, it was Dwight Merriman. He was really, really strong. He was lapping in the 207s, which was, I think, 3 or 4 seconds quicker than the other drivers that we've just mentioned.
Yeah, he'll be delighted with that for sure. Stephen Paulette and Stefan Tributini, the 2 Audis, a few moments ago, having a very close moment in traffic coming through the double Duat. Just got a little bit, had to trim their line a little bit tighter as they went past the Circuit Toys Toyota GT4, and they very, very nearly touched Paulette going through. But Paulette in the number 2 Haas Audi running at least 1 lap down. Yeah, 1 lap down to the Santalok Junior team car. So all of yesterday's racing still, of course, having to, playing part of the story. It's a 12-hour race split into 2 6-hour portions. Martin Rump hasn't lost the scent of Rick Breukers. I thought maybe Breukers would be able to pull away, but that's not the case. Milner and Martin Rump, they might well be able to put a counter-attack in here, and again, that all plays into the hands of HRT Performance. In the lead, James Kellett is 11 seconds up the road.
Yeah, and Kellett's last lap time, 209.131. In fact, Breukers and Rump are lapping almost identical times to each other, 208.728 and 208.741. They then cross the line and a little bit slower with the traffic that we've just talked about. But it means that obviously all the time that James Kellett is just a little bit quicker constantly. He's just going to edge away, edge away, edge away. And it sounds like from the conversation I had with him yesterday that they're going to have a little bit more drive time with James today, so they'll be able to maximise the performance of him as their star driver. But there's a couple of other drivers in that car who also were good. Stephen Gambrell did a really good job yesterday. Really impressed with that. As well as the other driver in the car, Jonathan Kearney. He was strong as well.
Well, let's go down to the pit lane once again. The 114, not only Motorsport Ligier, second place in the second place to the Asbest Racing Seat in TCE. Carla, what's the story? They've been in there a little while.
It's one of those never-ending stories. Those poor guys, they were in, for the ones who watched the race yesterday, so many times yesterday, trying to fix the problem that was in the back of the car. They had it all figured out. I spoke to the team. They said we were feeling good. We were doing well in the race yesterday, and now they're in with a steering problem. Apparently, they changed everything that can be changed in the front in order to make sure that this car can just finish the race. But what a shame. It's always nice to see the Ligiers out and about, but this is just just not their weekend.
No, it certainly hasn't been, but it's not over till it's done. Asbef Racing didn't have a absolutely perfect round yesterday. They did have one or two delays, but are now at the moment showing 4 laps ahead. That gap had been trimmed down to 1 lap by the end of the race yesterday. So it's that's not done, I don't think, in TCE. That could go back and forth over the next 5 hours and 17 minutes. At the front of the field, no such issue for Maro Engel, fresh off a second Nürburgring 24-hour victory with the Ravenel Windward team, having had to wait for 10 long years to repeat from his first triumph in 2016. An absolute maestro at the Nürburgring and indeed at Macau. Several wins in the Macau World Cup as well. And right now, as we talked about, in his own Premier League in terms of pace.
As is this man in his class, the 992 leader, James Kellett. We've seen him racing regularly with Paradigm competition. Was absolutely outstanding. It was probably my driver of the race for the Dubai 24 Hours at the start of this year, looking like a Pro-Am win was almost done, and with, I think it was something like 17 minutes left, something like that, Pete. I think it was in the minutes anyway. They had a failure on the brake hub, which literally ripped the whole of the suspension. James was explaining to me that everything came out. So the damper was pulled out, everything was gone. Because he came and said, just like do something, put it all back together. And it's like there's nothing to put back on there, it had gone. So it was absolutely devastating. But he really did put a marker down, and it's great that Darren Leung, who runs Paradigm Competition, who owns Paradigm Competition, has stuck with James and given him opportunities in GT World Challenge. He's racing their BMW M4 GT3 car with great aplomb. A couple of other interesting drivers. Bobby Thompson's had a run with that team. Ashley Sutton, a British Touring Car champion 4 times, has had a run in that team. And recently they ran Robert De Haan, who we saw in action in the Proton Porsche at Spa, being so impressive.
Well, James Kellett's delivering right now, because that gap is still climbing. 208.1 last time by for Kellett, 208.4 for Breukers, 208.6 for Martin Rump. Leaders in the TCE class are Asbef Racing with their Cupra, doing a super job, keeping it clean, keeping it tidy. They don't have the pace on 1 lap of the Ligier, but they have stayed out of the pits. That's been the difference for them. Into the pits as well comes the number 2 Haas RT Audi. They're in fuel at the moment. Of course, the cars go up to the fueling area, refuel, and then come into the pits. So it's a communal fueling area.
Interesting conversation I had with somebody yesterday about the fueling, and they were saying that normally with a code 60, you can obviously quite often take opportunities to get some fuel in. But because it is quite a long way to the fuel station and back, that's not always as much of an advantage as you perhaps would think. So usually a full stop is a full fuel stop, that is what they really are aiming for.
Seb Lejeune Racing at the moment running 6th in the 992 AM category. Have just made a pit stop and a driver change, and Carla Velti is down in the box.
Exactly, I'm stood next to Sébastien Lajoux himself. A perfect pit stop was going on there, very quick, very smooth. Seb, comment ça va? C'est assez chaud là dehors, hein?
Oui, c'est pas mal chaud, oui. Par rapport à hier, c'est plus chaud. Faut boire, il faut se ventiler un peu, mais on a l'habitude des endurances avec de la chaleur.
Combien tu bois dans la voiture quand tu roules? C'est 1 heure maintenant ou un peu plus?
C'est un peu moins d'1 heure, je pense. On boit à 2000 litres, mais on vide la gourde souvent.
D'accord. La voiture, comment ça va? Parce que hier, ta voiture, elle a eu un petit contact au début de la gare. Comment ça va maintenant?
Non, c'était la 910 qui a eu le contact avec une autre voiture. C'était la 910, c'était pas la 888.
Alors, c'était pas de la tienne. Alors, comment ça va la tienne?
La mienne est parfaite. Le volant est droit. On a un très bon setup. Quand on s'applique, ça fait des bons temps. Donc, on va rester comme ça. On espère que ça dure.
Ouais, ça dure. Alors, bonne chance pour le reste. And I'm going to translate that for you guys. I just said he looks like it was really hot in the car, and he said it really is. It's way hotter than it was yesterday. I asked how much they actually drink while they're in the car. Roughly half a liter. He was in the car for a little bit less than an hour. And the car is feeling good. I made a mistake. I thought it was his car that had a contact yesterday, but it was the sister car. His car is feeling good. When it's top. It runs well. And he's a happy man. So let's have him him have some rest.
Thank you, Carla. Yeah, busy stint there for Seb Lejeune. Also having to drive and run your own team as well. That must be stressful. I bet it's tiring as well to think of all that. Red Camel Jordan's Rick Broeker's not able to throw off the scent of Milner Motorsport. For this is the battle for second position in the 992 class. A little bit further back from James Kellett for HRT Performance. And we suspect that there may be a little bit of splitter damage to the Red Camel Jordan's car, but it doesn't seem to be holding Rick Broeker's back that much. But the gap right now, around 13 seconds to the lead, up towards Kellett. Martin Rump just keeping Rick Broeker's in view. They're on a very, very similar fuel strategy from yesterday, pitted at a similar time. The Milner car about 2 laps earlier, so they might need to come into the pits a tiny bit earlier, but very, very similar indeed for that one.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because obviously as we know, the 992 class cars run a lot longer on a full tank of fuel, or I say full on a fuel load, than the GT3 cars do. So you know, they tend to be able to extend, and that could be super important strategically for these two teams particularly. But Broeker's now just got himself into a really nice rhythm. His last lap was about 0.2 quicker than Martin Rump. Meanwhile, James Kellett is lapping in 207.821, 208.273 for Broeker. So he's around about 0.4 of a second quicker than Broeker's at this stage.
Well, one of our fan, in fact the fan favourite here in the Michelin 24-hour series is Ajit Kumar, part of the Ajit Red Ant Racing crew. While we've got a yellow flag at turn 2 for the Asbef Racing Cupra, let's get a chat with the man himself.
The man himself, Ajit Kumar, stood next to me. I'm so sorry, I just pulled you out of your lunch. I hope you're not too mad with me.
No, always a pleasure. Thank you.
It's so nice to see you guys always coming back to the races of the 24-hour series, and you have a lovely lineup of cars as well, and it seems to go really well. Even when you were in the car yesterday, it just looked like everything is clicking. Is that so? Is that the right feeling I have?
Thank you very much. I think the credit goes to Creventic for having put together such a wonderful championship series. And of course, as you all know, Mr. Burt and his family, the Red Ant family, the mechanics, the engineers, the boys, Yannick, Aiten, Kobe, a wonderful team to be with. So it's like coming back to my second family.
That is so lovely to hear. Tell me a little bit, how does your life look? Are you a man who goes back and forth, or are you spending more time in Europe during the busy racing season? What is your focus? And by the way, as we speak, I think it's your car coming in for a stop. Is that correct?
Yeah, sure. I'm based out of Dubai the last 3 years. My family is in India. And due to the racing commitments, I try to spend as much time in Europe as possible. And we are also trying to put together our racing program for the coming year, starting from the Asian Le Mans, the ELMS, and like I mentioned earlier, I definitely want to be a part of the Creventic series every year for as long as I can race.
This is so lovely to hear, Ajit. I always love talking to you. You're such a calm, lovely man to speak to. Thank you very much. I'm going to let you have a look at your car coming in. I believe it's currently at fuel and coming in to change tires because we have a code 60. So I'll let you get back to the pit stop and lunch, and we'll get back to the action. Thank you, Ajit.
Thank you.
Always wonderful to catch up with Ajit Kumar, such a polite man, and getting quicker and quicker all the time in that Mercedes. We talked about TCE, how it wasn't done yet. Well, there's a problem for the Asbef Racing TCE car, the leader in class. The little Cupra has ground to a halt in the first sector between turn 2 and 3. It's been hooked up to an ATV to get pulled out of the way. I hope it's got a strong engine to pull the Seat. Yeah, I know it has. So that's meant that a few of the teams have been able to jump in for service. The Ajit Red Ant Racing car, as we mentioned, Santalok Junior team, also Viper Nisa. But the leaders, the Get Speed PCX Mercedes and the 81 Ferrari for Era Motorsport are right at the other side of the circuit right now, so they can only go in the pits if they're near to it. So it depends how long this Code 60 stays out for, whether they'll get the opportunity to pit. And of course, if they do come in, the track could go green while they're at fuel, and then they lose time as well. But it looks to have worked out quite well for Ajith Red Ant Racing and Santalock Audi.
Exactly. So De Bruyker still on board that car. I think it's going to still be him, or are they swapping? Not sure. The Red Ant team looking very pleased with how that stop's gone. And I think the two Red Ant brothers are down there, which would suggest it. Well, we know it's not Ajith because he was in civvies, but it therefore must be De Bruyker. Yes, it is, as he comes back out. The other car, well, the car that I would be expecting to see stopping there or cars that would be expected to stop, would be those two cars at the front of the pack, the Get Speed car and the Ferrari. Looking at who else, well, Melvin Moe's come in now, Torsten Kratz has come back in, so that would suggest they're probably just trying to do a bit of a top-up because they hadn't stopped that long ago, if you remember, because at the end of yesterday when they stopped, we think they took a short fuel to get themselves onto the lead lap. So that's why they've stopped again. Melvin Moe just coming back out, Kratz and also Antonio Sainero in E2P Aston still in fuel at the moment. Steve Jans in the Get Speed 2R JR286, they're off strategy, aren't they? Because obviously with the problem they had at the start of the race with the puncher, etc. Now, just watching on our driver tracking that Engel is now getting to the point of where the pit entry is and watching to see if that 28 car dives in, and it doesn't look like it has. So I think they're going to hang on out there and wait for the 925 car has just come in. So that is Glenn Van Berlo. He's just brought his Porsche in. A 286 is the next car coming past. I'm watching to see what that does. And that's come in for some fuel as well. So that is Steve Jans. It just dived in, as I think has Jake Hill. That looks like that's just come in as well. Yes, it has. So how many cars have we got? In pit zone 10, in fuel zone 6. So the last couple of cars that came in, you're going to have to hope that those pumps clear in fuel zone 7, in fuel zone 8. So there's a lot of cars that are all in that fuel zone at the same time now, and you're going to have to watch with interest. I think with the Ferrari, certainly from what I understand from catching up with the team, that there's a good chance that will also be a driver change at Era. Okay. And that may well be Ollie Bryant jumping on board that car.
So curiously, Get Speed Team PCX not taking the chance. They have had the chance to come in. They've just gone by the start-finish line. So they're deciding, they're predicting that the track's going to go back to green pretty soon because the Asbest Cupra has been recovered, whereas Era taking the bet that it will stay Code 60 for a little bit longer and will fill up. Now, just come up onto our timing screen. Currently, debris is being removed and bollards and floppies reinstalled, much like what we saw yesterday. So the fuel area at the moment, of course, is a communal area. The Era Ferrari is getting filled up. Yes, it is, at the moment. So they found a fuel pump. We've all been there at the supermarket, haven't we? We're going, come on, I'm in a hurry, come on.
Do you know what somebody did last week when I stopped for fuel? And this is the most infuriating thing. This guy parked his car at the fuel pump, then just went in and bought himself a couple of drinks and came back out again. No fuel, just...
Oh, isn't
that selfish?
I don't want to say on air what the punishment for that should be. Yeah.
We just saw Oliver Bryant, helmet on, ready to go. So they are going to be swapping to Oliver Bryant, who was really impressive yesterday. Super quick, very consistent, did a really long... I think he did almost maxed his drive time. It was like 2 hours 25.
He was right on the edge, yeah. Whereas the rest of the drivers all filtered through in a single stint. So Era Ferrari into the pits then. Beautiful white and purple stripes. And also the JR286 Mercedes AMG thundering down the pit lane, delayed by that damage early on. Jake Hill jumping out then with the seat insert. And in goes Ollie Bryant.
A little bit of a height difference between Jake and Ollie, isn't there? Just a tiny bit. You actually see them when they're lined up, the four of them, and there's Jake at one end, and there's Ollie and Ryan. I think Ollie's the tallest, and then Ryan, and then Dwight, and then Jake at the end. So, but as he said, he makes it easier to get in and out of the car. if you're a little bit smaller. So
I think that many drivers would wish that they could be as small and light as possible.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's
if you look at a typical stature of most racing drivers, I think you'd agree that sort of around 5'8" and about sort of 11 stone, that's kind of what most of these guys and girls are like, isn't it? So we go green. We're racing.
Green flag racing then, and Aero Motorsports still in the pit. They've just gone out now, so I think that's worked out okay. But of course, there is limits to what you can refuel during Code 60. This is a really important point. It used to be in the past that you could fill up 50% of your refueling amount in Code 60. That's been put down to 25%. But even when that 25% rule was instigated, the general consensus was that it was still worth it to come in and take that 25% refueling while everyone's at 60 kilometers an hour.
Now, the other key point with that, specifically with that car, as you've mentioned a couple of times, Pete, they were the last car to come in for fuel. So that car, relatively speaking, will have had a full tank of fuel and basically done the minimum amount of laps with that full tank of fuel before the end of the race. So whilst they've come in relatively early, they've probably come in after, I think, about 49 minutes, I think it was, something like that. Where are we now? We're 58 minutes into the race, so maybe about 50 minutes, I would say.
Yep.
As a result of that, they probably would have still had a decent amount of fuel in the tank. So when they then did that stop, even though they were only taking a small amount of fuel, they were actually, relatively speaking, still got a decent amount in there in the first place. All a theory, of course, but that certainly would appear to be the case. Now, is that a change?
All of a sudden, Rick brought, so something might be afoot with the HRT performance car. I'm trying to look at the so there's been pit stops for the 992 leaders, and the Red Camel Jordans have turned it around quickly, because James Kellett in that HRT performance car had a big edge. In fact, get this, 2 minutes 38 in the pits for HRT performance, 2 minutes 1 for Red Camel. So that's put Red Camels back into the lead of the 992 category, albeit they might not have the same amount of fuel on board. Or was it the HRT went into the last night's break with not the same amount of fuel? Maybe that's why James Kellett's been so fast, because the car's been lighter. Who knows? These are all questions we'll answer.
Also, it may well be that they didn't take tyres. That could have saved them. They could have just driven straight through, and they obviously wouldn't have changed the driver, as we've just seen. So what this means, and what it's shaking up to be after those stops now, Maro Engel's still leading, as we would expect. He hasn't stopped, showing that he has a 1 minute 14 second lead over Oliver Bryant, now on board the Aero Motorsport number 81 Ferrari, who is ahead, just about a lap ahead of Joel Sturm in the Proton competition car. So what's going to be super interesting now for me is that clearly in some time in the next, I would suggest 10 minutes, Engel's going to have to stop for fuel. Thereafter, is he staying in the car, or are they going to put one of the other drivers? Now, if they put Benjamin Pack in, it's not going to be much difference. He will be slightly slower than Engel, but not by much. If, however, they end up putting Patrick Charlet in there, he was something like 10 seconds slower than Engel. And Oliver Bryant was significantly quicker than Charlet, so that could really work in the Aero Motorsport favour.
The James Kellett 992 car, because I was wondering as well what their tactics is going to be here. And once he came out of the fuel area, he just drove past his box. So while you were wondering, I did see it that he did not stop for tires or a driver change. He went straight back out. So that's them doing this for now, which also means that at some point they need to come back in for the tires.
Thank you, Carla. Just under 5 hours to go then in this 2026 edition of the Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard. Maro Engel leads the motor race for GetSpeed Team PCX in the 992. James Kellett, second position at 992, hits the inside bollard, which has been removed several times across the course of the day. That is round at turn 5. Just after the little chicane at 3-4, Village du Hotel, Village du Comp. Well, he might need to comp the circuit for another destroyed bollard, will James Kellett. He must be a rally driver. Just if you can cut, go for it. James Kellett there in that HRT Performance 928. We're doing our own little driver swap. in the Global Broadcast Centre, just across from the start-finish line here at Circuit Paul Ricard. From one VXRD instructor to another VXRD instructor. Simon Hill steps out and Peter Snowden jumps in.
What an opener, what an opener.
He joined us yesterday. Simon told some great stories about what him and Snow used to get up to entertaining customers of Vauxhall VXR road cars, but
yeah, let's move on. Let's move on. I just spotted James Keller there doing exactly what you're alluding to there. That I understand from a race organisation admin point of view why the circuit organisers and officials have to put those floppies, bollards back in place. We had a little code 60 for that yesterday. But from a driver's point of view, it's totally fatuous opportunity, because drivers will just see them as target practice, just want to get rid of them. And they shouldn't, and it can damage the car. You've got to be careful where you do it on the car, but they just, as soon as you see them, it just, there's something childlike in a driver's mind where you see them. A bit like you in a scooter this morning, actually, Peter.
I wasn't hitting any bollards on.
No, but you saw the scooter and you just regressed to being a child, like, oh, scooter, want to play, and can I have a go? And he was off. I think he just wanted to get to breakfast first, make sure all the smoked salmon was still there.
Exactly.
Method in your madness,
who's right, who's wrong?
There's no wrong. There's no wrong. Just opinion.
Stefan Tribadini has just put the best lap of the Santaloc Junior team's race so far, second part of the race so far, 2:03.638. Likewise, Kobe De Bruyker, 2:03.7 in their Mercedes AMG. So the pace is hot at the front of the field. A little bit of a steady lap though for Oliver Bryant, 2:83 for the era Ferrari. So maybe just a bit of traffic. Yeah, he's just gone through a big load of traffic there. Back to a 2:06 flat. That's a bit more like what we would expect from Ollie Bryant there in that era Ferrari. But the race hanging in the balance right now, Snowy, because yes, Maro Engel is in his own Premier League of pace right now, and yes, the Get Speed Team PCX car has been very, very quick, but they were really the only ones of the leaders not to get that opportunity to get some fuel in during the code 60. Now, that might not hurt them too much, but it might hurt them a lot. That hasn't unravelled yet.
I was just going to say that is exactly the point. It hasn't unravelled yet. But do you think that was deliberate on their part, not to? Had the chance. Yeah, so they had the chance.
Yeah,
so,
had the chance.
Yeah, so exactly. So yeah. There's my point then. So I'm suggesting that's a deliberate choice of, and the danger with strategy is, and this is why strategists are so good at what they do as opposed to drivers, and where you have to keep the two separate, is strategists. A driver will go, what if? What if I don't? And you almost get that element of doubt, because we're weak-minded. We just drive corners and things fast and that kind of stuff. That's where you want a strategist to say, no, this is the way, and override your driver sometimes and just say, shall we? And they go, no, stay out. And trust them. You stay out on track, we know what we're doing, because they've got the bigger picture.
They've got a lot more screens than you do in the car, that's true.
Just do your job and drive the car.
That's also what amazes me. Hear about Fernando Alonso able to sort of run point from the driving seat, and the way how he's able to read a race from inside a car. I'm just not entirely sure how he does that.
There was a perfect example of that a few years ago when the Aston F1 car was still quite competitive, and he was running, I think, about fifth, somewhere like Baku. Certainly a street circuit, i.e. my point being is little tolerance, there's no safety net, complete opposite of somewhere like RICARD, where you've got all the stripes and no different traction, etc. And he's coming out of a particular hairpin, somewhere at Baku, I think it was, right up the back of Hamilton's gearbox, his nemesis, and he comes on the radio, and they're doing 100 and plenty whatever down the straight into the braking zone, and he pops on the radio and tells the team to advise Lance to change the diff map setting to come out of a certain corner, because it gives the car more traction. And I'm just sitting there thinking, how much spare capacity have you got to be thinking that whilst in a Grand Prix as well, not in free practice, in the heat of battle? And I'm just thinking, and he's running, I think it was fifth or sixth, it was up at the front, and you're just thinking, they really are a different breed, aren't they?
He's a particularly special breed within that, I think. Yes. And also, I was liken it to a computer. The more expensive your computer is, the more processing power it has, the more programs it can run at once without overheating. But if you have a computer that doesn't have that processing power, it's starting to overheat. And it's the same thing. They're so comfortable with what they're doing, whereas any normal driver trying to hang on to a Formula 1 car and just not put it in the wall.
It's a very good point.
I do 100% of your use.
I do remember being asked very, very early on in my, I wouldn't even call it a career, that would be a massive oversell, but in my driving time, by an engineer on a flight back from somewhere from a test day, one of the most amazing questions that made me really stop and think and ponder about it was, he said, how much of your brain do you think you're using driving the car? And of course I was like, oh, 95%, because I'm so committed and whatever. And he went, then you're no use to me. I was like, pardon?
No, that's not what I meant.
Yeah, and I said,
oh,
I actually need you to be using 5% of your brain to drive the car at pace. The rest of it I need for strategy, conversation, all that, reading the race. And it was exactly that point we've just made of, I exaggerate the number slightly, but it was like, no, actually driving the car quickly needs to be second nature. You need to have spare capacity that we can talk to you about options, strategies and things as well, and not distract you. So if it's using that much, it's no use to us. Okay.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Ajit Redant Racing sitting in 4th at the moment. They've just seen the Haas RT Audi go by, although that's not for precision. The Haas RT Audi, the number 2 car, running a few laps down from them. So Kobe de Bruyker in that Ajit Redant Mercedes will hope to just tuck in behind the Haas RT Audi, I think, and try and get into a little bit of a rhythm. The Asbest Racing Cupra has been returned to the pits on a flatbed, and the Ligier in that TCE category is now back on circuit. So it looked like Ligier were in big trouble in the pits while the Asbest car was just lapping around, and it's now gone back completely the other way. The Asbest car is in the pits and the Ligier is out on circuit. The gap at the moment, 4 laps. Oh, problem for the number 994 Chazelle Technology Course car. That car, Alan Jacquinot, running in 10th in the 992 AM class. Seems to be back to normal though. Again, taking advantage of the generous runoffs around the circuit Paul Ricard. I actually can't think of, certainly in Europe anyway, a circuit that has as much runoff as here. Maybe Silverstone in places, but I think around the whole circuit, I don't think there's many other places.
I was going to say, if you're talking the whole circuit, whole perimeter, then yes, it probably is here. Silverstone is, but one of the problems with Silverstone is that you've got Copse, which I still call Turn 1, because that used to be the start-finish straight course. It's now down at the wing. Has been for more than a decade or so, but just showing my age
16
there.
years.
I said more than a decade or so not quite 2. I wasn't incorrect in my statement. Pedant. But Copse Corner is an extremely fast right-hander, end of the old pit lane, but with a massive runoff on the left-hand side, as you say, Peter. However, there is still the white line, there's still a curb, and there's a bit of green tarmac, which is the same old rules of black is good, green is bad. And you go onto the green, and you're up for track limits. You go over the green, and sometimes you've gone completely the other side of it because you've tried to be super brave, take it in a higher gear, or brake 10 meters later, and you run totally wide, but you'll get a penalty.
I have one of the Asbest drivers, Mr. Terling. Oh goodness, your car is in. What's going on?
Engine went up in temperature, so we lost all of liquids and fluids. So I'm not sure if we can keep on racing, but we will do our very best, and hopefully we can end the race with P1.
Well, I mean, you do have a difference of 4 laps currently to the Ligier, which is now out that you are in. So you guys are kind of playing like a ping pong game over here. But do you think it's going to be a bigger job to fix that?
It will be a bigger job, I guess. So, but again, we're having fun. It's a nice track. I really do love it. It's my first time. But yeah, we'll see.
Oh, I always love to speak to first-timers. Tell me, how was it to get on this track for the very first time this weekend?
Yeah, I imagined it was actually a very fast circuit, although it's very technical, definitely with corners here at Sector 1. Yeah, I hope to come back a lot here.
All right, I love it. The mood is high. And just for everyone to know, down here in the pit lane at the Circuit Paul Ricard is sort of split in 2. There is a lower end where I stood right now, where we have Asbest. We have the Haas racing team, where the number 21 is still in. They are still trying to find out what exactly is going on, or, I mean, it looks like they are trying to fix what is going on. And if I move up just a little bit further, we have another team where I saw a car being in, which is the 911 Porsche of sorry, I just got a little bit distracted. The 991 Porsche that is standing in here, and I need to find out what was going on here because it just drove past me in the pit lane, and for me everything looked quite fine, but they are standing in the back of the car and trying to figure things out. Parts are laying on the ground. More than one mechanic is working on it. So let me have a conversation with one of them and I'll get back to you with the information about that one, but this is not looking good either. So this lower part of the pit lane is kind of suffering.
It is, yeah, unfortunately something in the water, that part of the pit lane. 4 hours 47 minutes to go then, and our former race leader Maro Engel for GetSpeed Team PCX has come into fuel, and that has promoted Ollie Bryant for Era Motorsport Ferrari into the lead. And won't be too long as well before Joel Sturm comes through in the Proton competition Porsche. So, you know, yesterday it looked all like a bit of a GetSpeed AMG benefit, but it's a strategical conundrum that needs to be cracked hour by hour here in the Michelin 24-hour series, and there's so many pieces to the puzzle of winning one of these races. And at the moment, Era Motorsport looking good in the Ferrari. Ollie Bryant did a mammoth double stint yesterday, right up to his maximum stint time of 2.5 hours, and back on board again today. They've got the Era crew have got Dwight Merriman waiting in the wings with 1 more hour of driving time to complete. Absolutely loved his stint behind the wheel yesterday. And then Ryan Dalziel will be also preparing to try and bring this car onto the overall podium, or maybe even to the top step. Era Motorsport coming into Creventic competition last year and back for the second year. And it's amazing in that second year, when you know the series, you know the car more or less, it really makes a difference. We touched upon problems for the driving experiences Porsche Cup car, and Carla has more for us.
Wrong with it, it's the engine belt that gave up its life. So they now had to take out a lot of parts, because what they explained to me is that it's actually not that easy of a job. There are some cars where you can get to that belt quite easily, but this one is very complicated. You need to take a lot of parts out to get to that area in order to replace the belt and get the car running again. The driver, as you can see on this on the live stream, he is still stood there ready with the helmet on. He was just told, as soon as we're ready, as soon as we're close to ready, you have to jump back in the car and be ready to go. But they also suspect that they will lose round about 6 laps with doing this work. So let's hope they can be out at least in 6 laps, maybe even faster.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. It'll be good to see that car back out. One of the coolest liveries in the field, actually, that driving experiences. Blue Porsche. Maro Engel now into the pits in the GetSpeed Team PCX car at number 28 machine, former race leader. Carl will be running down to see what the story is there, if they put in a driver change. Maro Engel only did 1 hour at the wheel yesterday out of a maximum of 4, so that will be another hour and 10 or so. So he's probably got probably just around 2.5 hours of driving time, excuse me, 1.5 hour of driving time remaining, so they may well keep that for the end. So Benjamin Pack has jumped on board that car, and we know how quick he can be as well. So GetSpeed looking to try and put pressure on the competition here, putting in their quickest drivers early on.
Yeah, well, I heard you talking about that earlier just before I came in for my stint, and I think you're right, actually, that it's a good idea to keep Maro for the end, should you need to. It's strategy, it's logical. He is only just a quicker driver than this. Benji Packer's in the car now, isn't much different in reality, despite being a silver. We were discussing this, weren't we, a little bit earlier. So I think that's probably a wise idea, and also it might start to cool down a bit. We're at the peak of heat now, thereabout, so we probably got to get Patrick Charlet into that after Benji, and then keep Maro for the end. We've got Carlo Velti down in the pit lane with an update for us.
more so of an explanation. While I'm down here at this lower part of the pit lane that I just explained to you guys, I want to touch on the penalty box. It's something we've seen a bit on the stream yesterday, because penalties are being handed out. But the way that the 24-hour series Creventic is handling this is not that you have to just stay in your box for a certain amount of time. No, there's a penalty box. And behind me are the two ladies who are currently running the penalty box systems. Here on the screen, it's probably going to be hard to show it with the light because there's a lot of sun shining, but you can see the car numbers and how many seconds total they have to serve a penalty. So as soon as a car comes in and drives to this penalty box, the two ladies that are sitting here make sure that they serve the exact amount of time of penalty that they have to serve, and then they can go back out on the track.
Thank you, Carla, for that insight. Interesting information there, just exactly how it all works. And obviously the set time, so when you have a penalty issue, that you must serve it in as well and in the right order. And of course, one of the dangers of serving said penalty is if it's a stop and go for however long the duration is decreed by the race organisers that sit down in the office right in the middle of the pits, just under the podium. Lovely air-conditioned office for them there, so they can keep everything cool and sensible. They decide how long you stop for, so you get a 10-second penalty, stop and go. But of course the danger then is coming into the pits a little bit too quickly or going out too quickly. You might hit the speed limiter, but you might just miss it for a moment, and it can be a second, and it can suddenly just a little bit overspeed, and it can invoke yet another penalty. Ligier there going around, we mentioned the floppies a little bit earlier and the bollards, but the Ligier running a little bit wide, a little bit of snap understeer as it turned in. This is the 114 car, and as it turned in there, a little bit of snap understeer, the car just flicked to the left on a right-hander, so discretion better part of the valor from our driver there, who decided to go to the left-hand side of said bollards and run around them completely. And that's Gino Rocco in the Not Only Motorsport Ligier. Very wisely. I mentioned a few moments ago that taking those bollards out as a bit of a target practice for some drivers, then Gino there just deciding very wisely to dodge them and not create any damage to the front of the car. We saw quite a lot of that in the radical stuff earlier today. The red camel car, the red camel car just at exactly the same point there, just getting very, very close to the same markers that Gino Rocco had just got round a few moments ago. Yeah, we saw some damage on some of the Ligiers, sorry, not Ligiers, my apologies, the radicals earlier this morning. Not only does it damage the splitter, but it can damage a little bit of bodywork. So it's all very well being a typical driver mentality and taking them out as target practice, get rid of them. But they're there for a reason, and officials can take a dim view of it, but so can team principals and members and mechanics and technicians, because it damages the car as well. So I just mentioned the red camel car, which comes in right behind I think by the Viking Nisa Mercedes it is at the same time as they're coming into the refuel then. This is the 909 red camel Porsche, just coming in for its refueling first, so that's dropping it down. Yes, this is Rick Broikers at the wheel of this car in for fuel, as is indeed Ajith Red Ant Racing as well.
Interestingly, the red camel car not able to go as long. Okay, because at the last code 60 they had a very quick pit stop, quicker than the others around them, so they of course will then run out of fuel sooner. So that makes more sense as well. So 992 very, very finely poised, with three cars seemingly in with a big shout of winning that category: the HRT 928, the Milner 921, and the red camel 909. Brilliant stuff in the 992 series, in the 992 category, excuse me. Ollie Bryant though leads the way for Era Motorsport, 23 minutes into his stint. That driver change was done at the last code 60, and they just seemed to exit the pit lane just as it was going back green again, so very well timed there from Era Motorsport. Proton Competition now back up into second place. Viper Nisa Racing in third, have just set their best lap of the race, a 2:04.5 with Melvin Moe aboard. Stefan Tribadini has just come in to fuel as well for Santaloc Audi, and also Kobe de Broeker for Ajith Redan Racing. If I remember serve, they did get a bit of fuel in under the code 60 as well. So that's what's so good about that code 60 regulation, where yes, you can come in and put fuel in, but only 25%. So if you get caught at the other end of the circuit where you don't have the option of coming in during the code 60, you don't get too severely punished. Benji Pack 2:03.4 last time by, fastest driver on the circuit right now. So, and he's not, he's only a second off the best set by Engel. And I think for, silver graded semi-pro driver, that's a very strong asset to have for that crew.
It is. It's a very strong lineup. We were talking about that yesterday, and the variety of that, not just in sports car racing in particular, but also in relation to that team. That you've got the absolute extreme of a pro like Mauro Engel in that car, Benji Pack, who's a silver, but I would say, in fact, you were mentioning this morning, Peter, off air, we're having to chat about today, and the silver can be quite a variance as well. It's how the grading is done, who decides, and you've got somebody like Benji Pack, who in reality, and hear me out here, don't shoot me for this, hasn't won any particular major stuff yet, but is phenomenally quick in a car and has the ability and just hasn't had the opportunity yet. I'm sure that will come, hear me out, okay? But compared to somebody like Mauro Engel, who's done N24 twice now, this, that and the other, Macau, etc., etc., on paper you can look him up and see a whole load of stats, and that makes him a pro. But my point is that Benji is a silver, but is it worth being a silver in comparison to that Mauro? The two are very, very comparable. So you've got two very strong drivers in that car, and then you've got the other two drivers of a different level. So we've got 4 different levels in that car, and you've got to work it all out. And that's one of the things I find absolutely fascinating for sports car racing, is the strategy, the team, whatever. I've got to work out their strengths and weaknesses of each driver, if there are any weaknesses, of who can do what and where on the track over 12 hours.
Well, on track, there's a battle between Benji Pack in 4th position and the 3rd place car, the Hoffer Racing Mercedes of Torsten Kratz, and Pack trying everything he can to make a move here, and Kratz says no way, going into turn 1 and 2. Up over the curb goes Pack in the PCX Mercedes. One's black and pink, one's grey and pink. The Hoffer grey and pink. Pack all over the back of Kratz, though, trying to make a move early on here. The PCX car is not long out of the pits, got a little bit more fuel on board, I would say, than the Hoffer car. But of course the Hoffer car is in the AM category as well, but they have won races overall in 24-hour series, most notably the 24 Hours Barcelona, but they are fully concentrated on that AM category, which so far they actually haven't won in that category yet this year, so they'll be determined to get that on the board. Down to the North Chicane they go. Kratz very deep on the brakes, pulls it up nicely, so Pack is going to have to work hard for this one to try and move up into 3rd place as they come out the North Chicane now, pointing towards Signé, taking a deep breath in, going, oh, come on, be brave. 240 kilometers an hour they reach now as Pack, has a little nudge up the inside, does he? No, decides no, can't get that quite to work. Then exiting all the way up to 240 Ks again for the double Duat, but goes Kratz a little bit wide, lets the car breathe out to cover the inside line, and now Pack trying to find a different way through. There's a little gap up the inside going through into Virage de Bontour. Can he make it stick? No, not quite. Torsten Kratz, all that experience paying off here.
Benji Pack just showing his nose there. He's basically putting him under pressure. It's always more fun to be the hunter than be hunted, because you're the one that doesn't have to, as long as you don't run into the car in front. He's just got the job done now as I'm speaking, but you're eyeing it up, you're pushing that. So the guy in front is focusing on driving the car at the pace best he can and watching the mirrors. You're not. You're just sitting there just going, what should we do? He's got the job done, but it's come back again. Swap back again?
Yeah, not got the job done yet. Had to compromise his exit of Virage du Pont, and Torsten Kratz trying to find a way past again on the start-finish line. Through turn 1 and 2 they go, and Pack looks to have got the job done, so Kratz will have to just try and keep the Get Speed car in his sights. Brilliant racing, very clean, hard racing there from the two Mercedes AMG drivers. Pack set it up, coming around towards Garlabat, and then around towards the final part of the track towards Virage de la Tour. We'd seen it quite a lot going around Virage de la Tour, and that then gives the inside line for Virage du Pont, and the room was there and he took it.
Yeah, and we mentioned this yesterday. Torsten Kratz helped that happen as well by just, he knew it was done. He knew that Benji was down the inside, so there's absolutely no point in taking the line, and that's good work from the two Mercedes drivers there, working hand in hand.
Yeah, it was, and also Torsten Kratz set himself up nicely for a run down, a better run down the start-finish straight, which he very nearly was able to nick the place back going into turn one. But that then means now we've also had, have we also had a pit stop for the Era Motorsport Ferrari? No. They've dropped down to fourth. Maybe an error on our timing screen, actually, where the Era Motorsport car was showing ahead of the Get Speed car and the Hoffer car. But, oh, Ollie Brown, yeah, last time by, 5 minutes 57. So, yes, he's been into the pits. That's right. Okay, so Era Motorsport now down to fourth, but have filled up with fuel. Ollie Brown staying on board. Okay, that's all neat and tidy.
And another small point of that Mercedes little battle there, the Torsten Kratz is on 30-lap old tyres, whereas Benji's on 5-lap old tyres. So at that tight turn there, he knows he's not going to defend that. There's no point in trying to defend it.
Looks like Ollie Brown is put on a set of tyres from one of the qualifying sessions. So he's fairly early into his stint, but of course wasn't enough fuel in the car, so he had to come in for service. 4.5 minutes of full service for Era Motorsport. Hoffer will probably need to pit in the next little while as well, so they might well drop out of the overall podium standings. Proton Competition now, leader in the pit lane, who they've come into the pits as well. They've come through fuel. Proton Competition have filled up that Porsche 911 GT3R and now in the pit lane. Joel Sturm has done the whole run so far, so about an hour and 20 minutes of driving time roughly been used since the start of the race. So we may well see a driver change there in that Porsche, because Joel Sturm can only do a total of 4 hours across the race, and he did do some driving yesterday, so they want to not use up all of his time and keep it just in case there's a dogfight at the end. Four and a half hours to go then in this Michelin 12 hours of Paul Ricard. Several cars with a claim to this race. Who is going to come out on top? Is it going to be the Proton Porsche? Is it going to be PCX Mercedes? Maybe even the Era Motorsport Ferrari or Santalok Audi? Are they going to spring a surprise?
Well, I was just going to say, just looking at the top five there, I appreciate there's a couple laps difference there, not one between those cars, but you've got Porsche, Mercedes, Ferrari, Aston, Audi, five manufacturers all there fighting this out, which is great for the possibility of it. It does look very strong at the moment for Mercedes, but I'm probably going to get shot for saying that with so many hours of this race still to go.
Oh, problem for the 994 Chazelle car. Alan Jacquinot again running off the circuit, but seems to have got back into rhythm fairly quickly there. No harm, no foul, thankfully. Another to take advantage of the significant runoffs here at Circuit Paul Ricard. Was, oh, got it. Oh, very wrong at the Virage de Hotel chicane.
Yeah, just got it wrong on the way in, didn't he? And just that thing, we talk about this so much, haven't we, about Paul Ricard here, that it's one of the huge advantages. It's got such massive runoff areas that if you do get something wrong and get your braking point wrong or something there, we don't know what happened there, I'm not speculating, but if you get it a bit squirrely, you can afford to back out of it because you've got so much runoff area, which affords drivers opportunities that you wouldn't have at other circuits, shall we say.
We've had a change for the lead in the TCE category, the Ligier, because it's back running again, and the Asbest Seat has hit problems. Ligier now leads by 6 laps. I bet they didn't expect that when they were in the garage early on in this second part of the race. Amazing back and forth in the TCE category between the Asbest Seat and the Not Only Motorsport Ligier. The 114 Ligier with white and blue, purple almost like a kind of flip paint of the early 2000s on that Ligier JS2R. Had a lot of reliability problems. They've had by far the fastest car, but it has had reliability issues. But now up into the lead in category. Jörg Dreisaw has taken over the Proton competition Porsche from Joel Sturm. New tyres on there as well. Dreisaw, of course, champion with this car last year, winner of this race here at Paul Ricard as well. And a big driving force behind this Proton competition effort. We'll wait for the timing screen to adjust again after that pit stop, but definitely Proton competition are in the conversation at the moment. Do they have an edge over Get Speed Team PCX? That's a little bit more difficult to say. As Benji Pack comes through, he moves in to the lead of the race by 7.6 seconds from Hoffer Racing. And when Dreisaw comes round, we'll be on to the same lap as well. Era Motorsport have not long pitted as well, so we have to factor them in also. In fact, Era Motorsport just coming around, just ahead actually. So that, I think that's a battle for position then. Ollie Bryan ahead of Proton competition when they come round to the timing point.
Which will put him back up to P3 overall, won't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the Proton car to fourth, but with a full tank of gas.
So I can safely draw a football analogy while Simon Hill isn't in the box, because he'll just pull me apart on it, because I know nothing about football. It's the wrong shaped ball. But it is literally, it's again two halves this race, isn't it? Quite literally. But the second part has started so very differently. And we were discussing it last night, weren't we, about yesterday, we keep talking about the strategy, but it is a 12-hour race, but it's actually two 6-hour races. But how you get towards the end and run your first half is very much dictates what you do in your second half. So it's not like just a single continuous 12-hour race. And it was quite routine. Everybody was playing safe yesterday, I would suggest, to get to the end of that race. But thinking about the positions where they started the day, and boy, did we see that at the start of today's race, didn't we? It was fabulous first few laps.
It was, yeah, it was really impressive. Different tyre ages on various cars.
Tyre ages, fuel loads, etc., etc. And that which you discussed last night about, do we go into the pits and fill up towards the end of the first part of the race yesterday and put new tyres on to come out today prepared, or do you go light and run it, but knowing you've got a pit stop earlier, and can you scamper off and create a bigger gap? And that gave us an extraordinary first few laps of the race with people ducking and diving around all over the place.
By the looks of things, we have 4 cars on the lead lap now. Get Speed Team PCX lead ahead of Hoffer Racing, then it's Era Motorsport, then Jörg Dreisaw for Proton competition. By my reckoning, they're the 4 on the lead lap right now. But the Era Motorsport car has not long been out the pits. Likewise, well, particularly the Proton car is just come out the pits, as we mentioned. Tyre age for Benjamin Pack, 9 laps, 15 laps for the Era Motorsport Ferrari. So that, of course, then means that they're about 6 laps better on fuel strategy as well, but if everything is equal. All lots to shake out over the course of the day, but I think also what's worth considering is that Benji Pack is lapping in the mid 203s consistently right now, whereas Ollie Bryan is in the 206s. So over the course of a stint, that's going to add up pretty quick. Even 10 laps, you're talking 25 seconds there. So it's going to yo-yo back and forward across the course of the day. Torsten Kratz, he's been on board the Hoffer car since the beginning of the second portion of the race. It's got an hour and 27 minutes of driving time, so theoretically he could do another hour of driving time without breaking the maximum stint. But I think in the heat as well, Snowy, 2.5 hours in the car in the heat here. I don't know if actually you're going to get the best performance out of everyone. But while we ponder on that, Carla Velti has caught up with a driver who was right in the thick of the battle. We'll get down to Carla in a second. We're just getting Martin ready for that one. But yeah, just on that point, Snowy, the heat of the day, 2.5 hours in one of these things has got to be tough.
It is, and it's concentration is the point. It doesn't matter how good a driver you are, this is where fitness really plays a part. And people often say that outside of the sport, you know, drivers aren't fit. You're just sitting down. You're just driving along, sitting down. You're like, no, you're not. You're doing a lot more than just sitting down. It's the concentration, and it's my old mentor, Colin Blair, always said about staying fit was, tired drivers make mistakes. And that's when the heat affects you. You think you're doing it, you might not be concentrating in the pack. And actually, the danger of being on your own a little bit in a race, not racing somebody, that raises the adrenaline. When you're sitting around circulating on your own, that's when drivers want to race against somebody. They want some challenge. Sitting on your own is the hardest thing to do in temperatures like this.
Well, we've got Martin ready to go with Carla Velti. Carla.
Martin just got out of the car. His colleague Conrad jumped into the car. And Martin, I don't mean that disrespectfully, but you look a little bit broken. Are you okay?
This is just a race driver life. You know, you get out of the car, you sweat a lot. Certain Daniel Ricciardo once said, sweat. But basically, I feel good. I did a double stint, so we had a chance for Code 60 splash. It was really hard on the tire. We also lost the lip in the front of the car, but many others did as well. So I think we're basically on par in that sense. This repairs took us a little bit of time, but we're looking on a good spot now. And Conrad, I think, is down for the hunt.
That repair that you just mentioned, it seems that a lot of cars are doing this kind of repair at the moment. What is the wear and tear like on these pieces on the track? Why is everyone putting on tape there?
To be honest, Carla, I think if I knew, I would tell you, and I would also avoid it. But it seems to just pop off at random time, and I guess just the curbs of the track, I guess. Maybe the floppies, the bollards, I'm not entirely sure. It's never like a one clear hit. It just, at some point, it comes off and that's it. So I think it's fatigue stress in the end. But these cars are meant to race, and we're going hard at it. When you're going for the position, you know, you don't really think about much more. So yeah, we're just trying to keep it on the track, and yeah, let's just keep pushing.
I have one more thing I want to know from you. When you guys go into the fueling area, more often than not, you sit in the car and you wait. Because, I mean, you fuel and you wait, but sometimes you also have to wait for a fueling station to be free. How terrible is it in this heat to sit and wait? I can only imagine to feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's the sauna part right there. So there's nothing to do. It takes forever. It honestly feels like it's 15 minutes, whereas it's really like 4. But after you lose the proper ventilation in the car, and you get the fumes in the car as well, and then the heat from the engine comes to the cockpit. I mean, that's what we're built for. That's why we train. In the end, racing is a really tough sport, especially here in southern France. So I'm happy to be fit enough not to pass out there in the refuels.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you.
Martin Rupp for Milner Motorsport, right in the thick of the battle early on with Rick Breukers. They put on a real show for us there. In fact, one of the rival cars, James Kellett for HRT Performance, is just pitted from the lead of that category. Brilliant stuff. Trying to work out where everybody is with strategy. Louis Perrault for Seplegieux racing at the moment, 4th in the 992 AM class. In fact, on track with the sister car. In fact, no, it's not. I've made that mistake already. It's the QMMF car they're battling away. Exactly the same colour scheme, the QMMF 974.
In your defence, I was about to back you up as well, because I thought exactly the same. Yes.
Very similar shade of purple.
You can at least change them a bit. I mean, it's not really commentator friendly, is it?
no, but they are lovely, those Seplegieux cars with that purple. Benji Pack ran a 204.2 last time by 2.4 seconds quicker than Torsten Kratz, and 5.4 seconds quicker than Ollie Bryant, a 209.6 for Ollie Bryant. So potentially a wee issue in traffic there for Bryant. So also 209.8 for Jörg Dreisaw. Oh, now we are going to go code 60. 20 seconds to code 60. Why is that? It's the Asbest car. The Asbest car was showing on the exit of turn 10 on our
there's also a massive splitter on the straight as well.
Ah, dear, oh dear.
A lot of debris there
on the track at turn 7 on the exit of the Virage de la Saint-Baume. So code 60 we go then. Where is our race leader? Oh, right on the other side of the circuit. Benji Pack in the number 28 car is just coming up to the north chicane at the moment. Who could maybe take advantage of this?
Well, I'm just looking at that because Benji's done a 25-minute stint in that car now.
The number 18 Santalock Audi is just coming towards pit entry at the moment. The 72 Audi has also come in for Juta Racing. The 907 for RPM has also managed to jump in to the pits. But the Santalock Audi not deciding to come in. So not deciding to take that opportunity to fill up with fuel under code 60. Let's get an update though on the QMMF team who we were talking about earlier on.
FM with the 930 Porsche 992 Cup car. They are doing a little driver swap, and I was just wondering, you guys, because you have the better overview of times and time spent in the fueling area and so on. Did they just have a massive advantage because they stopped for fuel when they did and it's now code 60, or is it a bad thing for them?
That's the difficult part to figure out. Sometimes it takes a while to filter out. Aero Motorsport deciding not to go in, obviously thinking that this is going to be a short code 60, although each code 60 so far, I think this is the third of the race, we only had one yesterday, two today so far. They often the circuit team take the opportunity to put the floppies back up on the exit of Signé, sometimes put the bollard back.
Little bit of admin. Little bit of admin.
Yes, admin and maintenance. Now, there was a little rubber part from the bottom of the splitter that's come off one of the Porsche Cup cars. Now, is it the Milner car or the Van Berlo car? It's the Milner car. Oh, now that's important. That is the Milner car in the fight for the win, and the rubber splitter has come flying off. And that is an important, it might seem inconsequential, but it's important to the front end of those cars.
Totally. The car will massively understeer without it, but they are clicked on. They're not bolted or screwed, whatever. They are literally a press fit, interference fit on. So it appeared on the slow-mo we just saw, it appeared to just come off on its own as well, not as if it hasn't run wide or anything. So maybe it's just been caught on undulations or curbs, something, and worked itself a little bit loose. Torsten Kratz, I've noticed, has done an hour and 36 in this car now, Peter, and I'm just wondering whether this is an opportunity for them to pit or not, or is it a bit early? Let's see where they're... Well, they're coming around towards the end of the lap now on our tracker, so we'll find out in a few minutes, as is our race leader, Benji Pack, in the number 28 Get Speed Team PCX Mercedes. Is right onto our pit straight. He's declined, so he's gone by.
I think for Hoffer this could be perfect timing, actually, because
that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and being an AM car, they have certain advantages with their refueling amount. And if of course, if the track goes green while they're refueling, they then go back to their green flag fueling amount, and they can fill that Mercedes AMG to the brim. And with Torsten's driving time at 1:36, he could then drive it nearly to the end of that fuel tank. So
yeah, it's a free pit stop, isn't it? Free fuel stop almost.
Good value pit stop anyway, I would say. Yeah. So Torsten Kratz making his way around Garlaban at the moment, so very nearly at the end of the lap. In fact, there's just a left-hander to go at Virage de la Tour before the option to come down the pit lane, and he is going to take that option to come down the pit lane. So Hoffer Racing likely will be prepared. Well, they'll have their fueler ready. So I'm sure Carla will be sprinting down to Hoffer Racing at the moment to see.
But you're going to thank you for that.
Well, she can manage. I have full faith. So she'll be sprinting towards Hoffer to see if they're going to take Torsten out or whether they're going to leave him in at this point. He's one of the stronger drivers in the lineup.
I think they may have to change. I think they may have to defer to other drivers for drive time.
No, they're all AMs, so they can do what they do as they please.
Okay.
Yeah, they've only got to worry about maximum stint time and 4 in every 6. Yeah. One of the many nuances of the rule book, which is always, it keeps us on our toes here.
Well, you say if this is what we're saying about the Get Speed car. You've got 4 very different ranked drivers, so they've got to do things a different way, whereas Hoffer don't have to worry about that. They've got the luxury of saying, right, all 4 are the same. We can do as we wish within the limits, of course.
Yeah, they've got advantage, and that's the whole idea. Is that regardless of the driver, the balance of driver lineup that you come with, you've got a chance to compete for your class. And in some cases, where Hoffer have always punched above their weight. You know, we've seen them have great overall results as well as an AM car. They also, though, they have to keep an eye on E2P Racing, which is an AM car, the Aston Martin. They've gone into fueling too. Still code 60 at the moment while the track work is done. Good to see the Asbest car back out. So the Asbest team have fixed the Seat as well. So they are 10 laps behind, but any problem for the Ligier and they'll be right back on top of them. We're expecting a couple of rumbling AMGs to come into the pit lane any moment, including the Hoffer car, and Carla Velti has eyes on.
I do have eyes on. I don't have, but well, how you want to put that, steps on. I still need to make my way finally down there. But I do see the car coming in, and I see a tall driver getting ready, which must be Alex Prince. He is the tallest of all 4 of the drivers. So there is a driver swap happening, and I will most definitely try to get a word with Torsten, who just got out of the car. Meanwhile, I'm walking past 2 more cars that are having a pit stop going on. It is Chazelle, who are, you guessed it, replacing the splinter on the car as well. It is something that seems to break quite easily here after the wear and tear that is going on non-stop around here. And we have the E2P Racing number 90, the Aston Martin, that is in here for a regular stop as well. So give me a few moments. I'm walking down to Hofer and I will speak to Torsten.
Thank you, Carla. Still under code 60 then. So a code 60 pit stop for the Hofer Racing team. Hearing that the code 60 will be lifted in under a minute. And indeed, back to green flag racing we go then. Pretty much perfect timing for Hofer as they just come out of the pits. So Benji Pack then leads the race for Get Speed Team PCX. That crew did not take service during that code 60. Neither did the 3rd place car, the Air Motorsport machine of Ollie Bryant, or the Proton competition Porsche of Jörg Dreisaw. E2P Racing, the Aston Martin, they did that. Antonio Cenero handing over to Oliver Campos, so keep a watch on them. The sneaky Aston Martin could be in for a look at a win in the AM class. Hofer Racing are going to have to push on to hang on to that AM class lead. They have switched over to Alexander Prince. So the 28 of Benji Pack comes through the start-finish line. So once everybody's come around and done one lap, we'll be able to confirm exactly where things stand after that code 60 period, where the whole field has to go around at 60 kilometers an hour before an incident is dealt with. The floppies have been reinstalled on the exit of Signé. A few of them have anyway.
How long before they're all gone again then?
I know, we should be taking as long.
Drivers and children will be what they are.
Yes, yes, they will do. They will do.
I was looking out of our commentary box window, and you see the cars going by at 60k, and it doesn't matter how much we watch motorsport, and we know code 60s. When you see them just going down, not the pit lane, because that's where we'll get used to that, we'll acclimatise that. When you see a car go past the pit straight, which is a fantastic view here at Circuit Paul Ricard, and it potters by, and you think, why is it only doing? It's a code 60, but it looks so painfully slow. And I can assure you,
unhappy too.
I can assure you, sitting in the car, it is not fun. It really is not fun. Just sitting there, boring hot on the limiter. And the days when I first did it, you had to press and hold the button. So yeah, it wasn't a turn on, turn off. It was you press and held it. So you went down the pit lane, and you let go for expediency to go. But of course, if you had to do a code 60 on track, you had to sit there and hold it and obviously turn the wheel and all the way around. So we used to do things like, I'll come back to what. Well, let's go to Carla for a minute, and I'll come back to how that works. Carla.
I'm stood here in the pit lane with Torsten Kratz, and I must say, we've reached a point during the race where I almost feel bad to come to you guys right after you get out of the car, because you all look so beaten up. It must be really hard work out there, probably temperature-wise.
Yeah, it was really, really hot. So exhausting. So I had 2 times used tires. So of course, during the start, I had the tires from yesterday. and the balance shifted quite badly. So we started off with understeering, and you make some adjustments to compensate it. But it was a fight all over the stint. And then I got new tires, but these have been tires from the qualifying 2 days ago, so they're also already 15 minutes on. And then more fuel, and it starts again. So it was quite difficult. I think the pace was, I was not so satisfied, but the team said it was okay. So I mean, we are P2. I had a little fight with one gate speed car for the lead, but I had no chance. I tried to defend, but yeah, I mean, it was clear that I cannot go this pace. Yeah, now it's Alex in the car. Let's see how he does with new tires, and I hope we finish on the podium. Would be great.
You should have seen him. Unfortunately, we don't have a camera here, so I'm just going to explain it. He literally knocked on wood 3 times. He really wants this to happen. Explain one more thing to us, please, Torsten. We were talking about code 60. How painful is it to drive 60 on a racetrack when you're sitting in a car like you are the Mercedes AMG?
Well, it's not painful. I mean, it's for every car the same. So the only thing is, I mean, with this temperature it's okay, but the tire pressure drops a bit. But with this temperature it's not so difficult. But yeah, I mean, you put your pit speed limiter, go to second gear, and then just wait for it disappears again, and then you go.
You're as cool as ever. Thank you, Torsten. Get something to drink and relax.
Thank you.
Torsten Kratz, a great stint there from him in that Hofer Mercedes, who on track now is really, really close with Oliver Bryant in the Aero Motorsport Ferrari. Alexander Prince on board now for Hofer, and that is a battle on circuit for second position. Strategy-wise, well, you have to say that Hofer are all of a sudden are looking very good. Aero Motorsport had the chance to come in there, and they didn't take it, and Hofer have done, and they now have much more fuel on board that Mercedes than Aero do with their Ferrari.
Yeah, but I would say there with Ollie Bryant aboard that Aero, he's only done 51 minutes, so you need to sort of maximise that. That would have been quite short to bring him in, I think, is
no,
my
they
thinking.
don't have to take him out the car, just take the fuel.
Yeah.
I would have put the fuel in there. I mean, it's easy to sit here and say it, but it would appear that Hofer, having come in that code 60, putting fuel in the car, even though that you've got a limited amount, but that seems to have put them in a good position just behind Aero Motorsport, but with more fuel on board with 4 hours and 5 minutes to go. But of course there's a balance of driver lineups as well to think about too, and I actually think that between Alexander Prince and Ollie Bryant, this should be a very close matchup. I think pace wise, generally speaking, they've both put together a fairly similar pace throughout the weekend. So let's settle in and enjoy it. Bryant versus Prince, Ferrari versus Mercedes.
Well, on the last laps, which wasn't that indicative, was it? Because it wasn't, they're only half a second apart. So we need to let the time screen settle for this one and get a more representative time for these two cars. So perfectly on time now for us from a commentary point of view. They're going to come across the line, the Ferrari of Oliver Bryant and the Mercedes of Alexander Prince. Let's have a look at their relative lap times. It was 2:06.8 and 2:06.2. That's pretty close. That's pretty close to say the least. So in the favour of, I should say, by the way, Ollie Bryant, so a 2:06.855. Alexander Prince in the Hofer Mercedes immediately behind him with a 2:06.233.
We had a lovely chat with Alex at dinner.
No, we
last
didn't.
night.
It wasn't a lovely chat at all. He was completely unhelpful. No, he was the most diplomatic, wonderful PR bit of racing driver speak I've ever heard.
Well, I thought it was very enjoyable.
It was, don't get me wrong, it was very pleasant. The problem was, it was of no value to us as commentators, because he gave nothing away. Yeah, he swerved brilliantly, absolutely brilliant, to his utter credit.
We tried everything.
We did.
We tried everything, but...
even sent in the old driver, and he still just smirked and winked, and he's like, oh, okay, fine. Even I can't do it.
He told us a great story about how his wife Chantal and children are at home watching, and in Switzerland, and his two children, who are 5 and 6, I think he said.
Yeah, 3 and 5, I think.
While Dad was in the car, they're making the accelerator and brake movements with their feet, and they're turning an imaginary wheel as Dad was going along.
It's how genes work, and you've got a nearly 4-week-old little boy.
4 weeks old today.
Today, yes.
My son Robert was yesterday utterly sitting on his granny's lap, utterly transfixed with the pictures on Creventic Motorsport TV. So
for viewers and listeners, we were sent this, and Peter was showing this very proudly at again. Like, look, Robert, he's not quite 4 weeks old. He's 4 weeks old today, and there he is, literally just staring at that again. Is that my daddy? I can hear my daddy's voice. Yes, brilliant. Yeah. And congratulations to you and Lucy.
Well, thank you.
And Robert in the world.
Yes.
Your life will never be the same.
Well, one driver who was certainly impressing early on was James Kellett in the HRT performance number 928, and Carl Lavelti has run him down in pit lane.
I have run him down indeed. He almost didn't want to speak to me. He's that knackered from his stint just now. James, you don't hear a lot from the commentary, but you're getting a lot of praise from our boys up in the commentary box. Does it feel as good from the inside of the car like it looks from the outside?
Oh, well, thank you very much. It's hard to say, really. It was hard work. Obviously, it's very, very hot out there. Initially, everything seemed to be okay, but as soon as that heat starts to generate in the car, and once your body starts to fatigue, it becomes really, really hard, especially in one of these cup cars. You know, you've got no AC out there. You've just got fans, and you're 30 minutes into your stint, those fans start blowing hot air at you. So it was really, really tough. But yeah, it was hard work. So we started really, really quick. The first half of my stint was mega. We were pulling away from the pro cars, but unfortunately we started to have a little bit of an engine power loss issue. About 40 minutes into my stint, so it really started to make it hard to try and pull that gap even more. But it's just one of those things you have to deal with, you know. And we brought it home, and we keep pushing into the end of the race.
I think you're happy we don't have a camera here right now, because for everyone wondering, the man is not wearing any shoes. We're standing in the box right now. So it's wear and tear, not just on the car, it's also wear and tear on the body, isn't it?
Absolutely, you know. I feel like I've got blisters on my big toes, my heels, my arms, my hands, everything. So it's really, really tough. When it's this heat, and this track's very physical, you know, you've got a lot of curbs out there. You're bouncing from one curb to the next, and these cup cars, even though they're quite easy to steer, they are very physical. You don't have the aerodynamic to really hold you in, and the car moves around a lot. So as a driver, you get thrown about quite a lot, and it is tough. And fair play to these other guys, you know. I train every single day for this, and there's some AM drivers that are making this look easy. I don't know how they're doing it, so I need to go back to the drawing board. But yeah, so far so good. Fingers crossed we bring it home.
Fingers crossed. Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Great to hear from James Kellett there from HRT Performance. His teammate Jonathan Kearney at the moment leading the AM class quite comprehensively, and sitting just second to Red Camel Jordan's at the moment, about 30 seconds behind Red Camel Jordan's as things stand. Oliver Bryant still able to hold Alexander Prince at bay. In fact, he's taken 0.3 of a second out of the Hoffer Racing driver in that battle for second position on track. Also battle on track between Ajith Redan Racing and the E2P Aston Martin, which has just set its best lap of the day with Oliver Campos, 2:05.198. Trying to chase down Kobe De Bruyker in the Ajith Redan car. That is for 6th overall at the moment, both in different subclasses, but they'll be wanting as good an overall position as possible. And the Aston has been really strong on the straights. In the free practice, it was the quickest car in Sector 2, which is where they are right now, between the Mistral Straight and the North Chicane. So with just under 4 hours to go, we're now starting to back time things, Snowy. Trying to think, right, who is where and who has got what.
Yes, I mean we're just under 4 hours to go, so that's when it will start to get interesting. I think the last. It's going to get interesting. This next hour will be interesting. The hour after that will be more so. The last 2 hours are going to be the real decider as to what people do and what strategy is going to play out. And these teams that we'll start to see it. We often say about our timing screen settling after a fuel stop, and what is it like? How does it work? and we say that, you know, the timing screen's not particularly indicative at the moment because the cars have got to settle out and change. This will suddenly come into play, I think, in the last 2 hours. Simon will come on board in a moment and probably totally disagree with me. He does that anyway because it's me. Just because it's Simon. We've known each other 30 years. So even if it's anything right, it's got to be wrong because Simon's better. We know that. But and he still thinks he was quicker, but hey, that's another story.
Well, I look forward to listening to it from the Creventic Motorsports Lounge while I'm having my nice big bowl of pasta. But Simon, I can feel, is just winding up a reply here.
I'm winding up his reply for him. Don't worry.
Exactly. You're definitely.
This is the advantage of working people you've known for decades. Yeah, I'm so going to regret this now, aren't I? Yeah.
I think you've
notice I said he was slower when off air. Deliberately. He's just sitting here smiling now. You know, I know exactly what's coming. Yeah, out of the sun, he'll get me.
You've asked for it, Snowy. You've asked for it. You're tuned in to the Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard, live on Creventic Motorsports TV and on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world. I think we're poised for an exciting finish to this race. Can't quite figure out who's got the edge on strategy. We've had a few Code 60s which have really opened up the Pandora's box of what card to play. At the moment, though, I can tell you that it's Benji Pack who leads the way for Get Speed Mercedes. Great opening stint from Maro Engel. But Pack doing his job as well. Fastest driver on track right now and opening up that advantage. Best way, just keep down, putting in those quick laps. Very impressive young man here, Snowy.
I'm presuming you're talking about Simon, are you?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Yes, he sat down next to me. Yeah, Benji Parker, this is what we were saying a little bit earlier about everybody focuses on that Get Speed Mercedes. It's very easy to defer to Maro Engel, the works Mercedes driver who's lived, eaten, breathed this particular model of car, basically developed it and has known it inside out. Although we did ask him a couple of days ago how many thousands of kilometres do we think he'd done in it, and he just looked at me and just went and said, I haven't got a clue, which I thought was a great answer. But Simon, welcome aboard again. You were saying, I think it was yesterday, that we were talking about this variance of driver grading, that you can have a pro like Maro Engel, you can have a silver, but there can be a lot of variance within a category and a colour of Benji Pack simply isn't the next level up yet, or pro, simply because he just hasn't got the results on the CV yet, just from time. Nothing to do with pace. He just hasn't got that CV behind him like somebody like Engel has, who's you know, he's 40 now, Maro Engel, and he first won Nürburgring 24-hour 10 years ago in 2016. Won it again a few weeks ago, but he's got a CV of, hence he's that pro driver. But I would say there's not a lot of difference in outright pace in this car today than these two drivers.
Well, to illustrate that point, Snowy, I was just chatting to one of the drivers down in the garages whilst I was on a break, and he said, you know, if you actually look at the average lap time that Pack is doing compared to Engel, it's only about a tenth or maybe 2/10 off of what Engel's doing as an average. So that really shows you just how quick Benji Pack is. So essentially, they've got two of the fastest drivers that are on the grid in arguably the strongest car. So you would expect them to be where they are in terms of level of performance, etc. Meanwhile, we just see the Georg Dreyso piloted Proton Porsche passing the Vortex, the lone Vortex. And whilst we're talking about different class cars, Norbert Decker there on board the Circuit Toys car, they just got to go around and make sure they finish, because there's just the one car in GT4 this weekend. Also, of course, we've seen there's been a variety of dramas that have befallen both the not only Motorsport Ligier and the Asbest Racing Seat, so that they've kind of been swapping to and fro as to who's had the most drama. I think yesterday it was definitely the Ligier, today it seems to be the Seat, and so now it's the not only Motorsport Ligier that has an 11-lap lead in the TCE TCX class. But what we're really interested in terms of the overall positions is what's happening at the front. Pack, as you've already said, doing an incredible job, is just over 1.5 minutes ahead of Oliver Bryant in the Era Motorsport car. Alex Prince is third and leading the AM class in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes AMG. and Prince and Bryant having a nice little battle. I think that was quite interesting.
Yeah, and closely matched on times as well. Two totally different cars there, mid-engine Ferrari, front-engine Mercedes, very different dynamics. But those two drivers, again, very, very well matched on times, about half a second between them.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at the sector times, I think Ollie maybe just had a little bit of traffic in the first sector there, and Prince was about 7/10 quicker. So, you know, that's going to sort of yin and yang a little bit backwards and forwards. Be interesting to see what happens driver-wise. I know there's still a good chance that we're going to see the 11 car have to put their AM driver Michael Kroll in at some point there, as perfectly on cue. We have the Era Motorsport car ahead of the Hoffa Racing Mercedes. Nice and easy for us commentator types to identify those two cars, isn't it?
Yeah, it's easy.
Well, there is only one Ferrari, so that helps.
That helps. Commentator friendly. I like it.
It's also a very distinctive livery, and then we have the silver and pink Hoffa Racing, that very easy on the eye livery. Bryant pushing very hard, just on the edge of track limits through senior on that lap. So looking at the difference between times. So I mentioned that through the first sector, it was Prince that was slightly quicker, but that time round they were pretty much matched each other through sector 2, which is where the Ferrari is very strong. It seems to be extremely good through the chicane. All of the drivers that have been on board that car over the duration of the race so far have seemed to have been able to really find time through the chicane whenever they're in a battle, for example. So that could be something that they need to use to their strengths, or play to their strengths, if you like, as the race unfolds.
Now, Ollie has been in that car now, this is the Era Motorsport Ferrari, for an hour and 5 minutes, and is 29 laps now, across onto his tyres. Alexander Prince in the Hoffa Mercedes right behind is on 16 laps on his tyres, and only 19 minutes into that car. Now, you can look at that one of two ways. You could say that Alexander Prince is fresher, or you can say that Ollie Bryant's more into the groove than into the rhythm, and that can play to your advantage. Now, Ollie is a very, very experienced driver, modern and historic stuff, a good mixture of both these days, so he's a very safe pair of hands and very experienced. And you just said then, even an hour and more in, he's still pushing track limits, and because he needs to stay ahead of this car. And it's the natural racer instinct of you're not going to let a car behind come through, but sometimes you have to if your tyres are older, etc. So I can't see that Bryant Ferrari is going to be out that much longer.
So remember, they had a stop a little while ago, so even though Ollie's been in the car quite a long time, they have stopped for not exactly a splash and dash. They came.
Oh, they did take some fuel on board.
They did. Yeah.
So, yes, because we thought he hadn't. Right.
Yeah. So basically, they obviously had Jake Hill in the car at the start of the race. He did about 50 minutes. They came in under code 60, so obviously they didn't get fuel. But if you remember, the other Pete and I were discussing this at the end of yesterday. When Ryan Diel came in, he was the last car in, so in theory it would have been the car that had the most fuel in it, yes, relatively speaking, at that stage. So when they came in, they still had a decent bit of fuel left when they put Ollie in the car, and Jake jumped out. And also, even though it was a code 60, which, as we know, is obviously a limited amount of time, limited amount of fuel that you're allowed in during that situation. So they've then subsequently come in and put some more fuel in, and now Ollie's going to be doing what I guess you and I would call a full stint, an hour and 10, and then I believe their plan is that they're going to be putting...
Well, he's on an hour and 7 now, so that's my point about not being out there that much longer. Dwight Merriman into that car next, and Ryan at the end, do you think?
I think so, yeah, from my understanding, that's likely to be the case. There's definitely about 50 minutes of drive time that Dwight needs to do to complete the AM time, and this is the bit that's really, in my opinion, it's going to shape the end of this race, is who can get their AM drivers doing the best possible job, who's got the strategy right in terms of using the AM drivers at the right time. Occasionally, I've seen it before. I remember a couple of years ago, or last year rather, when we were at Dubai, there was times when the AM drivers were in and code 60s came out, and a couple of times the code 60s were quite significant ones. I mean, like 30 minutes, 40 minutes of code 60. And
Ollie Bryant just held up there by that Circuit Toys Supra a little bit. That's allowed Alexander Prince right onto the tail. Then it was 1.2 seconds a lap ago. It's half a second left. This last lap. Is this a chance for the number 11 Alexander Prince, Hoffa Racing, to have a go at Ollie Bryant in the Eric Ferrari? He's flashing his lights. He's intimidating him. He's trying to look down the inside. Ollie takes the line and shuts the door. I think that was probably his best chance there. Can he get the traction out of the chicane here? He can't. Ollie, if anything, slightly slowed the Ferrari up there a little bit just to make sure that the Mercedes can't get the traction. He's looking down the inside, Simon.
Doesn't have enough momentum, though. As you quite rightly said, Ollie's a very experienced driver, even though this is his first full season in this car. He did the Dubai 24 Hours last year, and he also did the Barcelona 24 Hours with Era Motorsport as Prince has another little look down the inside. But, you know, I just think that he's very, very calm, and there isn't really a significant difference. Now, what this has allowed is the Ajith car, which is a lap down but is obviously there on position. He's going to get in the mix of this because they've got Kobe de Bruyker on board that car. He's been lapping significantly quicker than both of these cars. So last lap, 204.800. Fastest lap of the car is a 203.700. So
2 laps down, actually.
Yeah, so he's a couple of laps down, but he obviously wants to try to get himself back on the lead lap as soon as he can. The best way to do that is to work his way through the traffic.
The problem there is that you don't want to ever let anybody by as a driver, but actually the best thing to do is let him by and get him on with it, so he's not, because he'll want to come by, and you need to focus on this battle as well. So that's a little bit of a jeopardy there for Alexander Prince, who wants to get past Ollie Bryant in front, but not let the Mercedes behind through, which he possibly should do for strategy for this race.
Yeah, you would think, you know, the best thing for Prince is going to have arguably having De Bruyker get in between them and get after Ollie Bryant, and maybe slow Ollie Bryant up and perhaps go through with him. That's what he would be trying to do I perhaps would be trying to do if I was.
Really? You amaze me. What?
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. There's a little Asbest Seat that's still going, and this is always good because it's had a bit of an up and down day, isn't it, to say the least. Now Ollie getting on the lights to let the Seat know that they're coming, and as you can see, the light panel or the panel on the driver's screen saying either the 3-letter initials or 3-letter acronym rather for the driver's name or the position. So it said 002.
Lumi rank system, it's called.
Lumi rank. There you go. I couldn't remember the name of it.
That's all right.
Thank you for enlightening me and the viewers on that one if they didn't know. But let's have a quick look at what's going on up front. So this battle we can see, obviously that's second and third. Jorg Reiso has now dropped down a lap. He's lapping quite a bit slower than these two. These guys are both lapping in the 206s with last time through. Let's have a look. Bryant Prince, and what was De Bruyker? De Bruyker was about a second quicker, 205.0 last time through. So well, this could be so significant if De Bruyker gets held up by Prince, because Prince understandably is like, I'm going to make it difficult for him, because you never know, as things unfold they may end up fighting for position later on. Of course, that car has got both of the Red Ant brothers to get in at some point, and I think there's still some more lap time for Ajith as well, so we should probably see Ajith in the car as well. Looks like that car's got a really good run out of the final turn. Got good momentum on the Alex Prince car, and it looks like he's going to consider a dive down the inside. He's done more than consider it, Snowy.
Sent it, absolutely sent it, didn't he? Yeah, flashing on the lights, got the job done down the inside. But I think that was a mixture of sensible driving there from both of them, that Kobe de Bruyker needed to get past in the Ajith Red Ant Mercedes, and Alexander Prince saw that coming and let it get through. And as you said, I'm sure there's been some conversations on the radio of almost let him through, let him get ahead, let him get on to dealing with Ollie Bryant. It's not what you want to hear, of course, because your lad's in the car as well, or has been earlier. So try and get in front. But I think now would be interesting to hear what the Era Motorsport team are saying to Ollie Bryant, because he is now 1 hour 12 and 32 laps into use of these tyres, so 1 hour 12 stint in the car. So it's not that far off before Ollie Bryant needs to bring in the number 81 Era Motorsport Ferrari. Benji Pack, meanwhile, at the front, you mustn't forget, he is now 26 laps into those tyres, and he's done, unbelievably, an hour in the car. Is it an hour in the car already?
Yep. Yeah. Stint 59 minutes.
Yeah.
So he would have done that. 204.455 as his last lap time. Bryant in a nice groove there, but it's interesting. Look how much the Hoffa car has dropped off of the back of the Ajith Red Ant car. So you know, you would have expected him to maybe go with the Creventic car, and it looked like Bryant, if anything, had just found a little bit of time. Yeah, Ollie Bryant was actually quicker than both Alex Prince and Kobe De Bruyke on that last lap. So clearly there's some good solid pace in there, and it looks like, yes, now De Bruyke is past Oliver Bryant and is on his way, so that means that Ollie can just concentrate on doing his own job.
Only a second off Benji Pack's time as well.
Who was that? Sorry, Ollie. Yeah. So yeah, but that's the last lap. So overall, I think if yesterday he was in the sort of the mid 204s was Bryant when he was in the car, which was a really strong pace. When you consider the fastest lap of the car was a 203.4, he was about a second off, which was pretty good. So at the moment he's 203.331, which Jake did earlier on in the car. You're going to expect to see potentially Ollie getting down into the high 204s at some point.
So a bit of breathing space relatively here for Oliver Bryant in the second placed Ferrari. Alexander Prince just dropped back a little bit, as Simon's pointed out there. I'm a little bit surprised with that. Kobe De Bruyke hoping to try and get himself, unlap himself. He had 2 laps behind, 218 laps and 216 laps. Respectively. Stefan Trebellini did a fantastic job in the Santaloc Junior Team Audi yesterday and is doing something similar again today. That's the 4th position car, number 18. And as we mentioned, what a mixture at the front. Mercedes, Ferraris, Mercedes, Audi, Mercedes, Aston, Porsche, Audi, and then 2 Mercedes rounding out the top 10. So five manufacturers in there, and it just... You have balance of performance, you've got front engine, you've got mid-engine, you've got rear engine, you've got all sorts of different things, and yet we're all still this competitive. And it's one of the things I love about this racing. You've got different makes, different brands, different philosophies, different grades of drivers, and yet we still have absolutely fantastic close racing like this.
Indeed we do, as we ride on board with our race leader Benjamin Pack, currently lapping around about the mid 203s, which is incredibly strong pace. It goes back to the point we were making earlier that his average lap times are not a million miles off of the average lap times of the legend that is Maro Engel. So if he can do that, then that for them as a partnership, that's going to make a huge difference to their overall lap time. Now, what I will be very interested to see is, I'm pretty sure, and I don't have all of the info to hand, but I'm pretty sure that GetSpeed are going to need to put Patrick Charlet back in that car, who is their AM driver. Now, Patrick, to put a bit of context in it, he was yesterday, I think he was lapping in around about the 211, 212 mark, which is about the same sort of pace that we saw a couple of the other AM drivers in. Interestingly, when you looked at who was of what I think you and I would probably call the true AMs, the AM spirits, if you like.
Yeah.
Most of those drivers would be lapping about 210, 211. Yeah. And a couple of the guys that and girls that managed to get really into a rhythm were sort of 7s and 8s. And then you get the sort of the next grade of driver, if you like, that's lapping sort of 204, 205, 206s. And then the really, really quick drivers are sort of 202s, 203s. Which is where we've seen who you'd expect. All the usual suspects are lapping in that sort of pace, basically. So interesting to see what Pat can do lap times wise. He's just done a 206 on that last lap, so I think maybe that was the traffic that he had. We saw him on board, we saw from on board rather, that he was struggling with a little bit of traffic. Now that Ollie Bryant, Alex Prince battle that we were watching for a little while, if you remember, you know, there was a point not that long ago, maybe 3-4 laps ago, where Prince was in a position to challenge to pass Ollie Bryant, and the gap's now up to 2.7 seconds. And I don't know whether that's just that Prince has been really unlucky with traffic, or maybe he's having to sort of cruise a little bit. Now, one of the other things I've just noticed on our timing screen, and I'll see if I can find out why it's been applied, is there's a 30-second penalty hanging over the Kobe De Bruyke-driven Agis Red Ant Racing Mercedes. So that's obviously going to hurt them a little bit, and that will probably put them back behind the Jörg Drysdale-driven Proton Competition Porsche. Now, Drysdale, to continue my point about the AM drivers, he is their AM driver in that car, in the Proton Porsche. He's lapping in the 211s, 210 the previous lap, 211 that last lap. Whereas, compare that with Joel Sturm, who is their pro, did a 203.305. So Joel Sturm, Jake Hill 203.3, and then I think Pack around about that speed as well, with, of course, as you would expect, Maro Engel in the 202s, 202.436, which is very similar to the lap time that he did yesterday in the car. Looking down the list at the other drivers that are lapping quickly or have been lapping quickly. A little bit earlier on, we saw Patrick Liddy. He's now in the Get Speed car. He's got down into 203.7 in his Get Speed Mercedes AMG. And also the car that really impressed me earlier on was Stephen Pellett in the number 2 Haas RT Audi. He did a 203.152 a little bit early on.
So the penalty for the Kobe de Bruyke driven Ajith Red Ant car is for not respecting 60k at the end of the countdown. As per briefing notes, etc. So it's just picked up a little bit too quickly at the end of 60k. So that has been issued but not yet served.
So as always, plenty of action going on. Let's have a little look and see what's going on here. Now we're looking at the MP Motorsport, the Gosner family. Now that looked to me like the splitter, I think, on the driver's left was just touching the ground. You can see it there. Karina Gosner
it's lower, isn't
at the
it?
moment. And she's obviously struggling to get the car to turn as a result. And I wonder if she thinks maybe she's got a puncture, because she would have been conscious of seeing and maybe even smelling the smoke that was coming from that corner. And clearly it's not going to be handling as well with the splitter hanging down like that. So a bit all surprised to see Karina, and there's that horrible vibration.
Yeah, horrible chattering, isn't it? Yeah.
Last year, in this race last year, that similar sort of situation affected the car ahead. The Red Ant Racing, as it was last year, it wasn't Ajith Red Ant Racing.
Is there something more than that, though, Simon? Because it looks like the whole front left is vibrating a lot.
It looks like the
wing and the bodywork and the lamp and everything. So I'm wondering if there's something a bit more than just a splitter, or is it cause and effect and that has now travelled back through it? Yeah, it could be. Really not an ideal situation. It looks like it's hanging on in there, but as you can see, if you look at just where the bumper attaches just underneath, well, alongside where the headlight is on that side, you can see that it's come loose around the light, hasn't it? Yeah.
So obviously it's broken. Yeah, it's broken the bracket on the bumper as well as the splitter itself. So as you said, is it what's caused it? Did it break and that's why the car the splitter's hanging down, or was it a bit of contact maybe? It looks certainly like there may well be contact. Incident involving cars 65 and 93. So that is the Kobe de Bruyke car that we were just talking about. And 65...
Douglas Koo in the Viper Nisa Racing.
Yeah, not that one.
No.
That's the MP one.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, wrong, 10 colour. Yeah.
Similar colour. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
They make it more commentator friendly, these colours.
I know. I mean, we were just saying how easy it is to spot some of the cars, and then there's two almost identically covered.
I fell right down that rabbit hole, didn't I?
You did. You're looking at your timing screen. You look up and you see a green Merc, and you go, "Oh, must be that one."
It's a good job you're here, mate.
I don't know. Some people. Anyway,
amateurs.
Yeah. So at the front, that gap now. You know, we were talking a bit about the gap between Oliver Bryan and Alex Prince. It's up to 3.3 seconds now. So that's gradually eked out. Both those drivers lapping in around about the 206 mark. Still a blistering pace by Benji Pack in the lead, 203.444 last time around, and nobody else even close to that. Looking down the list of lap times as we speak, on the previous lap, there's a few drivers in the 205s, specifically Patrick Liddy, Vasily, excuse me, Vasily Vladikin, and also, who else did I notice? There was somebody else in the 205s as well. Oh, yeah, Stefan Tribadini, who we've been raving about a little bit this weekend, haven't we? He's in the 205. So that MP car, is that in?
I'm finally into the pits. I was going to say, I was amazed it went by on the last lap and commenced yet another lap, because it's with that amount of vibration there, it's only going to get worse and effectively destroy itself and pull itself apart, and then that can take you out of the race. So that's into the pits now. That is the MP Racing Mercedes number 58.
Yeah, so not sure whether they'll take that opportunity. Yeah, looks like Karina's taken the car to fuel, so it may well also involve a driver changing some tyres. I think of the Gosner family, it's usually David who's the quickest of the drivers in that car. We can see from Antoine Leclerc, no relation to that other bloke who's from Monaco.
Or his brother.
Or his brother, yeah. Just ahead of Antoine is the Era Motorsport Ferrari that we were talking about a moment ago. So this wonderfully liveried in the Tudor watch livery, a sponsorship, which looks fantastic. And they've done a great job. They're running now second overall in the 992 class, with Fabian Dance in the red Camel Jordans.nl car leading that. And these guys are about 43 seconds behind the lead. And then third place in the 992s is the HRT performance car that we saw James Kellett being so impressive in a little bit early on. Now it's Jonathan Kearney on board. And a little bit further back, we've got Tim Merlot in the Seb Lajou racing car, and then Jean-Paul Dominici in the Chazelle car. Interestingly, when I was down in the paddock a little bit earlier when I was on a break, I noticed one of the Mauler Motorsport team members on a scooter zooming along with a splitter over there, slung over their shoulder. So that would suggest perhaps...
I thought you meant on the front of the scooter, just to give it more front end, or...
Yeah, that would be quite impressive, wouldn't it?
It's attention to detail, though, isn't it?
It is attention to detail, yes.
Competitive advantage all the time. Benji Pack, by the way, on his last lap, put in a 2:03.6. Bearing in mind that Mauro Engel, when he started that car, was best lap. It's a 2:02.4. So it's only 1.2 seconds off the best that car's done today, which is pretty impressive. Ollie Bryant in second place in the Aero Motorsport Ferrari. He has now completed 1 hour 24 in that stint, and I was prophesying 20-odd minutes ago that he might be getting towards the end of his stint. He really must be now, not just for that, but he's also done 38 laps on that set of tyres. Benji Pack in the leading Get Speed Mercedes has done 32 laps on those tyres, and Alexander Prince in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes in third place, that's the number 11 car, is now on 25 laps. You've got a bit longer there on those. Fourth and fifth have still done higher numbers of laps. So, and of course that Kobe De Bruyke, I don't think he's served that penalty yet, has he? I will check on that one, but I'm not sure he's actually served the penalty.
No, it's still showing on the screen as that 30 seconds, so they'll have to do that at some point.
And that means that'll be coming quite soon. So
what's interesting as well is that
and it's a 30-second penalty, by the way.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Sorry, you said, yes, yeah. Sorry.
So what's interesting is that the lap times of the drivers at the front, as I said, the Bryant and Prince are lapping about the same, about 2:06s. Just behind them, Stefan Tribadini is in the mid-2:05s. Kobe De Bruyke has just done a 2:04.2, which is extremely quick at this stage of the race. And then we're into the 6s and the 5s until we get a little bit further down. And now Manuel Lauck, they've just come in with the Proton Competition Porsche and put Manuel Lauck back in the car. And we are going to find out what's been happening with our friends down at MP from our friend Carla.
Of the floppies on the track. Let me tell you, I have never seen that many splitters being replaced as they are currently here in this pit lane. Actually, it looks like they want to roll the car into the box in order to get that job done, because the car is now, it's up, it's not on its wheels anymore, and it's being rolled back into the box. They do have the whole front bumper ready to go, and now looking at the car, I can kind of tell why, because the whole front bumper is already full of tape. It's a little bit off on the left. It's a little bit broken on the bottom left. You know, the whole thing just looks shattered. So I'm guessing the decision here is to roll it in, do it properly, and get it out and rolling again. The one that is currently in the car is Corinna, and Manuela just put on her helmet and she'll be in next.
Thank you for that update, Carla. Interesting information there. We were wondering how that damage had occurred to the MP Racing Mercedes, so great to find out. And simple things, those floppies, we were talking about this with Peter Mackay earlier, that I said it's a slightly fatuous role of the race organisers. They're there for a reason. They have to be there. We shouldn't remove them. Driver's point of view, drivers always have different views, and we always see them as target practice. Get rid of them as soon as possible. Get rid of them. There's a phrase for it which I can't repeat, but just get rid of them. But the problem is then that you get rid of them. You are breaking the rules. You're trying to basically increase the track opportunity for yourself. A little bit of a different radius, different line through there, but you can create damage, and that's exactly what's happened to that Mercedes there. Something as simple as that, and it's just hit it at the wrong angle. You said, I think you spotted, Simon, that it had broken the bracket behind the front PU, as it were.
Yeah.
And what looks, we see a bit of vibration on track, a simple bracket going up, and you will know. You've had engineers on the radio when you've done something and you've just clipped that and you go, yeah, it's fine, it was in the way. And they go, yeah, but you've just now got collateral. Yeah. And it's that risk, isn't it, of, we think it's great to shave off a thousandth here and a thousandth there, but it can actually do so much more to the car, which has a knock-on effect further down the race, and that's just cost MP a load of time in the pits repairing that.
Exactly that, and the trouble is that sometimes it may well be, in defence. I don't know if it was Karina in the car when the damage occurred, or one of the other drivers, but it could be that you're suddenly lapping someone, or you're passing someone, or someone's passing you, and you end up moving offline to try to either, obviously get out of someone's way or whatever it might be, and then suddenly you find yourself running over one of these things. And it's a difficult one, because here especially, we've made a real big point about the wide open spaces that you have at Paul Ricard. You have these wonderful red and blue stripes, which are so distinctive, that are there to give different levels of friction if the car spins. And also, if you look at it, you can pretty much you can use quite a bit of track in all sorts of different places. Here's a good example. Here at Senior, you see this camera angle is brilliant for showing you just there is just enough. He's not quite over all four wheels off. He's just got two wheels on the curb, although that's off. Yeah, just to illustrate my
exactly.
That is off.
It was almost like you staged that. It was brilliant.
Do you know what's the worst thing about a situation like that, where we just saw the Porsche go off at the double droit de se bercer, is that right? I can never remember the.
Carl will tell you whether it's right or not.
Carl will criticise me whatever I say.
No, just correct you.
Exactly, correct me. Not criticise.
You never criticise, just correct you.
Is that driver will have had a snap of oversteer and run wide and lost time, but that actually would still be seen as a
track limits infringement. Yeah, we saw the Ligier do that exactly on my beginning of this stint. I did exactly that same place. He had a little bit of snap understeer going into there, ran wide and deliberately went the other side of the bollards floppies and came back again. But as you say, he's actually taken up more time because he's used more track time, created a longer distance, but you still might get a track penalty. I think that can also be down to the discretion of officials. If you go off onto a different postcode and come back, there's not a lot of point in adding a penalty to it, but it is up to them.
Exactly. So we've got two of the leading cars in fuel at the moment. Benjamin Pack, and there is the evidence of the MP Motorsport Mercedes damage. Benjamin Pack is in at the moment, taking fuel, as is Alexander Prince. So the cars that were running first and third are now in. That will almost certainly catapult Oliver Bryant in the Era Motorsport car into the lead. And just as I say that, he crosses the line and does exactly that, takes the lead. But as you quite rightly pointed out, it's now 90 minutes that Ollie has been in that car. So he's going to be very much at the point where they're going to be considering bringing him in and doing a driver change, fuel, tyres and driver. So I think it could be quite a short time before we see the 81 Ferrari in the pit lane. So what's going to be interesting for me is which driver in the 28 Mercedes comes back out on track. Is it going to be Maro Engel again, or are they going to be putting one of their other drivers like Jordan Boisson on there? We just saw there a great little shot of where that splitter and that bumper was moving around on the MP car.
And the problem with that is now they're refitting that, but of course it's done other little bits of damage. You mentioned potential bracket failing. As that car's vibrated around and done other damage, you fit on the new front. It sounds easy, take the old front off and put it on. Well, it's not if it's all bent and changed and misshapen. The new part won't go into place, which is exactly what MP are discovering now. So this creates an even longer pit stop of the, they've got the new part, that's not an issue, but you can't fit it.
Yeah.
And you can't put it on loose, clearly. It's got to click in somehow. I am sure at some point some tape will go on it, because you have to have a bit of tape on a race car. It's not just an endurance race otherwise, have you?
Yeah. You haven't earned your stripes.
Exactly. Yeah.
If you do that. I mean,
cable ties and tape.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is family team, a great addition to the Michelin 24H series. It's lovely to see, the mixtures of the Gosner family all sharing that car. But I'm sure they'll be the first ones to admit that across the four drivers, they're not. The pace isn't quite as strong as some of their competitors in the other Mercedes. So they're going to need to, well, not going to need to, but they're going to be there to enjoy themselves. And what a fantastic experience. I think we heard from one of the other Gosners yesterday, I can't remember which one was telling us yesterday. I think it was Manuela was talking to Carla yesterday. She said, it's just lovely. I'm racing with my family. I can't think of anything more fun than doing that, which is great. Patrick Liddy there now coming through. He's currently running in 7th position, and they are 3rd in the AM class. Remember, that car picked up a puncher right at the beginning of the race, and that they had to then kind of come round at an absolute walking pace to get the thing back, so they lost an awful lot of time in doing that. Plus we saw Carla and the camera overseeing them doing some fairly agricultural work on the back of the car to clip off bits and pieces of the splitter and the rear bumper. So Liddy now closing down Ollie Byatt, who both of them on the flashers, to let the 992 ahead of them know they're coming. And I would be at all surprised if Brian is more than aware that that Liddy is behind him. Now down in the pit lane we have a little bit of an update from Carla.
Well, the ones who are watching on the live stream might be able to see Benjamin Pack speaking to Maro Engel after he just got out of the car. I just wanted to point out something that I really enjoy. We did speak about the fact that endurance racing is a team sport within everyone, but especially also in between the drivers. And what we just saw right now is Benjamin Pack getting out. Unfortunately, I didn't recognize exactly who got in, but a 3rd driver getting in. And who was doing the assist for the driver change? It was Maro Engel. So it really is a team effort to get the drivers in and out as quickly as possible. And if someone like Maro Engel has time, he puts on the sleeve that you have to put on in order to be marked to be allowed in the pit lane, and he just goes right in there and helps out. Lovely, lovely sport.
Quite right too, and thank you for that, Carl. And it is, as we potentially or predicted, it is Patrick Charlet who's jumped into that number 28 Get Speed Mercedes for a stint now. So they're going to get to use up his amateur driver, and he's an AM Spirit in that particular car.
Yeah, I mean, when you actually look across the 4 drivers in the Get Speed Mercedes, we know about Engel, we know about Pack. Jordan Boisson is also very quick, not as quick as the other two, but you know, not far off at all. But then Patrick Charlet, he is the true AM. He's the one that is probably going to be lapping 5 or 6 seconds slower than the quicker guys in the car, and that's the nature of sports car racing. It's the same with ERA. They have a true AM in Dwight Merriman, who's going to be jumping in the car at some point this afternoon. And if you look at most of the cars, obviously the Ajit car has Ajit Kumar, clearly a true AM. Alex Prince will hand over to Michael Kroll, same thing there. Patrick Liddy, when that car comes in, they will hand over to I think Adam Osieka. But even Adam, actually, to be fair, all 4 of those drivers in that car are all decent. They're all very good drivers. So I wonder how much longer we're going to see this car on track. 227 laps completed now of the Circuit Paul Ricard, and I expect that Oliver Bryant is going to be very conscious. He was telling me yesterday that his drinks bottle stopped working halfway through the stint yesterday, and I think we've heard that a few times from drivers over the course of the race yesterday and today. And it is literally, of all the places and all the days that could happen, that's a pretty grim thing. Now, what's interesting, Ollie did actually say to me as well, was you know, it's not like you're kind of drinking every lap. It's you get a code 60, and when you're sort of your heart rate goes down a little bit. Talking about drivers helping with driver changes, Pierre Caffer getting stuck in and helping a driver jump in. Couldn't see if it was Michael Doppelmayr getting in that car. We'll find out when the car comes out the pit lane. But it's clearly not. It's
not Pierre Caffer, is it?
Caffer, is it? A little punch in the air there. I think that was a really good stop. They all looked very happy with that at Santalot. Remember, we've already seen a win from them this year in the opening round at Mugello with this driver lineup, and we've also saw them fighting for the win here last year. Last year it was a really great battle between the Santalot car, between the Proton Porsche, and between the Red Out Racing Mercedes. Now Brian pushing on hard, 206.3 last time, sorry, 206.03 last time. So if he can get down into the mid to low 5s, even high 4s, that will be exceptional pace. Kobe de Broeker's in fuel, and I would expect he's going to see a driver change as well. And it's Elia Earhart who's on board that Santalot car, so one of their quicker drivers. In fact, they've got 3 very quick drivers, and it's only really Michael Doppelmayr, who's probably a little bit slower than the others. So it's going to be interesting to see what sort of lap times Elliott can do.
And I've got to say, I mean, it's coming towards the end of its stint, surely fairly soon for Ollie Bryant, but I think he's done an absolutely sterling stint in that car. Decent times, hot conditions. You just mentioned about the drinks bottle that it wasn't working, but he's a fit young lad. Although you say he's young, he's 40. I think he's just turned 40 himself. So
yep.
I'll say young man to him, because he is relative to me. And he'll look at me and go, Snowy, I'm turned 40 this year, and he'll go, yeah, that's what I mean, young man. Yeah, exactly. But all the point, he's a fit lad. He looks after himself. He's racing all the time. You say historics and modern stuff. One of those drivers that can actually blend between the two and do a very, very good job in any car you put him in under. To be honest, or put underneath him, and he has got lots and lots of experience. But I'm super impressed by Ollie Bryant's stint in this car today. I really am. 1 hour 38 now, plus the fact the car's done 44 laps on those tyres.
Yeah, if you look at it, of all of the cars nearer the front, it's by far done the most amount of laps. It's not until you get into some of the 992 cars that have done anywhere close. In fact, of the cars on track at the moment,
it's done the most, hasn't it?
It's only the Vortex, and I think that's probably budget related, as a guess, that has got a set of tyres on that's done any more. They've done.
Well, that said, the Asbest Seat says it's done 83 laps.
Oh yeah, I missed that one. It's all right. I didn't scroll down far enough.
No, it's suddenly it arrested my eye, and I went 83 laps. Are you sure?
So let's rephrase that. Of the GT3 cars, I would suggest therefore that the only other car that's anywhere in the same kind of postcode, as it were, in terms of amount of laps done, is the Due to Racing Audi that's done 33 laps on those tyres, on that set of tyres rather. The Kobe De Bruyke had done 32. Now De Bruyke's now in the pits, and we're watching to see which driver comes out. Will it be Kobe again? I'd be surprised if it was. Ollie Bryant is now in, so our race leader has just come in. Expect this to be a full fuel, and then there will be a driver change and tyres as well. So wouldn't be at all surprised if they put Dwight Merriman in the car for Dwight to complete his drive.
So I'd be very surprised if they didn't, to be honest. That would be my thinking in that team, in that lineup.
I know there's around about 50 minutes of drive time for Dwight left, so that would be just under a stint, if you see what I mean.
So we're just focusing on the car that will soon take the lead again, because the current leading car, Aero Motorsport Ferrari, is in the fuel area with Ollie Bryant. That will then wheedle its way around. 1 hour 30 something, was it 1 hour 38 I think he did into that, and he'll come back into the pits and do a driver change, we believe, to Dwight Merriman, but of course the Lumi rank will tell us properly. The number 28 car with Patrick Charlet, the Get-Speed Mercedes, will retake the lead, and we were just speculating on times there. Patrick Charlet's first representative lap was a 2:12 at the moment. Of course, he's got to get himself dialed into that as well, and we know he is the AM spirit in that, so that's around about what you said. You said about 2:10, 2:12, didn't you? 11s,
yeah,
thereabouts. That's
exactly. And then so if Dwight Merriman is in the car, yesterday Dwight was doing his quickest was, I think he did a mid 2:7, and he was doing regularly lapping in 2:08s. I think the team had set a target if he was like 2:09 or better, they were going to be really happy, and that's, you know, his stint was one of the best stints I've seen Dwight drive for a very long time. He was really in the groove. He's really loving the car. They're obviously, as we've said several times, this is the first time that Aero Motorsport have run the Evolution version of the Ferrari. They've a brand new car that they had delivered from the factory fairly recently in the last couple of weeks, and they're still obviously in the process of getting their heads around that and understanding. Now, good first sector by Nicolas Michelin on board the Due to Racing Audi, and that currently sits in 4th position and 2nd in the AM class behind the Alex Prinzhofer Racing Mercedes. And let's watch with interest to see how the top 3 or 4 shake out once we've seen that stop. Now, Elliott Earhart's dropped, or the car's dropped down a little bit. Obviously, it's just had a full service for fuel and driver and tyres, but expect to see them start to work their way back through again as the various different fuel stops and driver changes and tyre changes pan out.
So what will become leading car very shortly is the Get-Speed Mercedes. That's coming through the final set of left and right onto the pit straight very shortly. Ollie Bryant's Aero Motorsport Ferrari is still in the fuel area, taking on its full load, and will move around very shortly, according to my tracker, which might have a very slight delay on it. But Patrick Charlet will resume the race lead any moment now as it crosses the line in front of us. in the Get Speed PCX. Indeed it does, right on cue, so he goes to the top of that and does a 2:11.7. So again, starting to bring those times down nicely and getting into the groove of that car. He's only done 9 minutes in the car now and 10 laps on that. And we have Carlo Velti down in the pit lane with error.
Yeah, just waiting for that car to come down to the pits. Not quite there yet. I think it's just coming out of the fuel area. So hopefully we will see Ollie Bryan jump out of that car and have a chat with our Carla and find out exactly how everything has gone. And at the moment, it means that, as you quite rightly said, Snowy, Patrick Charlet has moved to the front in the 28 Get Speed car. Alex Prince is still showing as third, but expect that to come in there. You can see Ollie just wandering away as they get Dwight into the car, as we thought that would be the case. And at the front, holding the lollipop of sorts is Oliver Meads, who's the team manager there. The rest of the crew working very hard to make sure that Dwight gets comfortable and gets ready to go. Brand new set of Michelin slicks on the car for him. Full fuel. Once Dwight's in and ready to go, you'll see that lollipop go up. There's Alfie there, physio, sorting everything out, just making sure he's all plugged in. That's done. Door shut, car down. And away we go. And now we have our Carlo who's going to catch up with Ollie Bryan.
Yes, I did grab the man as fast as I could. I'm so sorry. I hope you're okay to stand here. Do you need some water? Or are you fine?
No, I'm fine, thanks. Yeah, that was a bit shorter than yesterday. I did 2 hours 24 yesterday, so temperature's hotter today, but yeah, that was fine. My drink spotter was working, so it was all good.
That was fine, says the man. We had so many that came out of the car absolutely wrecked. You seem rather relaxed. Well, is it just because it was quite smoothly, no incidents, no action, or are you just super fit?
Well, I'm not that fit anymore, but yeah, it was no, it was good. The car was great. Times weren't as quick for everybody today, I think, so I was a little frustrated trying to see where the pace was, but then I realised that it was sufficient for where we needed to be. And the most difficult thing is just not tripping over anybody in traffic. It's very difficult to pass the cup cars as they're so fast in a straight line, so you've got to really be careful with them. But otherwise, no, it was fine. And we kept the Hoffa car behind, which I think we'll probably be fighting later in the race, so that was good. But no real dramas. Car was great. So now it's one last stint for Dwight and then Ryan till the end.
The very special thing about endurance racing, you and I know that, but maybe we have people who have not watched endurance racing that much. It is that we have different cars of different power driving here, also different drivers of different skills. How hard is it to navigate through track with traffic around here, around the Circuit Paul Ricard?
Yeah, this track's not too bad for it because there's quite a lot of room and there's obviously quite a lot of runoff. If you do have to use it, you can. And also the team are able to give you information of who's in the other cars, so you can learn from that. But you know, that's what makes endurance racing great. You know, the variety of cars and the fact that you get to pass people in different classes. So it makes you feel better when you're driving as well.
Well, I'm sure it does. Go get a drink. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carlo Velti there, just caught up with the car that came in from the lead, the Era Motorsport Ferrari, with Ollie Bryan. Just done a super stint in that car, and Dwight Merriman has now taken that car out, as Carl just telling us, with that'll be in P3. It is Patrick Charlet at the wheel of the Get Speed Mercedes that's currently still leading. Just a slightly slower lap, I suspect, through a little bit of traffic there. Good 3/4 of a second slower, 2:12.49, sorry. And Alexander Prince in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, the car that Ollie Bryan mentioned he thinks there will be, Era will be racing with later in the race. So a little bit of information there. 3 hours and 11 minutes to go.
And that is our race leader in the 992 category. It's been a little bit up and down. There's been some really good battles that we've seen that car having, but it's Fabian Dance on board the Red Camels Jordan.NL Porsche, the number 909 car. It's seen such a lot of success for that car over the years. A nice little battle going on there with the HRT car of Seth Gilmore behind, and I think that's Lena, is that Lena Amarish? Couldn't quite see who that was, but certainly was the HRT car there. We're seeing Manuela Gosner on board the 58 car now, and they've got that car fixed and running again, as Patrick Charlet, our race leader, lapping in 2:12.8 last time. Prince 2:05.6, Dwight Merriman yet to do a representative lap. He's just started his first flying lap after his driver change. So let's see how Dwight gets on once he gets into a bit of a groove. Nicolas Michelin sitting there second in the AM class, 4th overall, just ahead of Patrick Lydian. Fair play to that team. You know, they've really bounced back after what was an absolutely awful start for them with a puncher at the beginning of the race. Typical first corner, or first couple of corners where everyone's kind of falling over each other and just got a bit of contact from behind, and unfortunately that was enough to give themselves a puncher. Charlet now needing to just be nice and smooth and consistent. I would suggest they probably will keep him in to finish his minimum drive time as the AM Spirit in the car, and then I wouldn't be at all surprised to see if they put Jordan Boisson in the car. As we said, although Jordan's not quite as quick as Pack and Engel, he's still a very, very quick driver.
Yeah, have they saved a bit of Morrow as well for the end? That was another possibility. I think you're right, Simon. My gut instinct says it'll be Jordan Boisson, but you never know. They might have a little bit of a Morrow trick up their sleeve, as it were, and just pop him in at the end. But that's no disrespect to Jordan or anybody else in the team.
No, totally.
None whatsoever.
It's interesting because speaking to a couple of teams, they were saying that, you know, there are occasions when they may have two drivers which are quite similar on pace. So the Pack and Engel example is the best one. And they're yes, of course, Morrow is super fast, but Benjamin is pretty close as the car just comes in. I think that was Nicolas Michelin just come into the pits just in the corner of our shot. Well, my point really is that the driver change, if they think, right, let's put our absolute mega in, it does actually add quite a bit of time to that stop. So if they can run with the same driver, like you heard Ollie Bryant talk about, we'll put Ryan into the end, we'll put Ryan Diel into the end. Now, Ryan and Jake Hill are very equal on times in the lap times that they do, but Jake has been slightly quicker of the two. So you could argue that if it's in a dogfight to try and win the race, you want your fastest driver in the car. But if you lose more time because you're changing drivers, and the driver that's not quite the fastest but is almost the fastest can still do the times that you need to do,
exactly, that's
you
the
might
point.
as well just avoid the risk and keep that driver in the car. And obviously, you know, when you've got, as ERA have, as Get Speed have, certainly as people like the Proton car have, and also things like the Agita car, at least two very, very good drivers in that car, then you can run with either of them. Now, down in the pit lane, we have another update from Carla with CP Motorsport.
Guys need to be very aware of, and when I say you guys, it's everyone who's watching and listening. It is the role that the mechanics are playing, mechanics and engineers. But what I want to point out right here is the mechanics, because they actually have a really hard job because they need to wait constantly, and that's going to sound really, really ridiculous, and I don't mean that disrespectful at all, quite the opposite. They need to be up and running whenever the car comes in to change tires, change the driver, make sure the car is all right, and that as quickly as possible. But then they have a break of roughly an hour, because one stint is of roughly an hour long, and then they sit around. And I think we all know what sitting around does with a person. You get tired. So they always need to find a way to get back up with the energy just before the car comes in and restore the energy once they are set down again.
Yeah, we saw yesterday the Krone Racing team doing press-ups as a group, and we heard from Philip Hamprecht. It was said, yeah, we got this one Finnish mechanic. He's a bit of a loon, so he gets us doing all kinds of crazy stuff, and you know, 1 minute
keep him occupied.
Occupied. It's become quite a standard thing. It's a really good point that Carla makes, is that, you know, the mechanics and the engineers have this. Well, the engineers, it's a really challenging job because they are literally glued to the timing screens and they're listening to the radio constantly. So quite often in 24-hour races, you'll see engineers, other than, you know, maybe a short comfort break and possibly a bit of a food break, and if they're really lucky, maybe a little bit of a rest, they're there more or less all because they can't lose the thread of the race.
That's exactly the point. Yeah, we make the joke about coiled spring, you know, but you're sitting there and it seems like, certainly if you see images of the camera and like Seb or something just points into the garage, and they're all sitting there in chairs, and it all looks like they're very relaxed. They're not. They're watching every single bit, and as are the engineers, the spreadsheet specialists, as I call them, and they'll be watching everything all the time. And something will change, and it might be something as simple, and we've seen it in this race a couple of times. It might be a code 60 simply for debris, like it was yesterday, but that changes the face of the race, and that can suddenly, oh, I can see an opportunity, or is that to our advantage? How do we maximise this, or how do we not lose out because of this? And that's where you're there all the time, ready to go.
Yeah, and it's a very mentally difficult situation to be in for all of the crew, the engineers. If you go in and look at every single person's role there, they're all equally as important. But like, for example, we saw another feature that Carla did about tyres and tyre warmers yesterday. You know, those team members are absolutely making sure each tyres are marked up, each tyres are pressured correctly, each tyres are either in the ovens or in the blankets, whichever way they tend to use it, and are absolutely ready to go as and when they need to be called upon. So there's so many different elements to it. But you see the famous shots at Le Mans every year of the mechanics asleep in the chairs, you know, during the spot, and that's it. You have to, you know, as Carla said, they're out. The car's out, should be out for about an hour unless there's any problem with the car. If it's running smoothly, it'll stay for at least an hour. In the case, I think of say Hypercar at Le Mans, maybe it's shorter, maybe 40 minutes, something like that. But they usually get something in the region of around about sort of half an hour or so. So Nick Johnson there in the Tracy Crone car down the inside. Is that a change for position? Let's have a little look. Not sure if it is. I think that might just be lapping the Seb Lejeune car, because Nick's currently being shown as 5th and 3rd in the AM class in that car. So the leader still Fabian Dance, but that car has just come in for fuel. So Fabian Dance comes in for fuel. That's probably going to put the Conrad Laveau Muller Motorsport car into the lead of the class, with the HRT performance car that we saw James Kellett on board earlier, the bright yellow car. That's currently sitting 3rd and leading the AM class. So that's where we are with the 992s. Still the Vortex leads as the only car in GTX. Still the Toyota leads as the only car in GT4. And the Not Only Motorsport car has done 191 laps. He's still going strong, the little Ligier, with the Stephen Terlich Asbest Racing Seat running around about 12 laps behind after its fairly lengthy delay.
Now, to get on our time screens, incidents involving cars 920 and 930 under investigation. 920 is Jean-Paul Dominici in the Chazelle Technologies Porsche, and number 930 is Seth Gilmore in the HRT Performance Porsche, both obviously from the 992 class, 16th and 23rd on track. So I'm not quite sure what's happened with those two, but that's currently under investigation. We'll keep an eye on penalties screen as well, just to see if that comes or amounts to anything.
So at the front, it's a 37.36 lead that Patrick Charlet has over Alex Prince. But let's just take a look at that. Last time through, there was a 6-second, in fact, a 7-second advantage to Alex Prince in 2nd place. So on that basis, you would suggest that lead could get squeezed down fairly quickly.
Yeah, 2 laps time, it's going to be close, isn't it?
Yeah, he's going to start to bring that down very, very quickly, isn't it? So it's shown as 1 lap because they've just crossed the line. I'm just looking at where they are relative to each other. So the 11 car is coming out the final turn. The 28 race leader is just going through the section at camp and hotel before it goes through
turn 5 and 6, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, at 5 and 6 at the moment. And just now then Alex Prince crosses the line. 31 seconds is the lead, 7 seconds is the difference in lap times. So what's that, 4 and a bit laps, maybe 5 laps if they both stay on track at that time. And looking at it, it's a pretty good chance that they will be. It's 22 minutes has Patrick Charlet done, an hour and 5 has Alex Prince done. So he's obviously extending. He must be getting close to needing a stop. But it says the tyre age is 11, so I think they maybe have had a stop and got some fuel in the last few laps. So he's obviously just double stinted as a driver. as Stephen Tierlink is still going in the little Asbest Seat. Great to see these folks turn up every race, go out and have a really good time of it, enjoy themselves.
I mentioned that under investigation between cars 920 and 930, the Giselle Technology Porsche and the HRT Performance Porsche. That has now come up as causing a collision for the 930. So the Seth Gilmore driven HRT Performance entry Porsche there has been deemed to cause the collision with Jean-Paul Dominici in the Giselle Technology car, and that has warranted him a 15-second time penalty for infringement of General Code of Driving Conduct. So that's now been issued to the car 930 HRT Performance Porsche, so we'll need to serve that at some point. What harm that has done to the Giselle Technology Porsche, I'm not sure. That's still running and circulating and doesn't appear to be any slower than it was, so that's not quite sure. We haven't actually seen that.
So we're hearing that it's Luke Breikers that's going to be jumping on board the Red Camel Jordan.nl. I think with Fabian Danz climbing out. I think Rick is probably the slightly quicker of the two Breikers boys. With Ifo, the dad, is certainly about the same sort of pace as, you know, some of the other Rams, but good job by Fabian Danz. He's going to be pleased with that. And I would expect that they will cycle themselves back towards the front as the other stops play out. They've now dropped to third in class and second in the 992 category as opposed to the 992 AM category. Meanwhile, we look on track at Alex Prince, now 25 seconds behind Patrick Charlet. Really good lap also by the third place car last time, 209.7 for Dwight Merriman, which is his personal best that he's done in the car so far. And for the AM drivers like that, he's about 2 seconds quicker than the leader, Patrick Charlet, at the moment. And that puts a little bit of context in it of just where the race could be won and lost as to who's got the quickest of the amateur drivers. That's really, in my opinion, one of the most significant parts. So, we've had a fascinating race so far. Let's have a little look and see how things have gone so far with some highlights of day 2 of the race so far. So, formed up on the grid early this morning, and side by side it was Joel Sturm in the Proton competition Porsche that started the race with Torsten Kratz on board the Hoffa Racing. A couple of cars scattering all over the place, and very quickly you could just about see the Get Speed, the 286 car that had a puncher early on. Didn't take long for, firstly, Maro Engel to get himself up into the lead. We also saw Jake Hill work his way up into second place in the Era Motorsport. Problems for the Haas RT car with an ABS issue and wheels locking. Fantastic battle between Mullner and between the Red Camel's car, and a bit of contact we saw as well. So various different stops rotating through. Bit of a contact with a floppy there from James Kellett on board the HRT car. And then we saw some tremendous action as Benji Pack started working his way back through the pack once he got on board. And then Alex Prince and Ollie Bryant had a really good scrap for a while. Damage from hitting the floppy to the MP Motorsport car meant that they had a fairly lengthy stop to replace that. And there's Pierre Caffer getting stuck in with the pit stop. Ollie Bryant and the Viper Nisa car having a good little battle there, and the Porsche battles were absolutely fierce throughout, as they always are in the 992 category. Some fabulous drone shots from our drone operators, and we go back to the action with the lead now coming down to 20.6 seconds that Patrick Charlet has over Alex Prince. So that's coming down in big chunks, 6 seconds a lap before. So this is the situation. Get Speed Team PCX currently leader in GT3, ahead of Hoffa Racing, leader of the AM category of GT3. Era Motorsport in their Ferrari sit there in third, ahead of the other Get Speed car, currently being driven by Patrick Liddy. Santaloc Junior Team's Audi is in fourth. Further down the order, we see Duta Racing, Viper Nisa Racing, and then we get into the Porsche 992 class. HRT Performance, the 928 car, currently leading in that class with Jonathan Kearney on board, from Wilner Motorsport and Red Camels, who have just made a stop. Chazelle, RPM, Orchid Racing Team, Van Berlo Motorsport, and Seb Blajou round out the top 20 and the first 7 cars in the 992 category. More 992s. We've always got a big grid of 992s. Seb Blajou, the 910 car, just ahead of Due to Racing's Audi, which has had a few dramas along the way. The QMMF by HRT Performance, which has been so strong in the AM class, had big problems at the start of the race yesterday. That's just ahead of the Vortex, the lone GTX category car that's obviously leading as a result. And then a bit further down in 28 is the Circuit Toys Toyota Supra. Again, the sole GT4 car. And at the back, it is the battle for the TCX class between Gino Rocchio in Not Only Motorsports Ligier and Stephen Turling in Asbest Racing Seat. So there we go, folks. More drone shots, fabulous stuff. We've had another driver change of our own coming up, and we're very, very happy to be welcoming back Peter McKay after he has been fed and watered. So we're going to see how the rest of this race unfolds, Pete, and what your thoughts are on how things are panning out.
Thank you, Simon. Yes, I am very well fed and watered. We're always very well looked after here in the Michelin 24-hour series. The team from W Racing Project providing the catering. They also do the catering for the Hyundai World Rally team as well. So they are some of the very best in the business. 2 hours and 54 minutes to go, and it's just sort of building nicely. Who's going to get the strategical sums right? You know, code 60s. Do we have any in the next 2 hours 54 minutes? If so, how long do they go on for? What do you do? They can make a big difference in how the races play out.
Completely, and as we've just been watching now, the other interesting fact is where you have the difference between the pro and the AM, or the semi-pro and the AM, and that's being played out at the front at the moment. Patrick Charlet, the AM Spirit driver, on board the pole position winning car, the Get Speed PCX, tomorrow. Engel, Benji Pack, Jordan Boisson, the other drivers in that car. He's lapping in the 212s, and Alex Prince, that we see on our screens now, lapping in the 206s in the silver and pink Hoffa Motorsport car. That's been very strong all day. He's got that gap down to 15 seconds. We've just seen, or we're just about to see, the 28 car, the lead, across the line now, and we'll watch to see how that gap has changed. It's showing it's just about to click over to 240 laps, and what has the gap ended up down to 9.5 seconds now. So there is a charging Alex Prince, who is obviously very much got his sights set on getting that car up into the lead, and with around about a 5-second advantage on lap times, a couple of laps should do it.
He's on the move, yeah, really on the move, and well into his stint now. He's been in the car for 1 hour and 14 minutes, so it'll be getting hot in there. It's I'd say it's pleasant at the moment, around 28 degrees Celsius outside, but certainly more pleasant out the car than in the car with regards to the heat. Nick Jonsson takes out the Krone Racing number 907 in the 992 category. At the moment, they are sitting 5th in the AM class. Been a fairly quiet weekend, actually, for Krone Racing. We normally see them finding right up the sharp end, but it's just not quite been their weekend.
No, they haven't really quite had the rhythm that you would have expected to have seen from the standard of drivers and the team that they have. They're a really top team. They had a pretty tumultuous time at Spa, off in the gravel a couple of times. So they've had a better weekend compared to that one, that's for sure. But it's just so competitive. You know, you look at the 13 cars that are entered in the 992 category, and pretty much half of that grid at the start of the race, you say, yeah, really good chance of any of them getting a win. And I'd say almost all of the cars in that category got a chance of getting a podium. That's how competitive it is, and that's how varied it is. We see on screen there now the Dwight Merriman-driven Ferrari, with Elliot Earhart now starting to close down on that car. Earhart now lapping around about 4 seconds quicker than Dwight. So it looks like that's potentially going to be a change of position. And that would be not just for the overall position, but also for the Pro-Am category. Remember, we have Pro-Am and Am category cars entered here. The leader overall, Patrick Charlet, is in Pro-Am with the leading Am car, the second place car, Alex Prince, that's closing down on him now, down to just 6 seconds. So that is the cars that are, and I'm looking at where Manuel Lauk is. I think he's a lap behind. Yes, so that blue and orange Porsche that's behind Elliot Earhart is a lap down on that car, so that's not a change for position per se, although they are only a couple of places apart. Elliot Earhart 4th and Manuel Lauk 7th, so not much in it.
Has been a remarkably competitive field this weekend, and again, with no gravel traps, big runoffs, etc., the attrition rate has been a lot lower, so it's been really tight in terms of the competition. One car that was running quite firmly up the front, the 286 Get Speed car, has just come into the pits and right at the feet of Carla Velti.
Exactly, quite literally right at the field. Patrick Liddy, who's currently in the car, came in flying so hot that little board that they used to tell him where to stop literally flew into my direction. I mean, you guys speaking about 29.3 degrees being quite nice. I am going to go and look for this thing that measures the temperature of the track, because it feels like I'm being burned from underneath up, because the track temperature is what is so excruciatingly hot when it's this hot in the air. So I will figure out exactly, but I'm going to tell you one thing, it is not pleasant in the pit lane.
No, I can imagine not. It has been direct sunlight really on the track since we came in this morning. It's a bit of a moment for Manuel Lauk behind Elliot Earhart, who's just switched into 3rd position, gone past Dwight Merriman in the number 81 Ferrari.
Yeah, so Lauk, we saw just how committed a driver Manuel Lauk was at the end of the race at Spa, with that fierce, and that's the word I would use, a fierce battle with the Ajith Redan racing car. And there you can see now Hoffa Racing just 4.3 seconds. In fact, to be fair to Patrick Charlet, he's suddenly found a little bit more pace. He's increased his pace by a couple of seconds a lap in the last few laps. So it's down to 4.3 seconds now. And last time round, the gap in terms of lap times was 209.545 for Charlet in the lead in the Get Speed 28 car, with a 206.989 for Alex Prince. So just around about just over 3 and a bit seconds was the difference. So he'll be right on the back of Charlet within a lap or so on that basis.
Seems so. Yeah, Alexander Prince so consistent behind the wheels. You very rarely see him make any errors. Got another Mercedes in between him and Charlet, though, because the MP Racing Mercedes is there running, unfortunately, a few laps down. Manuela Gosner at the wheel of that car, racing with her sister, her brother, and her dad.
I know. In fact, that is the ultimate family affair, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd want to do that. Well, I haven't got any brothers and sisters, so I couldn't.
Me neither.
But, there you go. So that's answered that problem straight away. But anyway, yeah, I know that my sister would probably, my daughter would definitely not want to race with her brother. That's for sure. Because of they're just a needle. There's this brotherly sisterly love. It's affectionate needle, but it's needle nevertheless. So anyway, Charlet now crosses the line soon. Where's he gone? I've lost him on our screen. No, he's not
coming
quite there
around
yet.
Galaban at the moment, but he's now got his mirrors full of Alexander Prince. Prince getting closer and closer all the time. The black and pink AMG of Get Speed PCX and the grey and pink AMG of Hofer Racing getting quite close together on track now as they come out of Virage Dupont. It's going to be a much tighter margin. It was 4.3. This time it's going to come down a lot. Charlet a 209.5, 206 flat for Prince, so a big swap over there. Charlet, though, he's doing exactly what he needs to do at this moment in time. 209, 209, 209. If he can do the whole stint like that, he's playing his part, because we know that's capable of a 202.4 in the hands of Maro Engel. So here comes, for the race lead then, Alexander Prince side by side goes through. Charlet lets him go. Very wise indeed. No need to fight that one too hard. So Prince goes into the lead of the race then. 37 minutes, sorry, an hour and 20 minutes into his stint. Charlet 37 minutes into his stint.
Yeah, and as a point of reference, Charlet and Dwight Merriman are the two sort of Am Spirit drivers that are in their cars that are running at the front, and they're lapping at pretty much identical speed, 209.5 for Charlet, 209.3 for Merriman, so that's a really good point of reference for them. Other drivers that are sort of in around the sort of 6s and 7s are the drivers you'd expect to be a little bit quicker because they're just a bit more experienced or just a little bit of a different level as a result. So yeah, not a surprise really that we've seen a lead change. Not also a surprise that Eddie Earhart has got himself up into third, but he's still, because of strategy and such like, he's still a little bit off of those two leading cars in terms of they're showing us 2:41 laps, which is what Dwight Merriman is shown as is Oliver Campos. Now that car's been quietly going about its business, hasn't it? The E2P Aston Martin. It's shown a lot of pace in the past, but rarely have we seen it consistently right in the mix. He seems to have had a lot of drama surrounding it. Lucas Sigliano on in the 994 car that we see on screen there, just being passed by Jonathan Kearney. Sorry, it's James Kellett now back aboard the HRT car. It was Jonathan Kearney up until fairly recently.
Little issue a moment ago for the 994 Chazelle Technology course car of Lucas Siliano. Looking at the penalties screen, there's a few penalties hanging over several cars. The number 925 of Van Berlo Motorsport, that has a 10-second time penalty to serve, as does, in fact, it's got 20 seconds worth of penalties to serve, one for false start and one for overtaking another car outside of the track. Also, the 911, that is the Racing Experiences car, that's still in the pits, so that's kind of done. But the bigger news, 15-second time penalty, number 81 era Ferrari, causing a collision issued at 2:36. So would have happened before then. I don't know if that would have been when Dwight Merriman was in the car or not 30 minutes ago. Hard to say. Hard to say.
Could have been, you know, you think that how much driving we've done today, it could have been any one of the three drivers that have been in the car, and perhaps a penalty's only just been applied.
Yeah.
As we see, Alex Prince now just pushing his way through. Now, it's difficult to say at this stage. 15 seconds is yes, you could do without it, obviously, but it's more significant as we get later in the race. If they can take that, they'll probably take that penalty when they next come in. Dwight has now done just exactly 30 minutes in the car, so has around about another 20 minutes to do, I think, before his drive time's up, and then they would then put Ryan Diel in the car. And as we heard from Ollie Bryant earlier, Ryan will run to the finish, and then we see, obviously, you know, the car will be at probably at its ultimate pace at that stage. So might be able to find a little bit of time. We may get a bit of a break with code 60s, and that 15 seconds can be you know, made up fairly easily.
Yeah, and of course it can go the other way. There could be penalties applied all over the field too. Alexander Prince taking this clean air and really using it, keeping a nice consistent pace around a 2:06.1 last time by. Just about a second and a half off the car's ultimate pace at the moment, but excuse me, that's not the name of the game. Well, there he goes, 2:05.4 to increase the gap out as well. Now he can, regardless of the fuel situation, he can drive the car for another hour and 6 minutes, no more, because then he would exceed his maximum stint time. So has to keep an eye on that, and of course, but the fuel tank will be running dry by the time that comes around. But of course, we have seen a few interruptions today of code 60 where teams have been able to come in to put in little top-ups, up to 25% for most cars. Some get a little bit more depending on their class.
Yeah, and that could be quite significant once we get the timing right. You know, we had the situation earlier with the code 60 when the Asbest Seat had stopped, and that looked like it was going to be a sort of an okay length of code 60, but then, as we've seen a couple of times over the duration of the race, the organisers decided then, whilst they had a code 60, to do their sort of fairly regular kind of track cleanup, where they were putting the floppies back and the markers and all that kind of stuff, and that extended the code 60 a little bit longer, probably another lap or two than it would have been, which is totally understandable. But I think when the teams were basing it on what they could see was happening on track, i.e. that the Asbest Seat had been towed off by the ATV and was just about to be dragged back to the pits, they thought, right, we're about to go. They went, oh, hang on a minute, folks. Let's have a tidy up first. Let's sort it all out before we get going.
But like when you go and you're getting something changed on your car, they go, well, while we're in there, oh, this might need changed, and that might need changed.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll save yourself an hour's labour. Okay, thanks so much.
Will you now?
Yeah, great.
Dwight Merriman's just set his personal best in the car for today, 2:08.709. Prince lapping in the lead at 2:05.4. Patrick Charlet in second, 2:09.7. Elia Earhart up to third now, 2:05.1. Then Merriman, Oliver Campos, 2:07.2. And Ayrton Redon on board the Agis Redon car now, 2:05.3. So the quicker drivers on track in the sort of the mid 2:04s, low 2:05s. That's about the pace I think that everybody's expected. There's obviously everyone's pace, and then there's Maro Engel.
Yeah, he has been in his own Premier League of performance, hasn't he? 2:04.9 last time by for Alexander Prince. Meanwhile, HRT, they are with Igor Sorokin on board right now, sitting second in the 992 AM category. Looks like they just moved ahead of, no, they're just going by on track the 994 of Lucas Siliano, but they're running several laps behind. We saw that HRT bright yellow car absolutely flying in the opening stint in the hands of James Kellett, but in 992 it's been Red Camel Jordans who have had a superb day so far here at Circuit Paul Ricard. They lead and are looking strong on strategy as well. And yesterday they were more dominant, I would say, than they were in the first couple of hours today, but then they've now just started to redress that balance and take their control back again.
Exactly. Obviously, as you scroll through the drivers, you can see where, as we said all along, that'll ebb and flow as well between who's in the car. Luke and Rick Breukers, and previously Fabian Dance are the quicker of the drivers in there. Ivo Breukers is probably a little bit off of his son's plural pace, but still does a very solid job. But looking at what's going on at the front in that respect, there's a few green laps being set, as in personal bests or best of that car. Arnus Kozlauskas in the Duta 71 car. That's isn't that the one with the great hot dogs?
Circle K.
Circle K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You never had a Circle K hot dog?
I don't think I have. I think I remember. He just set a 2:04. Then Dominic Ang in the Vipanese, 2:04.5. And Vasily Vladikin in the Continental race in the silver car, 2:04.5. So they're all lapping about the same place in the timing screen and lapping very, very well.
Circle K hot dogs, so nice. You got to go for the double dog as well. And it's in like a toasted bun. And then the sauce goes in first and then sort of goes in beside the hot dog.
Like it. Yeah, sounds amazing.
Anywhere in the general Scandinavia, Baltic region, you'll find a Circle K, but particularly when you're out on rallies and you just come over a crest and you see this red Circle K there and you go, here we go.
That's lunch sorted, or dinner, or both, or breakfast. Right, Merriman there, still lapping very well in the Era Motorsport Ferrari, the lone Ferrari in the event this weekend. We've seen a few others over the year. We saw Pellin Racing earlier in the year, and obviously, surprisingly enough, actually, when we were at Mugello, which is the one place you'd think, in Italy, it's actually a Ferrari-owned track. Era with the only Ferrari there.
No way, because last year I was at that event, and Kessel had at least one car.
Yeah, Kessel had one, maybe two. There was Pellin
with two there.
Era.
One.
Scuderia Praha had a car as well. I think maybe Dragon. Dragon definitely had a car during this season, but I can't remember if it was that particular event.
Yeah, it's a really popular car around the world in GT racing. There's a lot of them racing IMSA, of course, in the World Endurance Championship as well. 2.9 litre V6. In fact, it'll be the smallest. Yeah, it'll be the smallest engine of any GT3 car, but big turbocharger on it. Plenty power, plenty grunt. And a new Evo package, and you would think gear ratios aren't a very, sexy thing to talk about, but they really changed the feel of that car, from what we're told.
Yeah, all of the drivers, all four of the Era drivers have all said that's one of the things you notice most. It's just a bit of everything. The balance is good. We've got a Code 60. We're just seeing Pete on the screen. What's this going to do?
It's going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons, that's for sure. Code 60, which I'm not sure quite where this Code 60 is for. There's debris on track at turn 7. That's again coming out onto the Mistral straight. So we're going to go Code 60, and indeed we have, with the race leader just coming around turn 2 at the moment. So Hoffer Racing, will they get a chance to pit here under the Code 60? Meanwhile, where's the number 18 Audi for Santalok is just coming around turn 9. So they might get a chance to come in and get a sneaky top up. Quite a few cars have just missed the opportunity, including, critically, the Get Speed PCX car, which actually has not taken fuel on any of the Code 60s we've seen so far.
No, they've got a very particular strategy when it comes to that, haven't they? Obviously, we've seen them thinking that one through in a particular way. The cars that are closest to the pit lane that may well potentially dive in are actually all, there's 4 992 classes car. There's the 974, which is Ahmad El Emadi in the QMMF by HRT car that we saw have dramas at the start of the race yesterday. Then the race leader in 992, the Luke Breukers car. That's the next one along the road, followed by the 907 of Nick Johnson, which is the RPM car, the bright green and blue car. And finally, the 930, which is the dark blue Seth Gilmore HRT performance car. After that, we then have 3 GT3 cars that are next in line, as it were. Manuel Lauck in the Proton Competition Porsche, Patrick Liddy in the Get Speed team JR286 Merc, and finally Elliot Earhart, our 3rd position driver in the Santalok Audi. Beyond that, Dwight Merriman, who's in 4th place, is currently just coming out of the North Chicane with a few more 992 cars in between them.
And interestingly, the Red Camel Jordan's team have not brought their car in. Normally, under Code 60, they love to come in and fill up. That's quite unusual. They did have the opportunity to do so. The 907 RPM car has come in to the pit lane. And there's a little bunch of GT3 cars that all have a hold on a good result. The 73 Proton Porsche, the 286 Get Speed Mercedes, and the 18 Santalok Audi that are just coming up to the entry to the pit lane now. So they may take their opportunity to come in and have a quick splash, because every Code 60 we've seen, there's always been a little bit more. That's never been a sort of into Code 60 and out of it. There's always been about 5, maybe even 10 minutes of it while course repairs go on, and the floppies that have been disposed of several times. There's a few of them left at the exit of Signé. So the 286 Get Speed Mercedes has come in, but the Santalok Audi and the Proton Porsche have not. So they're obviously thinking this isn't going to be a long Code 60.
Yeah, well, in theory, it shouldn't be really, because it should only take a couple of laps to clear up whatever debris is, but we don't know how bad it is really. Can't really see the whole of the track, so there could be bits and pieces everywhere that are having to really do some work to get everything done. Now, if they're going to do it, they need to do it properly. Obviously, that's their logic behind it. If they're going to get everything sorted, then that's what you need to do. Once again, I'm marvelling at our drone pilots doing a fabulous job of zooming through the trees and showing us what's going on, and picking out the House RT, the 2 car of, sorry, not the 2 car, the 21 car. Wait, no, is it the same about it?
It's the 2.
It is the 2.
Yeah.
This must be a replay then, because it's showing Sima Balkan is in the pits at the moment. So this must be a replay. Replay.
He's been just come out of the.
Just
the
come
pits,
out. That's
yeah.
right. Yeah, sorry, being a stupid person there, and I forgot. I forgot the O means out, doesn't it? It was in fuel a moment ago. Patrick Liddy is in fuel. Seb Lejeune in the Seb Lejeune car is in fuel as well, as is Seth Gilmore in the 930 car. Whereas in the pit lane themselves is the Nick Johnson RPM car, Ahmed Ahmadi, and also the driving experiences Porsche as well.
E2P have decided to come in with the Aston Martin with Oliver Campos on board, whereas the number 81 Aero Motorsport Ferrari, they've decided to keep going. But this is probably pretty good timing for them to get the last little bit of Dwight Merriman's driver time done under Code 60.
Well, I've got...
That's a, you know, we talked about it yesterday. You and I are as quick as Maro Engel in a Code 60.
Exactly.
So if your weaker driver is in the car during a Code 60,
Yep.
It works quite nicely.
You'll hear the phrase engineers will use using up the drive time, and that's quite a significant. And when you're in, Alex Prince has just come in, by the way, from the race lead. We've just seen his car dive in. That was not a surprise, really, considering. I think had he had better track position, that would have been the case before.
No fuel for them.
That can't be right, surely.
Yeah, they've not come to fuel.
Why would they do that?
Maybe they think the code's they're doing a driver change, new tyres, but they feel like the Code 60 is going to go and they don't want to get caught in the fuel.
Right, okay, makes sense. Yeah, so and maybe, you know, obviously they must have, I think Prince actually did do a stop midway through his stint, so was perhaps they weren't quite as marginal on fuel as some of the other cars in that sort of general vicinity, as it were. But you're right, the Dwight Merriman example is a good one. So he's now showing us 43 minutes in the car of his stint time. I've got a feeling from conversations I overheard that he's got to do something like 47 minutes. So on that basis, he is currently coming out of turn 6. If it stays purple, it's purple. If it stays code 60, meaning obviously where the purple flags are out, then there is a good chance that may be the case, and then he'll come in at the end of this lap. But just as we said that, of course I'm wrong.
Green flag.
You knew that was going to happen, folks, didn't you? As soon as I come up with my wonderful theory that was completely debunked by the green flag coming out straight away, off we go again.
But if it is 47 minutes that they need Dwight Merriman to do, he's just coming up to 44, so 2 laps more and they can come in and of course then while putting under green they can put a full tank of fuel in, and that then hands over 2.5. Well, they could put Ryan DL into the finish.
They could indeed, yeah. We're just under 2 hours and 30 now, aren't we? So that is your maximum drive time, isn't it? 2 hours 30. So it could have actually worked out quite nicely for them, couldn't it? I think they may have actually had a bit of what they would say a right result in that respect. So yeah, watching at the front, Max Partle is now on board the Hofer racing car. When that starts to shake itself out, Charlot's still in the get speed car now. He's only done 55 minutes. Now I've got a feeling he probably needs to do about another, or complete a full stint worth, which is about another 15 minutes, I think. That's just me guessing based on where I think he was in terms of drive time yesterday. Elliot Earhart, meanwhile, hasn't been in the car that long, 52 minutes. Whereas, as we've just said, Dwight is now just ticked over to 45 minutes. So he's just crossed the line now. Now, if it is, as I think I may have heard correctly, 47 minutes, then he's going to be lapping in around about 2:08, something like that. That's going to basically just about get him round in the right sort of time to be able to come in at the end of this lap, if that is the case. So that's going to be quite a significant situation for the folks at Era Motorsport.
2 hours 28 minutes to go. We're coming in towards the business end of the 2026 Michelin 12 hours of Paul Ricard, the third round of the 2026 European season for the Michelin 24-hour series. Max Partle leads the motor race for Hofer Racing. He may not have been able to top up the Mercedes AMG number 11 during that code 60, but he was able to take the car over from Alexander Prince and a fresh set of Michelin tyres critically, which will really help pace-wise as well. And of course, a car without a full fuel load and new tyres, you could be able to pop in some really quick laps there. Patrick Charlet has just brought in the Get Speed Team PCX Mercedes. 2 hours 27 minutes to go. So in theory, they could stint-wise, maximum stint-wise, they could put Engel in, but I don't think they've got 2 hours and 27 minutes of Maro Engel driver time left, so they'll need to split that last part between Benjamin Pack and Maro Engel.
Yeah, I'm sure Engel's done a couple of hours.
Hour and 45, maybe an hour.
Yeah,
no, longer. Like, you're right, over 2 hours.
He's definitely done over 2 hours. So, the most you could get out of your Maro is about another hour. I would say an hour and a bit. Whereas with Boisson, I think him pretty close to being able to pit Dwight. He's got 20 20 laps on those tyres. And they're probably starting to have a little bit of a scream now, aren't they? Remember Ollie Bryant, when he was in the car, 44 laps on his tyres when he came in at the end of that double stint that he did. Bartel now leading by just over a minute from Elliot Earhart. Well, I think that's a really interesting strategy, because I'm with you on that one, Pete Mackay. I think they didn't take fuel. I think they just did a driver change.
They definitely didn't go to fuel.
They just came down the pit lane, changed the drivers and tyres, and off they went again. So
because when the Code 60 came out, they couldn't have been further away. They were right out along the other end of the circuit. So
they'd literally just crossed the start line, hadn't they, when the Code 60 came out?
And they just about made it in. Now, 2 hours 25 minutes to go as Get Speed are just on their way out of fuel, or it's actually still in fuel, so they're getting a full tank. That means they can get home on one more stop with no more Code 60.
Get home on one more stop, and I would wonder if they would therefore maybe split Boisson and Pack as their two drivers, because Pack is not far off. But we might get a bit of an update. We're talking about Get Speed.
Let's go down to the pits with Snowy.
I only joined in because Simon is, of course, absolutely right. The Get Speed Mercedes is on its way back from a full tank of fuel, and standing in the pits is Ben Pack, ready to go. And his assistant, with his baseball cap on, backwards looking very cool, is, of course, Mario Engel. It's all about teamwork. He's got his armband on, so he's not now. Hang on, we're going to do Ben first, one at a time. Engel's not going back in a T-shirt at the moment. So the car is with us now. And Mario Engel there, just like he's on a golf course there. You know all about this, Peter. Just clearing out the rubber out of the way for that car before it even stops there. Just making it all nice and tidy on the tee, ready for Patrick Charlet to hop out of that car, which he's done very deftly. He actually has a very neat way of throwing himself out of the car, leg first, and then pops out his head, and then complete reverse for Ben Pack to go straight in. Okay, will do. So I'm going to catch Mauro Engel if I can. Mauro, so you've got your armband on there and you're doing your sterling service there. Are you going to go back in the car before the end of the race?
Yeah, I've got a little bit of drive time left, so Benji in the car now, and then I'll get in after him.
So how long will Benji be in the car for now?
A bit over an hour, I think, so just so that I can get in, but obviously it depends on Code 60s.
You're looking very cool and very calm. I know you spent so much time in this model of car, but you just don't look at all like. I love how you cleared out the bit of the pit lane there and got some of the marbles out of the way before Ben got in. Was that to make sure it didn't go on the soles of his shoes or something?
Yeah, just to make sure we don't take anything in the car we don't need in there.
Extra weight?
Probably not the weight, but I think if you have that on your boots, it's probably not the best thing.
Okay, well, we look forward to seeing you in the car later. Thank you, Mauro.
Thanks, Peter.
There you go. There you go. Question answered from Mauro Engel. So Mauro wearing the armband there as the driver assistant. He opens the door, quickly rips the belts off. That allows Patrick Charlet to jump out as quick as possible. Out he goes. Then it was a case of getting Benjamin Pack in. His seat air insert goes in. And a professional race team at work there. Get Speed arm up to say that's the wheel and tyre on. And ideally, you want to get the driver change done in the time that the tyres go on, but that wasn't far away from it. Lovely pit stop.
Slickly done, and I don't just mean the tyres.
Meanwhile, Aero Motorsport in fuel. So Dwight Merriman has completed his driver time, 2 hours and 22 minutes left on the clock. Will be making his way down to the pits now, out of fueling, and like the Get Speed team, will be able to get home on just one more stop.
Yeah, so that car's just finishing fuel. I think it's just started to move out of the fuel area, or fueling area rather. Also down there at the moment is the 2-car of Simon Balkan. Now, interestingly, that had, if you remember, that had actually come in because I got a bit confused. I saw an outlap, and so it clearly had been in already. So I think they maybe got fuel under Code 60, and now they've gone in and topped it up from there.
Now, Michelin have been a partner of the 24-hour series for a couple of years now. One of the premier manufacturers of tyres in the world, involved in so many different types of motorsport. GTs, single-seaters, rallying, motorbikes, etc. And one of the busiest men in motorsport, Tim Hoare, has just caught up with Peter Snowden.
Tim, thank you so much for your time on a busy weekend with a few hours ago with an awful lot of your product out there. what's going through your mind at this stage of a race? All the work's done off air. What about now?
Well, I suppose at this stage you're just keeping your fingers crossed a little bit, because there's a lot of bits and pieces that have come off the car at this stage, so the danger is some splinters and some debris can just do some damage to the tyres. So that's your biggest fear at this stage of the race.
And presumably at a high-speed circuit like this, and also being in the south of France, temperature must be a huge factor for your considerations.
It is, but believe me, this track, we do a lot of testing here. It's probably the closest track to our production facility, so we know this track very well. And at 29 degrees ambient, this is not a problem.
That was a good look at the clock behind us. Well, great info. You make a great commentator there, Tim.
I try.
So, do you enjoy this side of the role? So, do you actually enjoy coming racing, or is it all about how your product's going to perform for you? Is it? Do you get a bit of pleasure out of it as well?
No, I think you have to be a race fan. We spend too much time at tracks away from our families on weekends, so you have to be a race fan. And it's funny, you see all the same faces at racetracks all over the world. I was just watching the results there from Oulton Park in the BTCC earlier, so. We have the Porsches there this weekend, so it's the same family, and there's a few faces up and down here that we will meet them week on week at different parts of the world.
It's a big travelling circus, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it is. But I have to say, Paul Ricard is a favourite of mine. It's when you think back as to the whole concept of this track and why it was built and when it was built, and okay, it was a very different time in motorsport, but you can still see this is a fantastic facility. It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, as my colleagues in the booth commented, can you imagine this in 1970 with sports cars without the chicanes?
I know, but even the facilities here in the pit boxes and the ambition that was put into building this place is incredible. It's a pleasure to be here, really.
Now, I'm spotting your accent. You're quite away from home, aren't you?
I am, yeah. But you know what? In motorsport, you're never at home, are you? So you're always at the wrong.
It's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, it is. So yeah.
It's a travelling circus.
I'm from Cork in the south of Ireland, and there's a few people here from Ireland. We've a huge local hurling game on in Cork this weekend, and there's a few people texting me. So the world is getting smaller with communications and whatever. So.
You mentioned that this is your home circuit, not far from the factory, and you do lots and lots of testing here. Do you do lots of testing of different temperatures, as in ambient temperatures, to go through things? Do you look at windows of temperature and say, right, we need to go testing this day to try a certain compound? Is it that complex?
It would be, yeah, especially for the customer racing range. That has to be at one tyre for all over the world. So it has to be, we call it omnivalent. It has to be able to work in Mugello at the start of the year when it's quite cool, and it has to be able to work in Dubai when it's boiling hot in the desert.
As a manufacturer, without giving trade secrets away that other people might get, but how do you allow for something like that? Because that's a massive spread.
I know, and that's the challenge of racing. That you're always trying to reduce the number of compounds used. 15 years ago we would have come here with 3 different compounds. But that's the challenge, to have a very, very omnivalent compound that you can use all over the world in every condition. It's amazing. I was in, the Porsche Square Cup in Sweden was racing a few weeks ago. It was only 11 degrees, and here we are.
Presumably on studded tyres, I joke.
No, but it's amazing that the tyre will work at such a broad spread. But I guess there's a slight compromise in when you're doing that you don't have the huge peak in performance that you can have when you have a very specific compound. And this is why at the top end in WEC, for example, at the top level, you'll have a hard, medium and a soft, because they will demand a narrower window, but a higher peak.
Obviously, you've got a window of temperature that the tyre work in low and high. What is the ceiling? What's when it becomes too much of a problem?
When you're measuring the actual temperature of the rubber in the compound, our rule of thumb is when you're going over 130, you're into the red zone.
And without being silly, what's actually happening to the tyre when it's that high?
It's called reversion. It's going from a rubber to a plastic.
So it's changing its chemical state, basically.
Exactly. It's changing state. It turns into a plastic, and bits of the rubber start to come out of the compound. So you start to see chunks coming out of the tyre. We've all seen it.
It's called reversion, that's the name of it. It goes from rubber to plastic, and the plastic can't bind with the rubber, and it spits it out under high load.
So molecularly, it's just rubbish at that point.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's overcooked.
And the opposite end, and how cool can it run efficiently still?
80 degrees is what we say is the wake-up temperature. We call it the wake-up. If it's not above 80, it hasn't woken up, and it will just tear. And we've all seen the tyres with like slight tearing across the compound. Tyre's not working. It's like sandpaper just sliding across the road, and it's not working at all.
So there's a 50-degree spread there, and the optimum, what's the absolute perfect temperature for you? Your time?
It depends on the setting that the engineers have, dialed into the car. I would say 120.
It's quite high to that ceiling.
Yeah. It's. I would say the golden triangle is 30 degrees, 2 bar pressure, 120 temperature.
Tim Hall, thank you very much for some fabulous insights from Michelin. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Noy, and thank you to Tim Hoare from Michelin for some fantastic insight. Tim's a good friend from the world of rallying. Unfortunately, though, the Qatar QMMF machine has ground to a halt at turn 2. Now, it is off the kind of racing line or anything, it is off the circuit, but there is a little bit of a cut through there, so the car may be able to be pulled back, but I don't know if we'll be able to do that without going to a code 60. Car was sort of on an odd line coming down towards turn 1, clearly knowing that there was some sort of issue, then tried to stay off the line. There's a GT3 Audi coming at warp factor 9 behind him. That must be a bit frightening. Did exactly the right thing to get the car off the circuit. That's Ghanem Al-Ali on board at the moment, and indeed we are going to go code 60 within 20 seconds. So where is our leader? Max Partel coming around the north chicane at the moment. Elliot Earhart in the Santaloc Audi has just gone through. He's in sector 1. The Ajit Red Ant Racing number 93 is just coming down the Mistral right behind the race leader, but a lap behind. Pablo Borguera for E2P Racing, they came in on the last code 60, and we are under code 60 now. So I think this Porsche 992 for QMMF is going to need some sort of intervention. Well, 2 hours, 13 minutes to go. And who does this suit? I honestly couldn't say.
So ERA have just had a stop.
They have.
Get Speed have just had a stop fairly recently, haven't they, with Benji Pack getting on board.
They're 5 minutes different on strategy.
Who else? Maxi Partel, we think, just took tyres, so they should, you would think, come in and get some fuel under the code 60.
An AM-class car, they can get a quick top-up. This could be manna from heaven for Hoffer.
I would think also potentially Elliot Earhart in the Santaloc car and Ayrton Redun in those cars. They could be at E2P. I think has been in fairly recently. It's only got 7 laps on the tyres.
They took a top up on a code 60.
Did they?
So it could work for them too. Again, an AM class car, so they get a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah.
In the pit stops.
Oh, so here comes the Hofer car. It's in. Hofer car is in.
Perfect timing, I think, for them. Yeah. That couldn't have really worked out much better. And in terms of stint length, Max Partel's not been in long. I don't know actually if he can go all the way to the end if they want him to. I think he might just go over his maximum stint time, but they could put Torsten Kratz in or Alexander Prince in for a quick sprint to the end.
Yep.
The Qatar car is getting pulled by, now at Mugello we have massive big teleloader, huge big crane things. No, Paul Ricard, a quad bike. That's all you need, quad bike to pull it to a position of safety.
A quad bike with a flashing amber light on the back.
There you go.
Not just any old quad bike. Yeah, I mean, health and safety and all that.
Just in case, just to let you know it's there.
Exactly.
Yeah. So actually must have a fairly powerful engine because it's pulling 1,200 kilos of Porsche with no problem at all.
They're proper, what I call a proper farmer's quad bike. Like the big beefy ones, not like the little ones you just muck about on and fun. Yeah, that's what you need, isn't it? Got plenty of oomph. But let's be honest, the heaviest car is going to be about 1,300 kilos. It's got a tow, so it's not that heavy, relatively speaking. Is
not
it?
Too bad.
with a fair bit of a nice rolling resistance on it and everything. So
slick tyres.
So this could potentially be our race leader at the end of this lap. We will watch with great interest, but let's find out from our friend Snowy what's going on with Hoffer.
But I can tell you that Torsten Kratz is outside with his seat insert ready to jump into that Hoffer Mercedes.
Wow, that was a short stint for Max Bartel then. He's barely been in the car.
Yeah, again, I think that could be a drive time thing, because there's 2 hours and 10 left. It could be they think, right, well, if we're going to do this, we may as well swap drivers now. We don't have to stop again to the end then, other than they will need, obviously, to take some more fuel before the end, but they won't actually have to do a driver change.
Right enough, it is Torsten Kratz jumping in, and yeah, he could go to the end from here. And this car, if that's been filled up with fuel, now, what can't have been in fuel for very long, maybe a minute and a half, yeah, so maybe 50% of a tank possibly on board there right now, but off they go. Another slick pit stop from Hoffer Racing. New tyres again. The old ones, they'll be good. They can use them again, seven laps on them.
Just looking to see where the
Earhart's coming in the Santalock Audi.
Earhart's in, so that would have been taking the lead, I think. That is potentially going to put the Red Ant car into the lead, I think.
They've decided not to take service here under this code 60. They're round the back, around the North Chicane at the moment.
Yeah, they're just coming up to the North Chicane, aren't they? Whereas ERA and also, you've got ERA, E2P and the Proton Porsche all about the same spot on the circuit. They're all towards the end of the lap. They're just coming out of the Beausset, Double Droit de Beausset. So, and then into the left-hander at Bendor.
E2P with their Aston Martin, they did take a little splash at the last code 60, so we'll see if they do the same thing on this one. Well, next up, the Michelin 24-hour series goes to the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit in about a month's time, and a lot of crews getting themselves signed up, ready to go for that one. Many of them in the hunt for this race win. Hoffer Racing, Santalock, Proton Competition, Era Motorsport, E2P, Agith Red Ant, all of them in the mix. Get Speed as well, with they're looking like they're going to have 3 cars. Of course, very much a home race for Get Speed. They're a Nürburgring team. They'll be able to show everyone the right way around. Fantastic entry again in the GT3 category. Pellin Racing, good to see them come back with their Ferrari as well. Looking forward to that. Well, the car that we're keeping our eye on at the moment is Hoffer Racing, number 11. We'll get a chat with Alexander Prince in a moment. 992 looking like a very strong entry as well. The 909 Red Camel Jordans, RPM, Mühlner, a lot of the usual suspects. 992, always a very, very competitive category. And finally, our other categories, we've got 2 down for GT4 circuit toys who are out on circuit at the moment, and Bonk Motorsport with their BMW Asbest, their Seat Leon Cup Racer alongside a Porsche Cayman GT4, and Not Only Motorsport with their Ligier GS2, and a fan favourite, JMEC Engineering with their M3, a car which started its life in Scotland actually. It was a time attack car in Scotland and has been able to finish 24-hour races. Let's catch up then with Alex Prince from Hoffer Racing, who's with Peter Snowden.
Yeah, in true team spirit, we're seeing down at Get Speed with different drivers helping people in and out of car, that Max Bartel jumped out of the number 11 Hoffer Mercedes and said he'd have a quick chat with me in a couple of minutes. He's been a bit longer in debrief than expected, and Alex Prince has just gone, well, it's my time to shine then, isn't it? So he's not shy of the TV, is he?
No.
Did I set you up there?
No, not at all. It's fine, yeah. Oh, okay. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, we'll just say that you just jumped in, so quite a short stint for Max, we thought.
Yeah, right. I think it is all about, Carla mentioned that I have to give you guys in the commentator box some head games, like I promised yesterday. So, yeah, maybe it was just for this, that we try to give you guys head games. Now you can figure out what we are planning. Yeah, I think everybody now tries to take an advantage out of this Code 60. But, yeah, let's see how it will work out for the last couple of hours. Yeah, I think everybody is now a little bit unsure where everybody is standing. So, yeah, we also. But we try to focus on our race, and let's see if it will pay off.
But you're suggesting that you're actually going to compromise your race to confuse the commentators?
Yes, for sure. That's all about this, yeah. They guys, they have so much to talk about. It's just we're trying to give them some different kind of stuff to talk about. So, yeah. Let's see if they can figure out now what we have in our hand.
Alexander, thanks ever so much, and we'll catch you later. Big smiles. Thank you very much. So, yeah, basically Alex is saying that you guys up there have got enough to talk about, so he thought it would be... You haven't got enough. Let's see if we give you a bit more to talk about.
Alex Prince, the court jester of the Michelin 24-hour series, and I thought Peter Snowden was the ultimate wind-up merchant. Turns out he's met his match there with the cheekiest grin you've ever seen there from Alex Prince, and no wonder he's smiling, Simon, because they're in the hunt not only to win their class, but they're in the hunt to win this race overall.
They've done a fabulous job, haven't they? This has been a really clever strategy that they've tried to execute, and they've really made the most of every opportunity they've got. And, you know, as we've just heard, you know, that's kind of what we thought might have been happening, is they've got Torsten in so that they can run nice and cleanly for the balance of the race. Driver that I just need to mention that really impressed me on his first flying lap was Ryan Diel. First driver I've seen in the 203s other than Pack and Engel in the recent part of the race. Early on, that car did a 203.331. But Ryan did a 203.9 on his first flying lap. Obviously, it's showing slow now because they've just restarted after the Code 60. But if he can continue with that sort of pace, if he's in the sort of the 3s, 4s, whatever, that Ferrari is very, very strong. Unfortunately for ERA, they also have a certain Benjamin Pack and a Get-Speed Mercedes not far in front of them. So that's going to be extra complicated to try to chase that car down, especially when they put that bloody Engel bloke in there. Excuse my language.
Yeah, Maro Engel getting himself suited up now, I'm sure, ready for his turn behind the wheel. Number 11, Hoffer Racing, Mercedes, Torsten Kratz on board, 53.9 seconds back to the Santaloc Audi, which is flying at the moment in the hands of Stefan Trebordini. Personal best sector in Sector 1. Interestingly, Santaloc, they have not put Pierre Caffer in at all today.
He's got his suit on, hasn't he? Because he was helping with the stop. So I would suggest that the next time they stop, they'll put Pierre in to finish the race. That would be a logical thing to do. I mean, Trebordini's obviously fairly new in the car, but he's absolutely flying, as you quite rightly said. So the stint is showing as 350 he's done in this particular part of the race. Elia Earhart was in a little while ago. The other driver that I'm just wondering about is I don't know if they've done enough drive time for Michael Doppelmayr. He didn't drive that long yesterday, in my opinion. I think he only drove about an hour, so they may need to put him back in at some point. So we'll have to wait and see how that one pans out.
Yes, yeah. One crew that have got a little bit tripped up by this Code 60, or the Code 60 that's just finished. The 93 Ajit Redant team had an opportunity to come into Code 60, did not take it. Then they went all the way around, and then just at the end of the Code 60 came in, and then the track went green. Now that will mean, of course, they can fill the car up full with fuel, so it's not a total disaster. But you don't want to get caught with the track green while you're still in there with everyone else going around. So let's watch to see how that filters out. They may not just have been ready to service the car, possibly. That sometimes can happen. So, but that does give them a full tank of fuel with 2 hours and 2 minutes to go. So that means they can easily get home on one stop.
Yeah, definitely. Now, the other car that I've been really impressed with, they've just kind of quietly got on with it and been done a very efficient job, is the E2P Racing Aston Martin. Sort of briefly mentioned it before, but Pablo Berguera on board that car now. lapping in the 209s at the moment. Benji Pack immediately behind that car, or 30 seconds to be precise, behind that car, lapping about 5 seconds a lap quicker. So it won't take a huge amount of time before Benji Pack has hunted that car down. Cipollini, meanwhile, is 50 seconds behind the race leader, Torsten Kratz. So the Hoffa car leading by 50.476 last time when they crossed the line, ahead of the Santalok Junior Team Audi.
In the TCE category, not only Motorsport still leading with their Ligier by 12 laps. It's been a battle of attrition there, with the Ligier going behind early on with issues, and then early on today the Asbest Racing Seat getting taken back to the pits on a low loader. It is running now, has been for the last couple of hours, but the gap is 12 laps at the moment, so would need a problem from the Ligier for Asbest to nick the win, but it's been one of those days where it's gone back and forward all the time. In 992, it's been another superb performance from Red Camel Jordans, and one of the battles of the whole weekend was the Red Camels car of Rick Broikers battling away for second in class with Martin Rump early on, and Rump trying everything he possibly could to keep that sneaky Red Camel at bay, but the Camel found its way through eventually. Gave us some great entertainment in the opening parts of the race.
Yeah, that battle in 992s, as always, is going to be very close to the end. It's Red Camels, and now it's Orchid Racing in with Loic Villager on board his car, in second place in 992s, ahead of Joshua Bednarski in the Mulner Motorsport car, with the AM category being led by this car here, fourth overall in the 992s and first in the AM category, with Igor Sorokin on board at the moment. But we think there might be a little bit more action coming from a certain Mr. James Kellett at some stage, because he has been the absolute star of the show in terms of sheer pace, and no doubt that if he does get back in, that's going to really shake things up towards the end of the race.
Well, that car has always gone forward when James Kellett's been at the wheel, that's for sure. Kratz 48.9 seconds to the good from Tribadini. Tribadini lapping consistently quicker, though, a second and a half quicker on the previous lap. So Santalok Audi, and of course they did get a top up on the Code 60 as well, which of course Hoffa did not. Just a change of driver and tyres there.
Yeah, I think for me, this is where it's really going to start to get absolutely crucial. We've heard that, you know, Kratz is in the car, he's very strong, lapping in 204.8, Tribadini 204.4 last time round, Boguera a little bit slower, Benji Pack 203.2, Ryan DL 204.1 as they crossed the line. A slightly slower lap for DL that time, where he had a bit of traffic, but yeah, I still think that we are potentially, with just under 2 hours to go, there's still at least 4 or 5 cars that are really genuine in with a shout of this, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. It depends on Code 60s, etc. But regardless, the Get Speed Team PCX and the Aero Motorsport car can get home on one more stop. Really, you want to get to, I mean, a minimum an hour and 20 minutes to go before you can safely make your last stop. Probably more like an hour and 15 minutes to go to be absolutely sure to get home to the end, if there's no Code 60s or anything like that. Of course, if there is a Code 60 in the next half an hour to 40 minutes, then that could really throw the cat amongst the pigeons. But of course, under a Code 60, you can't put enough fuel in the car to get to the end. So that's another thing to bear in mind. But if you were marginal on fuel and a Code 60 came out, that would of course make you feel a little bit safer, because you use much less fuel under the Code 60.
Yep. And what's going to be really interesting now, I think, also is that we know that we heard that Mauro Engel is going to be jumping back in that Get Speed car. We know Ryan DL is in the car, in the Era car to the end. Pablo Boguera, I think, may be just during his drive time. Tribadini is super quick. Kratz is one of the quickest drivers in the Hoffa car, if not the quickest. Got Manuel Lauk in the Proton car, possibly Joel Sturm to jump back in that car. So yeah, most of the time we're likely to see either the strongest or the next strongest driver of the cars in the seat at this stage for the latter part of the race.
Trebedini's really pushing. He's gone personal best in Sector 1 and Sector 2 coming through the latter part of the lap now. So he's really trying to put in a hot pace and try to put Hofer under pressure. Likewise, Benjamin Pack in the PCX Get Speed Mercedes is lapping very strongly. 2:03.6 last time by for Pack.
Yeah, and those two cars are definitely the quickest cars on circuit at the moment. I'm watching to see with interest when Trebedini crosses the line in just a few seconds' time. And the E2P racing car is in for fuel. We've just seen that car come in. Pack crosses the line. Trebedini crosses the line. 2:03.165. That is an absolute blistering pace at this stage in the race. That's probably, I think, the third fastest lap that anyone's done all day.
From an AM-graded driver.
Yeah.
Impressive.
He's an AM like I'm Murray Walker. Yeah, not quite. I think, yeah, but that's the point, isn't it? Is that you know, we know that there are some fairly grey areas when it comes to drivers. That some drivers, you go, really, are they really an AM? And I think, you know, yes, technically they're not professional, they're not being paid by a manufacturer, they're not being paid to race here, but they are extremely good.
Yeah,
and we see. I mean, you know, in the rally world, you see some of these drivers that come through that, like I mentioned, like a Domenico Basso, for example, that wouldn't be as well known to people outside of the WRC world, but what a superb driver that guy is. You know?
Yeah. I mean, like, if you look down the list of FIA bronze graded drivers, who would it be categorised as an AM in the Michelin 24-hour series? You've got Johnny O'Connell, multiple Le Mans winner with Corvette driver for donkey's years. David Donoghue, winner of the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona. Who else have you got? You've got Max Angelelli, again, multiple Rolex 24-hour winner. They're all bronze graded. So it won't be long before Jan Magnussen is a bronze. There's a terrifying prospect for him as well.
Yeah, Magnussen. Well, that makes me feel so old, based on the fact that I remember watching him win the Formula Ford Festival in 1992. I was still racing a bit of Formula Ford myself, and not at that level, but yeah, he was absolutely. It was at the time, and certainly when he then moved into Formula 3 and won nearly all the races in '94 with Paul Stewart Racing, as it was. It was like, this guy's the next Senna. He's that good, and everything sort of pointed towards him, you know, having that sort of career. For some reason, it didn't quite happen for Jan there. But my goodness, did it in sports car racing?
Yes, he did. Oh my word, did he have a good sports car career? And Torsten Kratz has responded, though. It's almost as if the wick is being turned up here. Torsten Kratz has just done a 2:03.7, so he's not wanting to be shown up by Trebedini. He's maybe just got the hurry up on the radio a little bit, because he's then put in a personal best second sector right now. So everyone is really starting to push now. Yannick Redan also putting in a personal best sector 1 on this lap, sitting in 6th place, that car right now. So yeah, everyone just starting to turn up the heat a little.
All of the cars from first down to I think possibly down to Ryan DL, and then also, as you said, Redan, have all been in the 2:03s recently in the last few laps. So they've all got that sort of pace. You wonder if the tracks maybe, has it cooled slightly? I don't know. That could be a factor. Yes, another green sector for Torsten Kratz in sector 2. So clearly the pace is there, and Yannick Redan in sector 1 has gone green. So yeah, there's some real pace in the circuit at the moment. Pablo Berguera is still in fuel at the moment.
At the moment, yeah. So that's kind of 1:52 to go for that Aston Martin. So still not quite enough to get home on just without a stop. They are going to need one stop unless there's a significant amount of code 60, but they likely will do. But that's probably Pablo's driver time done. So now we'll start to see the top drivers being installed for the sprint to the flag. And the pace definitely is matched up. I wonder, there's just an ever so slight layer of cloud come over. It's not quite as clear. I wouldn't say it's very overcast, but just maybe taking a little bit of heat off the circuit, maybe.
Yeah,
what is it they call it in supercars? UV.
It could well be that, yeah. I mean, it could just be a little bit, because normally at this stage of the race, the track is pretty dirty, obviously. Well, it is definitely very dirty, but it's also got an awful lot of rubber down. So it kind of yin and yang of the advantage and disadvantages of being later in the race is always an interesting one. Kratz again quickest to his set of personal best in sector 2, so he's doing absolutely everything to make sure that Stefan Tribadini cannot close him down. Now, one theory on that Hoffa car is, if you remember, they came in, took tyres, did a driver change, then we saw them get some fuel under a code 60. So I wonder if they've actually still owed to another long fuel stop, another sort of max fuel stop. I think they potentially would have, which could shake things up a little bit from their perspective. But they lead by just over 46 seconds, with then Pack and DL a lap further back, and a lap more for DL, in fact, in the Era car in 4th. So yeah, there's still plenty of racing to go between those 4 at the front, especially, and don't count out Renan and also Manuel Lau.
I think, yeah, the thing is, though, is that GetSpeed, Team PCX and Era Motorsport, they still are due a full stop as well. I think that's the thing, as long if Hoffa are able to get to the point where you're right, they are going to need a full fuel stop at some stage, but if they can get to the point where they do that and then don't have to come back in at all again, then they're actually ahead, I would say, on net to GetSpeed Team PCX and Era Motorsport. And then for GetSpeed Team PCX, they've just got to hope that the Engel magic is enough to catch them back up again, and really hanging in the balance here with 1 hour and 49 minutes to go. We love it.
Yeah, I mean, you know that Engel is going to be blisteringly fast when he gets in the car. It always is. So I think the question is, will he have enough time, though? You know, if he's only going to get an hour in the car, you know, that's may not be enough time, depending on where everybody else is relative to one another. But certainly at the moment, it's showing them as, if you look at it like this, you've got the 11 Hoffa car is coming through turn 10 as we speak. Let's have a look and see what the 28 car is. So that's just going into turn 3. Sorry, turn 4. So, you know, there's more than half a lap between them at the moment. So that could be enough for if Kratz is able to just be banging in the sort of times he is now, where he's doing 4s and the odd 3 here and there, because even the great Mauro Engel is unlikely to be able to go much quicker than the 2024 that he's done in this situation. Now I've said that, he's probably going to do like a 156 or something stupid like that, isn't he? So, but you get my point, is that he would have to be going 2 or 3 seconds a lap quicker to make that sort of time up, that sort of distance of what looks to be like around about a minute advantage that the Hoffa car has got.
Kratz coming through to complete another lap down into turn 1, 2:04.7 last time by. Tribadini's pace has been really impressive, really consistent, even in traffic, been able to stay within the 2:03 bracket. Likewise, Benjamin Pack. So the Audi showing that it's got some pace, as well as the Mercedes. We've talked a lot about how quick the Mercedes has been all weekend, but the Audi is definitely there. And typical Santalok, you know, just when you think they're maybe not quite in the conversation for the win, they just sneak up. They're very, very consistent.
And like we were sort of wondering whether they put Pierre Caffer in for a final flourish at the end. That could be quite a significant thing. Then you'd have Caffer, and you'd also have Engel in the car, and potentially, well, obviously Ryan Dial we know is going to stay into the end. So yeah, that could shake things up completely. Fastest lap of the car now, 2:03.140 for Tribadini. So he's even going quicker. That's incredible.
Quite remarkable. Yeah, quite remarkable from Stefan Tribadini. Quicker than Pack, quicker than DL by 1.3 seconds there. Showing you that the Audi has got some gallop in it. I don't know if you even want to, it sounds great, but I don't even know if you want to put Pierre Caffer in the car when you've got Stefan Tribadini putting in this sort of pace right now.
I couldn't agree more.
The only guy who's gone quicker has been Engel all race.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Engel's the only one really that's well, he is the only one who's been in the 2:02. I'm just looking down the list of fastest laps for the cars, and 203.140 is the last lap for Tribadini for that Audi, but there was a very quick, there's a 203.152 for the other, one of the other Audis, a Haas RT car of Simon Balkan, and I think it was Stephen Paulette who set that time. And then other than that, 203.305 for the Proton car, which was Joel Sturm who did that time, and 203.331 for Era Motorsport when Jake Hill was in the car. Benji Pack now sets a purple sector, and Ryan Diel almost matches it with the green sector in the middle sector of the lap. Are they lapping near each other, I wonder? Is that what I'm seeing there? I don't think so. No, they're not. It was just me surmising that may well be the case. That'd be a good lap there. So it's a shame for DL there, because he had a fabulous middle sector, but just didn't quite get a clean run at the end of the lap, I don't think, and was still in the 204s, whereas Pack is looking on for another low 203, 203.213 last time through.
That's been the part of the circuit where the Aero Ferrari's been at its strongest in the middle part of the lap. Into the pits then comes Tribadini in the Santaloc Audi, and that's not enough to get home from there. They will have to come in, perhaps not for a full stop, mind you, but they will still have to come into pit lane unless there is a large amount of code 60 with an hour and 45 minutes to go.
Yep, there could well be. And just as we were saying about how impressive Maro Engel is, 202.436 for Maro Engel, 202.873 for Benjamin Pack on the last lap. So that's just how strong that, and he's just set a purple sector in sector 1, so quicker than Maro Engel in sector 1 and sector 2 now. So whether he can execute that and get under that 202.436, that would be incredible. Ooh, don't need to put Maro in if that's the case. Right. Just keep old Benji boy out there, and he can do his thing.
I think everyone's turning the wick up, or the track is getting faster, or a combination of the two, because
track's definitely, for the amount of people who've improved at this stage in the race, everybody, in my opinion, is going quicker, because the track's just suddenly just got a little bit better. As you said, probably temperature related. If temperatures dropped, it will just make the circuit where it's just a little bit more grippy.
Kratz in as well. So Hofer are in from the lead of the race. So is this the turning point for this Michelin 12 hours of Paul Ricard? Because that is, again, we'll mention it again, that is unlikely to be able to get home, that car, with an hour and 44 minutes left on the clock, to get home without having to come in for fuel once again. So where they come out on track is going to be very important in comparison to the Get Speed PCX, to Era, to even to Hadith Redan, E2P Aston Martin as well, who all have just one pit stop left.
Yeah, and I've got a feeling that we're going to see Benji Pack take the lead any minute now. He's about to cross the line now. Will that? He's moved himself ahead of Tribadini. And I think he's probably, if he gets round before, which I think he will do, before Kratz finishes the fuel, because the fuel is around about 4.5 minutes normally for a full service, and they're only just 1.5 minutes into a fuel stop at the moment for Torsten Kratz. Stefan Tribadini a little bit further, just coming up to 3 minutes into it, so he's got about another minute or so of fuel before they then go down the pit lane. And going to be great, interesting to see whether they, as we were saying, do they put Pierre Caffer in, or are they going to stick with Stefan Tribadini? You could argue that if Tribadini is able to do a 203.1, then we may well see an even faster lap from Pierre Caffer. Now we've got a yellow flag at turn 6, but we can't really see it. There's a slow-moving car on the inside.
It's the Ligier.
Is it the Ligier?
Yes,
yeah.
It's the leader in the TCE category, 220 laps to 205 of its nearest, of its only rival, 15-lap advantage, which is about half an hour, and that car has ground to a halt at turn 6. So is this another twist in the tail in the TCE? And of course that could potentially bring out a code 60 as well.
Watching with interest to see what everybody's, the Era car is just coming up to where the pit entry is. No, that stayed out on circuit. And then in around about 10 seconds time, Benji Pack's car is going to come up to where the pit entry is. So are they anticipating that there's going to be a code 60 to move that car?
It's going to have to be. Yeah, it's going to have to be the Ligier has ground to a halt. Or can they get that French machine back running again? And off goes the 69 Continental Audi as well, running in 8th position, Vasily Vladikin. Oh dear, that was unusual for Vasily. That's just coming through double Dwight, just got it all wrong there.
Yeah, so Tribadini's car now is in the pit lane, so looking at the pit time of 47, 48 seconds would suggest they're certainly doing tyres. Are they doing a driver change? Usually it's just over a minute. I think they're going to retain their 3rd place because Ryan Diel is on the far side of the circuit and he's the nearest challenger. Pack has moved into the lead. Kratz is still in fuel. Tribadini is just starting and code 60 comes out now. So what does that mean for Torsten Kratz if they're already in the fuel?
No, he's come out of fuel. So he's come out of full tank of fuel and now can get a pit stop if they want to put tyres on. The tyres are 18 laps old, yeah, maybe do. So they can come in, throw some tyres on and lose almost no time at all. I'd say that's a dreamland for Hofer Racing.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what they decide to do. The 18 car is out on circuit now with Pierre Caffer on board. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic now with that driver on board. As we see Hofer come down, what are they doing? Well, they were right at the end of the pit lane, so if they had stopped for tyres, they would have done so by now. But looking at the pit-only time is 49.50 seconds, which would suggest they've just come through.
No, just fuel, nothing else. No
they,
tyres,
as
no
we
change.
thought, they went straight through without any tyres. They want to maximise the time.
Okay, so hour and 39 minutes to go then. And Hofer staying with the same tyres, knowing that they probably will need to come in for another pit stop anyway, unless this code 60 goes on for a large amount of time. But with an hour and 39 minutes to go, unhappy driver coming out of the 963 Orchid Racing Team, Loic Villigier.
Was it? I didn't see that. What happened there?
I don't know what he was upset about, but he was definitely upset.
So one of the cars I'm just looking at that's in the lead battle at the moment is the 81 Ferrari. That's just coming through the end of the lap. And I wonder if they will take this opportunity to dive in, get some fuel. I'm pretty sure, and I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty sure that they've still got this 15-second penalty hanging over, that they can't take that penalty during the code 60s. It has to be under green. That's usually the case with penalties of those sort of things. Doesn't look like it's going to be much longer, but having said that, one of the things that we've learned over the course of the 12 hours of Paul Ricard, or Michelin 12 hours of Paul Ricard, is that they do like to use a code 60 as an opportunity to tidy up the circuit, sort out the floppies and other such like. DL staying out, so obviously ERA considering that they want to stay on track and need to get there a little bit further in. Ryan has done now 41 minutes of his stint, so he has got about another half an hour before he needs to get fuel.
So they came out of fuel with 2 hours 20 to go. So with the code, probably bang on an hour to go is probably when he needs to pit.
Well, this again, this is going to depend on how long this code 60 is. If they can stay, if the code 60 stays out for a little bit longer, then obviously we're eating down the time. But as a result, you're also obviously eating down or helping to minimise the amount of fuel that's being used.
I think it's worked out fairly well. I think for Hofer being able to fill up full. And then the code 60 came up. Now, there was a little bit of consternation going on down at Orchid Racing. Peter Snowden's got his eagle eye on them. What's going on, Snowy?
Very, very simple, because it was such a quick code 60, they got it timed to perfection. Apparently the tyres weren't quite ready for the driver when he came out, so he was, that's why the outgoing driving had the consternation you observed, shall we say.
Oh dear. Well, there we go. An hour and 37 minutes to go, and we just are keeping an eye on the timing screen, keeping an eye on the fueling area as well. The number 28 of Benjamin Pack has gone into the lead of the race, decided not to go down for fuel under this Code 60. The Ligier getting towed back full pace from the quad bike.
So I think, depending on how long this Code 60 lasts, which, as we said, shouldn't be too much longer based on the recovery of the car, but may have a few minutes added on if they decide to do their clean-up of the circuit, which they've done pretty much every time we've had Code 60s, and a lot more Code 60s today than we did yesterday. The reason I say that is that then we're looking at potentially around about another 15 minutes before you've got like 1 tank's worth of time to drive, if that makes sense. About an hour and 10 is a tank for a GT3 car, isn't it? Or a full fuel load, rather.
We saw some run about an hour and 15 yesterday in the first stint.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Between an hour and 10 and an hour and 15,
yeah,
I think
depending on how hard you're going, yeah.
Yeah, there's a bit of variety, and it would be very interesting, wouldn't it, to do some comparisons when you adjust the balance of performance on cars, how that affects fuel consumption and that kind of stuff. They know. I think somebody said it's something like 3 litres a lap. That sounds quite possibly about right. Does that sound right?
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I guess it depends from car to car. I mean, before with the exception of the Aston Martin, all of the cars had 5 litres taken away from the amount of fuel they had on board at Spa. That indicates that probably Spa is maybe that ever so slightly more thirsty circuit.
Yep.
With the inclines, a lot of full throttle incline there, which must be incredibly thirsty on fuel. We haven't had the notification yet to tell us that we're going back to green flag racing yet. Any more takers? The Continental Audi is in the fueling at the moment. Hoffer Racing coming past the pit entry. They're deciding, nope, they're quite happy. They've just filled the car up with fuel it's up to the brim, that car. So they will only need a very brief pit stop now between now and the end of the race in terms of the fuel they need to take on. In fact, they could probably top up the fuel they need under a Code 60 if we had another one.
Yeah.
Whereas the other teams might not have that luxury available to them.
I think certainly the GetSpeed Mercedes and the Era Ferrari will need a regular proper stop, or more than 1 Code 60 stops, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Or several Code 60 stops if that was the case. If it was a really long Code 60, I mean, God forbid there was a big shunt and there was lots of cleaning up to do, then that could obviously be a very long Code 60, and that will completely throw the race out the window. So let's hope that none of that sort of thing happens. But yes, so far it's looking very, very good for that car. It has been the fastest car all weekend in the hands of Maro Engel, and as we said, Benji Pack not exactly slow compared to Engel, only a few tenths off of him, setting a couple of purple sectors, which suggests that Benji Pack, although he's currently an FIA silver graded driver, it won't be long before we see, I'm sure, he gets a shout to maybe join the ranks of factory drivers. That's the sort of level that I think he's at.
That's what he's aiming for. Yeah, I'm sure. Well, Code 60 is going to be taken off in under a minute. Before we come to the end of this Code 60, let's go to Peter Snowden, who's got an update for us in the pits.
Yeah, I've caught up with Steve Burns, who's from Race Direction, at a prescient time of Code 60 about to end. Stephen, you're involved on the other side of all this, watching all the monitors and stuff, and drivers, how they misbehave themselves.
Yeah, I'm one of 5 that make up the Race Direction team for this event. We cover all the 24-hour series events. Race Control, as you would imagine, is the central hub of all communication, so we get a lot of information coming in there. We're working very closely with the local organising team, the local clerk of the course and their officials. They're in radio contact, of course, with the marshals around the track. We've also got a fairly expansive CCTV system, so we can see every part of the circuit. We got a lot of timing data coming in. The cars are all fitted with GPS trackers, so we know exactly where they are and what speed they're doing, which is really important for things like the Code 60 there. So a lot of information coming in. It's our job really to absorb that information, process it, and make the appropriate decisions, such as we have just done with the code 60 to recover the Ligier that stopped down at turn 6. So that's information that comes in, decisions made, and communicated out. The drivers, as you may be aware, have got a driver information display in each car, so we can communicate with that, so we can advise the drivers with the countdown for the code 60 or whether there's a yellow flag in a particular sector. So a lot of technology behind the scenes here now, going into making the racing as safe as possible. We're also having comms with the team, so we've got two-way communications with all the team managers, so they can talk to us regarding any issues they have on track, any questions they have from the drivers, and of course we can talk to them about issues we have with their car. We're in touch with the fuel station, so we get information from there. So a lot of information coming in. That then allows us to look at any incidents that occur on track. We can use all the available evidence we have for that to determine whether there's a penalty needs to be applied for a driver, and again that can be applied. The teams will get that information through our system, so that they know that next time they come into the pit box, they'll need to visit the penalty area to serve that time penalty. We operate a penalty guideline system so that the penalties are all consistent throughout the year, so that every team knows where they stand, and it keeps the racing fair and safe.
The naturally competitive nature of this industry, of course, is that people are going to try and appeal that. What is the appeal process to you guys in race control, race direction?
The teams are welcome to come and talk to us. Quite often they do. If we post an incident under investigation, we're happy, of course, to share the evidence that we have. And usually, once they've seen the evidence, it's fairly clear. What often will happen is a driver will come on the radio to the team to explain their view of what's happened. But of course, the drivers has not got the full picture of all the other evidence that we have. So we discuss that with the teams. We make the appropriate decision. Ultimately, the teams have got a right to appeal. There's a panel of stewards as well. But in this series, in the Creventic series, that's extremely rare.
Opinions may differ.
Of course, any competitive sport, you're always going to get two sides. But it's our job to remain impartial, look at the evidence, and just make a consistent and fair decisions as we go through the event.
Steve Burns, thank you very much for coming and setting out in the 28 degrees of sun in the pit lane for you. Go back to your air-conditioned office and take us to the end of this race. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Great to hear there from Steve Burns, part of the race control team, and also part of the Knock Hill stewards team as well. And there's some big characters you've got to look after and control in racing there as well. Good to hear from him. An hour and a half to go, Simon. This is all nice and neatly poised. The Hoffer car, could they stretch it an hour and a half on the fuel they've got? I think that would be a big ask.
Yeah, I think that's just a bit too much.
But then code 60 comes in.
Yeah, but even with the code 60, it'd have to be a very long code 60, I think, or several code 60s for it to really make that much of a difference. But I mean, they're looking great for I guess their priority is to get the AM win. Of course, they want to get an overall win. That's what everybody is racing here for. But an AM win would mean an awful lot to them, that's looking extremely likely, because the next car to them in the AM class is all the way down in 7th at the moment, which is the Duty Racing Audi. So just to give you a quick recap, Torsten Kratz and Hoffer Racing lead the AM category. On the screen now we see the Mulder Motorsport 992, which is currently second in that category. That's currently being driven by Joshua Bednarski. Luke Breiker's on board the Red Camels Jordan.NL car that's leading that, and then Igor Sorokin still on board the HRT Performance car that's third in 992 but leading the AM category. In GT3 Pro-Am, and the overall lead is Benjamin Pack in the Get Speed Mercedes-Benz. Second and leading AM is Torsten Kratz, that we were just talking about in Hoffer Racing's Mercedes. Third is Ryan Diel, who is in the Ferrari of Era Motorsport, and he's also second in the Pro-Am class. Fourth, Pierre Caffer, third in the Pro-Am class. And then the other two AM positions of the top three is, as we said, is Arūnas Gišļaukas in the Duty Racing Audi, is second in AM, and Dominic Ang in the Viper Niza Racing Merc is third, as a very slow-moving
Haas RT number 21 on the Mistral straight. This is a car that's just been plagued by problems all weekend long. Now, the car has moved off the racetrack and it's still got a little bit of power. Now, can it move to a position of safety where the track can remain green. It's now ground to a halt. It is off the circuit, but in order to get the recovery vehicle on there to move it away, might require a code 60 again, which, oh, this really throws the cat amongst the pigeons, because as we discussed, Get Speed Team PCX, the leaders, and Aero Motorsport Ferrari need a full green flag pit stop to be able to top the car up with fuel anytime really in about 10 minutes time. But now the Haas RT Audi's just got going. We might stay green after all. Whereas Hoffer, with a decent code 60, they might, just a quick top up would be enough for them. The Haas RT Audi gets going back onto the circuit again, and it's going to try and limp it back to the pits. I don't quite know. Doesn't appear to be like a puncture or anything like that. It seems to be more mechanical here, and the car now driving off the circuit.
Well, just remember, we obviously saw them have drivetrain issues earlier in the weekend or early in the race, which were a drive shaft stroke gearbox problem. So I wonder if it's something like that they've basically just, struggling to maybe get the car to run as well. You could end up with potentially one-wheel drive at the back there, and it's enough to get it moving, but it's obviously not going to be something they would continue with. Or it could maybe be that they've got a problem where it's not getting the gears. Remember, these are all paddle shifts that they have in these cars, and if the hydraulics or the electronics start to cause some issues, then it might be that they can't get a gear, they're stuck in a lower gear or something like that. So lots of questions, and I'm sure our man Snowy will get down to Haas and see if he can find Sandrine or one of the other team members and get us a bit of an update at some point. Well, let's just hope he gets back to the pits first of all. Because at the moment it's obviously not affected the race per se, other than the brief yellow flag that it had. There's a white flag that you've just been seeing being waved, which of course means beware of a slow-moving vehicle on circuit, and that won't really affect the drivers other than just make them a little bit aware of exactly where they are and what they need to be looking for.
Alex Aka has jumped aboard the Continental Racing Audi, which sits in 10th. He went better than anyone through Sector 1 in the whole race. Personal best in Sector 2. So this is a really quick lap from the 69 Audi. The Audi has a lot of pace. We've seen it in the Santalot car. We've seen it in the number 2 Haas car. Now the number 21 Haas car is ground to a halt in not a part of the racetrack where you want a car to ground to a halt. It's probably out of harm's way right now, but at Signé, that's a very fast corner indeed. The car is just groaning along. There's a little cutout point. It might well require rescue, and if it does, we will go code 60.
Exactly. You mentioned Alex Aka. We hadn't seen him all race, and he's jumped in and he's just done the car's fastest lap. And the only other driver other than the Get Speed Mercedes car number 28 to get in a 202s, 202.716.
We're going code 60.
I think is the second fastest lap of the race as we go code 60. Now what, Peter?
Oh, I don't know. What? I don't know. Where are our leaders? Well, your race leader, the number 28 of Benji Pack, is just coming into the last sector now. We go code 60. Is he going to take, he's right at the pit entry now. Is he going to come in and take a top up, or is he going to carry on? He is he's in. So Benji Pack comes in then. Your race leader is going to take a top up. Now, we believe this will not be enough fuel to get them to the end of the race.
Who else of the front-running cars is in that kind of that end of the lap? Well, the 18 car is...
This could be a dream for Santalok. Santalok are coming around double draft at the moment. They left at 1 hour and 42 minutes to go, filled up with fuel. If they get 25% on board here, they'll get home. Yeah. So this is a dream for Santalok, I think.
So Santalok are just coming through the end of the lap there, around about the sort of Bendor part of the lap, that corner. So about 3 corners from home.
The Benji Pack didn't go to fuel.
Did not?
No.
Just went straight through to...
Change to Engel, new tyres, and then they'll put fuel in it later.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, driver change and tyres under code 60 is a really good idea.
Perfect.
You can see why that would basically be a very sensible thing to do.
Because they know they can't get home on just the splash that you can get in a code 60. So put Engel in, off they go. They'll go through we'll confirm if that's been the case now. Benji Pack.
No Benji Pack. No Maro Engel, still Benji Pack. Maybe, just maybe, they're happy with the speed that Pack's racing at, that they feel confident they don't need Maro Engel in the car. I'd be surprised, but that would have been an obvious thing. In comes the 18 car, which we thought was going to be the case. So Pierre Caffer brings that car in. Where is the 11 car? That's at that end of the lap as well. What about ERA? Where are they? Can't see them at the moment.
Also, by going into the pit lane and taking the tyres, there's actually a bit of a shortcut going into the pits as well. So you're losing very little time by going in and doing a tyre change.
Yeah,
but they obviously felt they couldn't get the driver change done in time.
So here is the 11 car. What's going to go on with them? They're getting towards that stage. They're coming to the last couple of corners of the lap. As we see just behind that, the Haas RT being recovered by the ATV vehicle.
Well, Hoffer are in there. They're in exactly the same situation that Santalog are. So in they come, and it's worked. I think this is going to work out very well for them also, because they can take a splash, and that's them filled to the end of the race.
Where's the ERA car? I can't see it on our driver tracker.
It is, at the moment, it should be heading towards the end of the lap. I think just coming into the last sector at the moment. While we look on for that, let's go as the Hoffer car comes into fuel. Let's get down to Snowy.
Sorry, pit boxes at one end of the pit lane, down at Haas at the other. I'd gone all the way down there, of course, and I've just asked the question of what's wrong with the car, and they've just said what isn't wrong with it this weekend.
God bless them.
Which kind of summed it up, and then there were a few other expletives about what it is, and said basically we don't know until we get the car back. We'll have a look at it, but if it's not safe to continue or it's too dangerous to continue, we will just pull the car. But it's not been a good weekend for Haas number 21 entries really to date.
So a few more cars in. The 69 car, Alex Acker, is in. Also, we saw the who else came in then? I was looking at, that was one of the front-running cars, or near the front. I think the 71 car of Arūnas Kešlaukas, second in AM, that came in as well.
I think that top up there will put Santalog Audi's tank full, but still an hour and 19 minutes to go. So they might have to do some fuel saving to get home without stopping again, or even just a very short code 60 would probably do the job. So Pierre Caffer, this is where someone of his experience is so important, being able to go at a good enough pace but also really lower the fuel usage number.
Yeah, exactly. Now let's review the Benjamin Pack Get Speed deal that's just happened there. From what we can work out, they didn't take fuel, they just took tyres.
Correct.
All they've done is come in and put some new tyres on. They didn't change drivers, that's all it was.
Yep.
So Engel, we thought Engel, we surmised Engel was going to get in the car because we heard him saying that was going to happen. As we go green, once again, DL's in the car, in the pits now, in a Era Motorsport car, and I don't know if that's worked for them or against them, to be honest.
Well, that will mean they're filled to the end of the race.
Filled to the end of the race, yeah.
So we'll see if that works, yeah, against them or not. Hoffer are in fuel at the moment, and this will, because we've now gone to green, Hoffer can fill their car up full if they need it. In fact, they're already making their way to
now. Hoffer are out. They're in the pit lane now, so
they're coming through the pits.
The question is, are they stopping to put some tyres on it, or are they just going to send it?
They're through already.
Yeah, I think they're just going to. What? So how many laps have those tyres done? It's only done 6 laps, so there's no need for to do tyres. Yeah. There it is. It's out on track already. Benji Pack is also out on track. So basically, from what I can see, of the front-running cars, it's the Era Motorsport Ferrari, and then not quite at the front, but reasonably near the front is the Alex Acker Continental Racing Audi that are in the pits in the fuel zone at the moment, plus the 974 Porsche of Ghanem Ali, the QMMF car that was hampered yesterday with some problems.
This means, though, that the last time the Get Speed PCX car put any kind of fuel in was 2 hours 25 minutes to go, an hour and 8 minutes ago. So they've got to come in fairly soon to fill the car up to the end of the race. Where will that spit them out? We'll keep a watch on that. Meanwhile, let's get an update from Haas.
I can tell you that the 21 car is now a DA race. Left rear looks either but the whip is loose on the hub. It has far too much play in it, which is exactly what Stefan said, that if it's not safe to continue, it's too dangerous, we're going to pull the car. It's exactly what's happened. I will try and get a bit more information, but they put it up on the jacks when it came in straight away in the pit lane and just loose. The wheel was moving, which is not ideal.
No, not at all. Chris Dodonker, the team manager, incredibly experienced in having a look at it, and probably if it's not right to go, he won't let it go out there. What a shame. Not the weekend we'd normally expect to see from Haas RT. They had an overall win last year at Misano, remember that very well, and several other good wins in this series with their venerable Audi R8s. Have GetSpeed Team PCX, have they made the right call here? Will them coming in around any time within the next 10 minutes to fill the car up to the end, will that be the right call? Well, Benji Pack's just put the absolute best of second sector into the race, so he's pushing anyway.
Yeah, brand new set of tyres and a relatively low 51.7. My goodness, that's remarkably. That's the fastest lap of the race. 202.399, faster even than Maro Engel. Shows you how, I think, A, the track is definitely quicker, and B, they've got quite a light car now with not a lot of fuel in it, I don't think. A very good driver and brand new set of boots on it.
Well, let's close off the Haas RT story and see what the conclusion is.
Yeah, pretty simple. Just had a quick chat with Chris Dodonker, and he just said very simply, wheel bearing failure. It never rains, but it pours.
What a shame. They'll be back. Haas RT. Unfortunately, that is then done. Benji Pack, though, pushing on, knowing that he's going to have a fairly light car, isn't he? Brand new. It's not Benji Pack. The driver ID has just been switched over to Maro Engel. So there has been a driver change in the GetSpeed Team PCX. So it is Maro Engel who's on board right now. And straight away, bang, 202.399.
Yeah, that's just about a tenth quicker than he went yesterday, isn't it? Oh, sorry, he went earlier today. That's just insanely fast. That really is. And again, you know, if they've come through, just put tyres and put Engel in the car, well, that's strange because we didn't seem to. Maybe. I think it was the driver ID that threw us, wasn't it? Obviously, because we're used to it immediately changing as the driver comes out the pit lane. Once they cross the pit lane exit, that's when, as the driver plugs in their radio into the system in the car, that's when it changes.
It's now gone to driver ID tag 1. So yeah, that's Maro Engel in the car now.
Yeah.
Pushing on. Was able to go home and sleep in his own bed last night, which must have been a nice treat for a race weekend, being able to sleep at home, especially when you live in Monaco and you're a GT driver. Like, you never normally get that opportunity, I would imagine.
I would have thought Monaco's the last place you want to go this weekend, unless you have to.
Yeah. So. He must know he must have a good. Well, he'll know it like the back of his hand.
He lives there, yeah.
Yeah.
And that puts a bit in context, doesn't it, of just how long and how well that man has been a professional racing driver at the highest level. To a GT driver being able to afford to live in Monaco, he's doing all right, isn't he? That's not a bad effort, is it?
There's a few of them. Yeah, Augusto Farfus has been in Monaco. Michael Christensen, I think, lived there for a while. Yeah, there's a few. Al McNish wasn't a GT driver, he was a prototype driver, wasn't he? So he's been there a very long time.
He has indeed. So what's going to be very interesting now, these are the what ifs. I think you're right about Hoffa. I think they're going to need to do, potentially they might be able to make it last, but we'll have to do some sort of a stop for fuel. A splash and dash, yes. A code 60-esque type stop. Engel, I think, needs a full service.
Actually, no, I'll take that back, actually. An hour and 18 minutes to go. I think with full save, I think they could just make it just.
Potentially. Okay, so that could work for them.
Santalock.
We think Engel needs to come in and have a proper stop for fuel.
He does, yeah.
Similarly, the Red Ant car, I think, needs another stop, which is currently sitting third. I think possibly, with a bit of fuel save, Ryan Diel can get to the end now on a full tank in the Ferrari.
Yep.
And Manuel Lauca's just come in, so that will definitely get them to the end from there. I wonder if they're going to put Joel Stern back in that car for the final part of this race. I think really for me, it's how much time will the get speed car lose for its stop versus how fast Engel is going, because he's just lapping the 202s all the time at the moment.
I think they could be in trouble, you know. I think if Hofer are able to fuel save really hard, I think they might be able to make it, you know.
One other thing I've just noticed as well, we talked about a penalty earlier on for the ERA car. They've now served that penalty. That's gone from the timing screen. So that would explain why perhaps Ryan seemed to have quite a long stop last time, because he had an extra 15 seconds on in the ERA spot. This is a good thing that they have. I would suggest they were probably trying to argue it, as we see one of the 992s coming. Is that a Seblaju car? Is it? I think it is, but I couldn't see which one it was. I think it's Louis Perrault in the 888 car. There you go.
You're on it. You're on it, Simon Hill. Louis Perrault goes up to fuel to fill up. That will definitely get a Porsche 992 Cup car home. They can go usually an hour and 20, maybe even a little bit more. Oh, issue though for Proton Competition. Penalty just popped up on our screen now, causing a collision at turn 8. 15-second time penalty. Ooh, that's a hard one, that one, and that can be added on at the end of the race if they're not due to come into the pits again, which they aren't. And you're right, it is Joel Sturm who's taken over. Meanwhile, Maro Engel is lighting up the timing screen at the moment. Personal best sector 1, absolute best sector 2. Is he going to get into the 201s? I mean, he did a 2 flat 0.6 in qualifying in cooler conditions, so to get anywhere near that in race trim is ridiculous, frankly. Kratz lets him through. Torsten Kratz, of course, is running a lap ahead, but of course we know that Engel needs to come in and get some fuel. I mean, the last time that car was at the fuel pump was an hour and 15 minutes ago. Okay, we've had some code 60 in there around that time, but he will need to come in.
So we watch with interest as Engel comes through the final turn. Virage Dupont and blasts down the straight in that Get Speed Team PCX Racing Mercedes AMG. What's the lap time? 202.381. Not quite getting into the 201s, but another fastest lap of the race for Maro Engel. That is just insanely fast. That really is impressive. So Dominic Ang has also just come in for fuel in the Viper Niza racing car. Remember, they're very much in contention for an AM category podium. So you would expect that that's going to be, well, it will be their last stop, certainly for fuel, with an hour and 10 to go. There's quite a few of the 992s that are in fuel at the moment. The race leading, sorry, not the race leading 992, the car that was leading the 992, which is Luke Breukers, is in. It's Joshua Bednarski in the Mullen car that's leading from Antoine Leclerc in the Orchid car, and then Anthony de Barn in the Chazelle Technology Corsa, which is now currently leading in AM. Stephen Gambrell is in the car now for HRT Performance, in the car that was quickest in the hands of James Kellett a little bit early on. What else is happening at the front? Well, Engel just keeps, he's just the gift that keeps giving, is he, in terms of pure speed. 207.1 for Torsten Kratz, 204.5 for Yannick Redant, 204.8 for Pierre Caffard, 204.0 for Ryan Diel. So they're sort of the front runners. Diel just done a 203.558. It's actually very close to the car's fastest lap that was set earlier today, a 203.331. I think that's his personal, it is, it's his personal best. I did 203.8. So that Ferrari is working very well. You would expect potentially, and a 202.7 for Patrick Liddy, another driver in the twos. I'm convinced this is
in the Audi.
Yeah, this is track related. The track has suddenly got a lot quicker for that to happen.
And this is where it really matters. And you think Maro Engel he opened the race and the second part of the race today, and he's been sort of, I'm sure, walking around the pits like a coiled spring all day, waiting, ready to go. But yeah, you're right. The timing screen is absolutely lighting up at the moment. It's as if someone has just flicked a switch in every single cockpit and said, right, let's go, it's go time. An hour and 7 minutes to go then. Surely Engel will need to pit soon. This car has not been at the pumps in an hour and 18 minutes. With some code 60, sure, but will need to be fairly soon. But the big question is, can Hofer get home? They came out of the fueling with an hour and 18 minutes to go. So I think if they're light-footed, they can get that car home. The Santalok car's got another lap to find. Kaffer 2:04.8 last time by. Now we know Pierre Kaffer's faster than that, so is he having to really aggressively fuel save? Kratz mid 2:06s was a 2:07 a couple of laps ago. Surely he's having to really fuel save, whereas Getspeed, they're going to be on maximum rich.
Yeah,
I love it. This is great.
Yeah, they're pushing like crazy. Or Engel is pushing another purple sector 1. Absolutely sensational sector 1 from Maro Engel. Torsten Kratz last time round was about 4 seconds slower than Maro Engel. That suggests to me that already Torsten Kratz is in fuel cell mode. That sort of lap time where everyone else seems to be improving their times. Kratz he was lapping in the certainly in the high 3s or maybe low 4s earlier on in his stint. And now to be doing 6s, unless it's just simply traffic, or it could well be that he's gone, right, I need to... And then Ryan Diel's... oh, no, sorry, I've misread that. That was Patrick Liddy in the 202s. Diel 2:03.4, so getting very close to the fastest lap in that car as we speak. And he's around about 0.3 of a second quicker than Pierre Kaffer that's ahead of him. And I'm not quite sure. DL green sector 1. So, yeah, the track is definitely getting quicker. There's absolutely no doubt.
No doubt about it, because you think if it was just one car doing it, you could think, OK, that car's on a push. But everybody seems to be lighting the timing screen up at the moment. A 2:02.7 last time by for Engel. So Engel's doing everything he can to try and... But I really think that they may have just been caught out on strategy here. Getspeed, PCX. They are... I think if Hofer can get to the end, if they left the fueling with a full tank, of course, that's the other thing. I'm pretty sure they would have, because they came in with an hour and 41 to go. They pitted again with an hour and 18 to go. So they are proving that the pit under code 60 strategy, particularly for an AM car, when you've got a bit more advantage,
worth a shot.
It's worth it, yeah.
Absolutely. So I think, just looking at where we're at, obviously, as we've all said, we think that the Getspeed leading car's got to come in and do some fuel. Kratz, we think, is going to try and fuel save to the end. Redan, I'm pretty sure, has got to come in and get some fuel. Kaffer, not sure. I think maybe a little splash. DL can get to the end. And Liddy, I think, can get to the end as well.
I think Kaffer can, but not at full push.
No, if he gets to code 60, that will play massively into both Hofer and Santalok's hands, I think.
That's what they're praying for right now. They're praying for code 60, I think.
And you've got to roll that dice. If I was them, I'd do the same thing. You've got to roll that dice and go, let's...
Save a whole pit stop from the fastest car in the race. I mean, let's be really blunt. Getspeed Team PCX, whether in the hands of Engel or Benji Pack, Engel would be the ultimate pace, but that car's been a rocket ship since it rolled out the trailer, whether it be in testing, in free practice, in qualifying, or in the race. It's been the dominant car. But strategy-wise, it seems that Hofer and Santalok, who happen to be two of the most experienced teams in this paddock and this type of racing, that's proving that they know what to do in these scenarios. They've been in these scenarios so many times.
There's a few teams in this paddock that just understand this particular code 60 type racing versus safety car racing.
So different.
Safety car racing so different. It's a different form of sports car racing in every way, really, isn't it? You know, I regularly sit there watching the Daytona 24 Hours or Rolex 24, and I know what's going to happen. It's going to be an absolute
dogfight at the end.
I need to say something else. Something fight at the end of this race between about 4 cars in every class, because that's what safety car racing does for you, isn't it?
And Era Motorsport, you know, the team that are running in 5th at the moment, they have a great heritage in IMSA, have won the Daytona 24 Hours a couple of times, and have done so from being several laps down early on in the race. The one year they had quite a big incident early on in the race, and they were able to fight back with brilliant strategy back and forth all the time. So it's you know, what is it they say? Time in the game is what's really important, and time in this very specific type of racing is important.
Engel faster again, 2:02.239. There's still some green sectors up on the board. Ryan Diel's just set his personal best in the middle sector. Had previously set a personal best for the car in the first and the last sectors on different laps, so this could be an improvement in overall lap time for DL as he comes down the start-finish straight. We see Maro Engel on screen meanwhile. And Yell, I think, just had a little bit of a traffic at the end of the lap because didn't improve a 2:03.9. Still in the threes. A lot of drivers now in the 2:03s and 2:02s in the case of a couple of cars. Stephen Paulette just done a 2:02.7. Patrick Liddy did a 2:02.7 a couple of laps ago. As you said, DL 2:03.3, 3:39. It's interesting actually because both of the two lead drivers in that car, they're only hundredths of seconds apart from each other now on lap times, which pretty much says it all. But yeah, look at Kratz's times. That's the really interesting one for me. 2:06s. He's been doing those lap times, bang, 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 for quite a few laps now, and that 2:01.591 for Maro Engel now. Oh my goodness me! Wow, has he missed a bit of the track out or something?
1.3 seconds quicker than the best lap we saw in the race last year, set by the Inter Africa Ferrari. It's underneath the best time we saw in qualifying last year in the Proton Porsche of Klaus Bachler, and he's only 9/10 of a second off his own best in qualifying on Friday evening in much cooler conditions. So Engel is doing everything he possibly can, and now just an hour and a minute to go. I mean, that car has not been at the fuel pump in an hour and 24 minutes.
So all that can explain is that either we've missed something and it has popped in and we didn't pick up on it, which is, I suppose, possible.
The last pit stop showing 1 minute and 13, pit only 1 minute 11, so it hasn't been.
But the time before that,
don't think
did
so.
he take a splash?
I don't think so.
I'm just wondering if he did, but anyway. So anyway, from our perspective, I think, we're sitting here scratching our heads with it almost exactly 1 hour left now, 1 hour and a few seconds left of this race. And this is going to be, as always is the way with the Michelin 24H series, it's going to be an absolutely fascinating 60 minutes that we're going to have, maybe 60 and a little bit more if they cross the line and get an extra lap in, for example. So, another green sector comes up, this time for Joel Sturm, even, who's in the 73 Proton car. That still has that 15-second penalty hanging over it, as does penalties also for the E2P racing car. That's got a 30-second penalty. Oliver Campos in that car at the moment. And Zoe Schlimpas in the Duta Racing Audi has a 30-second penalty over that car. There's a few others further down as well. In the various different categories, so that I'm sure will play things out a little bit later on. But at the front of the pack, I'm thinking that we're expecting to see it going to be Get Speed, Hoffer, possibly Santalok, and as an outside shot era as they're going to get this thing across the line.
And we just don't know. I mean, that's the great part about it. We just do not know. Pierre Caffer in those at mid 205s now. Again, the car's done a 203.1 not that long ago, so again having to really lift and coast.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Kaffer and Kratz has just done a 204.3.
So are they happy with their number now?
Maybe they've got it back. Maybe they said, right, you need to do 5 or 6 laps pretty steady, and a 206 when the car will do a 203, especially when everyone else is going quicker because of the track conditions improving. That's like a lift and coast type lap time, isn't it? That's lots of that, getting off the power nice and early, coasting into the corner, nice and gentle back on the throttle, maybe using slightly different gears at different points on the lap just to try to maximize fuel. They will have, as you said, this is where Hoffer is so good. Winning the Barcelona 24 Hours last year was an incredibly impressive tactical achievement when you look at the quality and variety of teams and drivers that were in that race, specifically that race, and that was just super impressive. So let's see what happens from now on. A purple sector 1 from Stephen Paulette in the Audi, in the number 2 Haas RT Audi. So whilst it's been everything that's gone wrong, that could go wrong, has gone wrong for the 21 Haas Audi, the number 2 car seems to be running very, very quickly.
The Audi is clearly a very quick car, whether it be in the hands of Stephen Paulette in the Haas car or in Santalok, well, whoever's in it really, it doesn't matter. Pierre Caffer, Elia Earhart, Stefan Trubadini, all of them have been able to extract lap time from it. It's a car that's been around a very long time now, but still a really strong package. Likewise, the Mercedes, you think the Audi and the Mercedes are proving that they're still really, really quick cars. But from what I understand, a bit wide though for Paulette coming through double track, really got onto the dirty part and rear came around but caught it beautifully. But proving that you don't have to have the very latest generation car, which costs usually a lot more to run it. You can, okay, you're still talking large amounts of money, but the Audi and the Mercedes are known to be the most cost effective within the GT3 category.
Exactly. Interestingly, Antoine Leclerc on board the Orchid Racing team has just set his personal fastest lap, and they are now leading that class, the 963 car. As we watch this little moment you mentioned there, a little bit of a wobble. Oh, brake lights on. Here's a little bit of a Code Brown, I think, perhaps. Kept him busy. But I tell you, there's an interesting couple of battles that potentially are going to unfold soon. We've got, on the same lap, on lap 283, Kratz is 30 seconds ahead of Redon, both in the Mercedes cars. Cava is a further 18 seconds behind Redon. Then it's showing Ryan Diel as a lap down, and then Lydia's a lap further down from that. But Liddy's about to cross the line, and I think there's about a 15 or 16 second difference between Ryan Diel and Patrick Liddy. So that's going to be, there's a 2 or 3 battles there, 17 seconds that time now, so it's increased a little bit. It was a slow lap for Liddy that time. He was in the 206s. There's still 201.957 for Maro Engel last time. That's just, wow.
Full push.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? So, yeah, I think the key thing is I'm still like you. We must have missed them doing some fuel, because there's no way. What's he been? He's been out there for
an hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
But there was a lot of code 60 in there.
Yeah,
so
but even so.
Well, why don't we get? We'll get Snow. I think we're about to switch over to Carla Velti in the pit lane, so we'll get Snowy and Carla to try and find out. But I'm pretty sure that was the last time they were actually at the fuel pump, and they filled up completely full at that point. So yeah, it must be any minute now whether we need to come in. But at the moment running about a lap and a bit ahead, so that's 3 minutes or so. So it's going to be remarkably tight, because at the moment Engel's lapping sort of on average 3-4 seconds a lap faster now across a whole stint. That's a lot of time.
It is a lot of time, so, and that's what's clearly their strategy is. We see the lone Ferrari 296 GT3 Evo of Ryan Diel, the 44-year-old Scotsman, former winner of the Daytona 24 Hours outright and class winner at Le Mans, and also class winner at Daytona in LMP2.
And Sebring.
And Sebring, yeah. So
he's had quite a career. Yeah.
I still remember him as a wee lad doing Formula Renault with his brother back in the year 2000, and some guy called Kimi Raikkonen
beat him from pole at Knockhill.
Yeah.
I remember asking Ryan, what's your greatest achievement in racing? He goes, beating Kimi Raikkonen from pole at Knockhill.
Yeah. So Snowy and I have been joking all the time about our respective racing experiences. The last season that I raced properly, raced full time, was 2000. So I was on the same package as a very young Ryan Diel, who was just starting his career in Formula Renault, just moved out of karting, racing with his brother John, who was no mean feat of a driver either. And I was at the end, even though I wasn't that old at the time, but even though, so we actually raced on the same package. I remember meeting Ryan because I did a bit of coaching for a couple of Formula Renault teams back then. So I don't think I ever coached him, but I certainly remember some of the other drivers. I actually did do some work for Manor Motorsport at the time, and they had, as well as Kimi Raikkonen, they had Danny Watts, they had Jeffrey Jones, and an Irish driver called Michael Keown, who's just started racing again in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain.
Oh, cool.
And Danny, we know what a superb sports car driver he was. And hopefully we got a bit of insight from our secret squirrel, our Swiss secret squirrel, no less. A superb Swiss secret squirrel, Carla Velti.
I wish I was as successful as you're making me up to be right now. I did go into the box because for the people who have never been into the pit lane of Circuit Paul Ricard, actually, most of the team spent their time more towards the back of the paddock, because there's like a two split. You have the box, the open box where the car can roll in, and you have a closed up back where the whole team is sitting. So I made my way up there with all the engineers and so on, and I found Benjamin Pack, and I stood next to him and I said, Benji, are you guys driving on French wine in good mood only, or how in heaven's name are you still this fast without a stop? And he just smiled at me and said, in a very French way, it's difficult to say. And I was like, it's not difficult to say, you're not allowed to say, is that correct? And he just smiled. So I feel like we got to the point where it's going to be hard to get any actual information out of this team in regards to what they are up to, because we're less than an hour away from the checkered flag, and everyone is going to try to keep their secrets until the very last moment.
That's frustrating. I thought Carla was going to get some real insight for us. Well done for trying, though, Carla. Thank you. But yeah, it doesn't really explain more than what we perhaps thought, was that they obviously have a plan, that they're, I would suggest by Benjamin Pack's reaction, that they're confident that their plan is working. Fuel, Maro Engel, now. The car has come in. There you go.
I just thought, well, okay, I'll just look back onto the onboard that's on Creventic Motorsports TV, and at the moment, he's going right up into fuel. It's Maro Engel. So there we go. There's our answer. I knew my notes would not let me down. 2 hours, 25 minutes ago was the last time they took fuel. So this will be...
Let's see how long he stays in fuel. That's the question. Does he need to take a full load of fuel? I would say no, but I would say probably half, at least half the fuel, if not more, maybe three quarters, I'd suggest. Yeah. So on that basis, you would suggest, if it's normally around about 4 minutes, isn't it? 4.5 minutes for a fuel stop, I'd say they're probably going to be 3.5 minutes, aren't they? Yeah. Which would definitely put Torsten Kratz and the Hoffa Racing car into the lead of the race. But by how much? Is it enough of a gap that with about, by the time they come out, probably 45 minutes left, can Maro Engel, even with his blistering pace, get himself back in front, if especially Torsten Kratz is having to still be a little bit cautious with his fuel? I'm also very interested to see what the Agis Red Ant racing car is going to be doing. That's showing it's been out for 1 hour and 11, and Pierre Cafra has 48 minutes. So both of those cars, we know that DL has been in and should, in theory, be able to make it to the end on the fuel that he's got.
He can, I think, for certain.
I'm certain he will be able to. So that could allow the Ferrari to certainly get into the top 3 on that basis. I would say that would be something that clearly the Era Motorsport folks would be working towards.
On our, for those enjoying pictures on Creventic Motorsports TV, there's several live feeds of the onboard cameras. Now, at the moment, I'm keeping a close watch on the onboard camera of Maro Engel. It must be painful to sit there waiting for the fuel to go in. He's been actually with the pump attached to the car for over a minute now. It's as close as the number 11 Hoffa car is coming into the last part of the racetrack now, so we'll likely inherit the race lead with 49 minutes to go, but we'll have a determined Maro Engel chasing down. Engel still in fueling, nearly a minute and a half of fuel going in, and then we'll have to trundle down towards the pit lane and back out again. So into the lead go Hoffa.
So it's showing us nearly 3 minutes that Engel has been in. So you would suggest, based on your theory, that we probably need they probably need about 3/4 of a tank, that they're getting close to that. I'm watching the graphic very closely. We can see our timing screen, which has a page that shows the track map where the cars are. And yes, Engel has just started moving. You can see a little tiny number 28 that's just moving out of the pit area now.
The onboard's just cut off. Weird. Isn't that funny?
Yeah. And what it has meant is both Kratz and Red Ant in the Agis Red Ant car now are up ahead. Red Ant just set his fastest lap and the car's fastest lap, 2:03.511. It's only 26 seconds between Kratz and Red Ant. Now, here's a bit of a brain scrambler. I think that the Agis car's got to make another stop.
Yes.
And possibly, if let's watch what happens with Engel here. I'm presuming that they're just going to go straight through. I don't think they're going to. How long's his tyres done? His tyres have done 13. Yeah, I'm sure they'll run that to the end, won't they? With someone like Maro Engel, obviously he's absolutely rinsed every ounce of performance out of those tyres, but that's why it's Maro Engel in the car, because he can continue to do that. So he comes out we think still in third position. But what it really has done is it's really started to close everything up quite significantly, hasn't it now? So where is everybody relative to one another? So I think if I've understood it correctly, Kratz is leading by 26 seconds ahead of Yannick Radan, with Mauro Engel a further 17 seconds behind, Kaffer a second behind him, and then DL on the lap, on the 286 laps, 287 for the first 4 cars, and 286 for the car that's in 5th, and that's got a 16-second lead over Patrick Liddy, who's in 6th place, with Campos then in 7th place, but still to take a penalty. So, wow, right, game on.
It certainly is game on.
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, mon ami Écosse et moi, let's see what the last 46 minutes of this race has got to offer. I think it's going to be absolutely awesome. I can't wait. Let's go.
What a I love that. It's so good. 46 minutes then. Pierre Caffer comes through in the Santaloc Racing Audi. They've been as steady away as always. Up into third position they go. And Engel at the moment is just coming into the latter part of the lap, just coming through a Virage de Bondor at the moment and through Garlaban, so there's quite a gap to run down. Then it's Ryan Diel comes through in 4th position in the Era Ferrari. So at the moment, the Era Ferrari of Ryan Diel right now in terms of time behind is, oh no, it's going to be very, very tight actually. Or is the Era Ferrari running a lap behind?
Yes, I think it is.
Okay.
Because obviously it took that long stop. That's what I'm saying, is that with the exception of, in my opinion, with the exception of Kratz and possibly Engel now, the other two I think ahead have got to stop, which is why I'm pretty sure but both Ajith Redan and Pierre Caffer have got to stop. So we'll find out in a moment, won't we?
Yeah.
Well, I say in a moment. We'll find out before in the next 45 minutes.
Yeah, so Engel's got his head down with a half a minute to catch up to Caffer ahead. And the question is, can Pierre Caffer make an hour and 20 minutes, make a tank of fuel last an hour and 20 minutes? Well, Mauro Engel, albeit with some help from Code 60, just made a tank of fuel last an hour and a half. So you would hope so. And Hoffer, likewise, they only had to make it last an hour and 18 minutes. Oh, well.
I think Hoffer are in the pound seats, as they say at the moment. They really are. I mean, barring disasters, they can, because look at him again, he's doing 206s now. That again smacks of a bit more fuel saving. Clearly, Pierre Caffer is not fuel saving because he's just set the cars, and his fastest sector 2 and very quick in sector 1 as well. DL lapping a little bit slower, 204s for DL, 204s for Liddy. 203.9 for Joel Stern, but they're a little way behind. They're a lap behind the Ferrari and the the other GetSpeed Mercedes. Liddy's just set his personal fastest sector 2, so he's having a real good go to try and close down on Ryan DL.
Yeah, the Proton Porsche today's just not had exactly the right pace. I mean, the best lap they've found is a 203 flat. You compare that to a 201.5 from Engel, and you're comparing works driver to works driver. The Porsche doesn't seem to quite have the pace this weekend, but that can come around, that can move it. They certainly had the pace last year when they won this race, of course, Proton Porsche.
Well, balance of performance is a crucial thing, as we know in all forms of sports car racing, and if you get it working in your favour, that can be the absolute difference, especially if you've got your strategy completely right. So yes, let's watch with interest. No, so
best lap of the race for Hoffer Racing, your leaders, 203.7. Mauro Engel 201.5, so there's 2.2 of a difference there. But who's leading the race and who's probably got enough fuel on board?
Well, so the question is, if my timing screen, if I understand the timing screen correctly, Kratz leads Redan by 23 seconds. Caffer is 18 seconds further back, and then Engel is another 30-something seconds back. Well, no, that's just changed. It's now gone down that he's now, what's that, 34 seconds behind, isn't he? So, yeah. And then Ryan Diel is shown as a lap behind, and Patrick Liddy just chipping away a little bit. He's very, very quick. His Liddy is just taking chunks. No, chunks is not the right word. Little bits out of Ryan Diel.
It's a story of what could have been for that JR286 car.
Yeah. For
Get Speed with Patrick Liddy on board, because without that delay for the puncture, they've clearly got a really quick car. 2:02.7 their best. So on outright pace, they've got a second in hand over Hoffer on absolute outright pace, but Hoffer they've kept out of trouble, and they've been so consistent, particularly today, is where they've just been relentless between Max Partel, Thorsten Kratz and Alex Prince. They've been keeping Thorsten Kratz busy. He's done a lot of driving time today. He's been in the car an hour and 20 minutes. He's going to do another 41.
They must have so is Alex classed as an AM driver?
Yep.
That's amazing, isn't it, really, when you look at his pace? This is another one that, you know,
likewise,
a bit like, who were we talking about? Jordan Boisson, I think it was, wasn't it? There's an AM driver in the traditional sense, are they?
Well, HRT Performance lead the way at the moment by 32 seconds in the 992 category and in the AM subcategory. Let's get some update with them with Carla Velti.
I hope we can see it on the screen. If not, please guys, go down to the camera in the pit lane, because it looks like that the HRT team with the 928, they don't have any radio contact at the moment. James Pellet, he literally just had to go out and what do you call it, numbers boards, and hang it out of the pit lane in order to give a signal to his car that the driver needs to go in for fuel. Because if I read it correctly, let me get a little bit up to the front. Yes, it says 928 fuel. So here's another challenge. It is a car, I believe so, that is running in P1 in its class, but there's no radio contact to the driver, or it's a bit of an iffy radio contact is what they said. So there we go, another challenge on the track.
Well, yeah, that is if they need to come in for fuel, that will then put Red Camel Jordans back up into the lead. But it's where also they come out in relation to Chazelle Technology course. Jean-Mathieu Leandri at the wheel at the moment, sitting in second. They're only a couple of laps behind, but of course, if a pit stop was required, that could be a couple of laps gone easy. Around 2 minutes around, and normally around 4 minutes at least for fuel. Can Pierre Caffer make this fuel tank last in the Santalok Racing Audi with 39 minutes to go? He's been able to do it many times before. Winner of the Sebring 12-hour overall in the R8 Audi prototype, the open top prototype. That's how long he's been in the game, Pierre Caffer. And he's been in this position before, having to just make fuel on board, try and be quick, try and roll the speed through the corner, but lift off the power early, almost a little bit later braking point, trying to maintain the lap time, but reduce the amount of time you're on open throttle or even part throttle. Try to just stay off that throttle but be fast at the same time. It's not a very nice question to ask, is it? But that's exactly what you need to do in one of these situations, and Pierre Caffer will be one of the best at it. Thorsten Kratz also managing his pace beautifully at the front of the field in that Hoffer Mercedes, holds a 22.3 second advantage over Yannick Redon, who we believe will need to, that car should be coming in for fuel pretty soon. The last time it had a full tank of fuel was with 2 hours, 2 minutes to go. So, and with 38, so that was that, an hour and 24 minutes ago. So should need a top up very soon.
Yeah, I think that's almost inevitable that they're going to need to bring that car, and just watching with interest to see as it comes up to the end of the lap. No, it's staying out a little bit longer. So what have we got? I think they're rolling the dice and thinking, can we sort of eke it out and hopefully get a code 60, and they might be able to make it last, which I think is probably what Santalok are doing as well. But then they're clearly not fuel saving, because Caffer is going ever faster. Just set another fastest sector 2 of the cars race so far. So yeah, going to be interesting, isn't it? It's going to get interesting.
Yeah, it is. We're surmising what's going on with the Ajith Redan car and where they are on fuel. Carla Velti might be able to shed a little more light on that.
Well, what I am doing is trying to read signs without anyone actually talking to me, because the mechanics, they do have helmets on, and they are slowly but surely putting gloves on. In my opinion and in my experience, that means a pit stop is going to happen soon. We have one mechanic that just walked over to the tires that are in tire blankets, probably checking temperature. So everything in here says we are going to have a pit stop, although everyone is very calm. So the question is when, but it looks like it's going to happen at some point.
Everyone is trying to almost remain as still as possible, Carla, to try and throw us off the scent. But I'm pretty certain the last time they had a full tank of fuel was with 2 hours, 2 minutes to go. So they're about the place where GetSpeed PCX were a little while ago when Maro Engel came in to the pits. Yannick Redon at the wheel at the moment of that red and white Mercedes AMG. They shouldn't need too long at the pits. They'll probably need a third of a tank, possibly. Maybe even slightly more, but not a full tank of fuel. But it's the time it takes to get to fuel and then back down again where you lose a lot as well.
It is indeed. There's Patrick Liddy on board the 286 car. He's been absolutely flying, and he's just gradually getting a little bit closer to Ryan Diel. They're currently also sitting second in the AM category, which I think to get a podium in AM after the travails of the early part of the race is going to be incredible achievement for GetSpeed. So at the moment, just to sort of quickly give us a roundup of where we're at, as always, 992 is still ever changing. But let's talk about GT3. That car there, we see the 286 GetSpeed Mercedes currently sits 6th overall. But the race leader and our leader in the AM class is Torsten Pratt.
Problem for the Ligier. Problem for the Ligier. The fire coming out the back of the Ligier. That is running second in DCE. So this would, they got to within 3 laps. There's fire pouring out the right-hand corner of that Not Only Motorsport Ligier running along. The driver might not be aware of that. They might be starting to feel the heat, though. The car pulled over.
Stop now.
And the car has stopped. It's black smoke coming out of the engine bay. Yellow flag being shown at turn 10. We will be going code 60 within 20 seconds. So this, again, is an absolute dream for Hoffer Racing in the lead and for Santilok, because this will ensure that they can get home with the fuel that they've got.
It will, or possibly they can make a splash and dash type stop. So good news, we're just hearing that Filippo Tonaghi is out of the car safely. That's the most important thing in this situation. But it does mean, I think, we are going to get probably at least a 5, maybe even 10-minute code 60 to recover that, because not only will they have to make sure the car's obviously safely out, but then they need to clear up any mess that's been left from fire extinguishment that may be on the circuit, and obviously get the car off the circuit. So let's watch with interest to see who does what now. Let's see.
Dreamland for Ajith Red Ant Racing.
Sorry?
Because Dreamland for Ajith Red Ant Racing, because they can get about a quarter of it. Well, they get 25% in the pit, in the fueling, so they can come in under code 60, fuel up, and have enough to get them to the end. So this is really, really a big benefit for Red Ant Racing. Now, will it keep them on the podium? I don't know, but it will give them a much better result than they were going to get if they had to pit under green.
Right. So I'm watching the cars that getting to the end of the lap now, as we see the Not Only Motorsport team, understandably very disappointed with the situation, but Hoffer has stayed out, so they're obviously confident that with the code 60, that's going to give them, as you said, the opportunity. The 69 car is the next of the GT3 cars that's coming around. Now that sits in 10th place with Alex Acker on board. The next car that is really significant, the one you've just mentioned, is the 93 car, the Ajith Red Ant Racing car. That's coming towards the end of the lap now, and then behind that is also, not far behind that, is firstly the number 2 car of Stephen Paulette. That's not really in the mix. That's about 12th. Well, it is 12th. But then we have Pierre Caffer, and after that we have Joel Sturm. So here we can see where he's aware that he's got a problem of some sort. He takes a shortcut across the chicane, and then unfortunately it all starts to get very, very hot and bothered under the bonnet.
This TCE category, only 2 cars in it, but they've gone back and forth all the way through. It was the Asbest car that got the lead when the Ligier had problems. Then Ligier caught up with the speed that they've got up. Then the Asbest car was running back on a flatbed, and it came back down the order again, and the Ligier went forward. Into the pits then comes the number 93 for Ajith Redan Racing. They're going to go up to fuel, I would imagine. Yes, they are.
So where are they relative to their immediate competitors? I think this is going to put... Is CAFA coming in? Yes, CAFA is in as well.
Wow, okay.
So both those cars are in, and that's going to help both Maro Engel and probably Ryan Diel as well, I think.
Is CAFA putting new tyres on only, or is he going to go for fuel? He's going to go for fuel.
Going for fuel.
Okay. Well, that... so they feel they're only 2 minutes different on fuel to Hoffer. So they obviously felt an hour and 20 minutes to go, that's not enough. Hoffer, they feel that with this code 60, an hour and 18 minutes to go was when they came out of fuel. They've got enough. I think Hoffer can make it, particularly with this code 60.
I think they would have come in at the earliest opportunity had they felt that they couldn't make it. So
and there's oil from turn 7, which is coming onto the Mistral all the way down to turn 10. So the entire length of the Mistral, there's oil. It's maybe not on the racing line, but will need to be dealt with. So I don't think this code 60 will be the work of a moment. And as the time ticks down, of course, while it's under code 60, if you're needing to close a gap down, you can't.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you've got no track to, if you, no matter how fast you are. So if you're Maro Engel right now, you're sitting there sick with the speed limiter button on, going, oh come on, I can't do anything. Although with CAFA going in for fuel, that will put Get Speed back up onto the podium and will drop Santaloc off the podium.
It will, I think. We'll just see. I can see that the Ajith car has just started coming out of fuel,
and potentially, with depending on where the Ajith car comes out, maybe Era Motorsport will back up onto the podium as well.
So this is interesting. They're calling the Red Ant car in. Is this a driver change? Is this fuel? Oh, they cut away. Is this driver change or just fuel? Maybe we can get a chance to find out from a moment as a big gaggle of cars just coming across the line. Patrick Liddy's come in for fuel as well, which is interesting. And watching with interest to see what happens now with the Ryan Diel car. Does that move up a place? I can see the 28 car is just crossing the line. And I think out is, yes, just comes out now is Pierre CAFA. With Maro Engel, I think, has just crossed the line as well.
Yeah, he has. Well, while we ponder that, let's go down for an update with Carla Velti in the pits.
That air time that you just kind of showed, to explain to you that, in fact, Patrick Liddy is not only coming in for fuel, he must be coming in for a driver change as well, because Steve Jans looks very ready to rumble. So that definitely is going to be a driver change as well. I am dotting up and down the pit lane as well to find out what else is going on in the pit lane. Hoffer is very calm. Santaloc, I don't see any movement yet. So really the only ones ready to do something in the actual pit lane, so not fuel, but potential driver change and potential tire change, is the 286 Get Speed car.
Well, Santaloc have come out of fuel now, so they're fueled up, and actually just ahead of them is the 28 of Maro Engel. And I just think behind them is the 93 of Ajith Redan Racing, but I don't know where they are in terms of laps.
That's what I was going to say.
I think they've lost a lap.
I think when they cross the line next time, there's 4 cars that are almost together on the track, very close to each other, which is the 93 Ajith car, the 18 Santaloc Audi, the 28 Get Speed Mercedes of Maro Engel, and the 81 Era Motorsport Ferrari. They're all more or less in the same part of the circuit together. So I think that's going to be interesting when they all cross the line to see how that actually shakes it out. I think they could be remarkably close to each other, and with what appears to be quite a long clear up, there's only 28 minutes left. If it takes another 10 minutes, then they would only have about 7 laps left.
Yeah, exactly. They looked like one of the Audi safety cars, I think it was an Audi RS6, going out onto the circuit, probably just to get a feel for what the surface is like and to check it's safe to go back to full racing speed. It is an RS6 behind the R8 GT3. We were admiring an RS6 in the car park the other day, in the Cotel car park.
They're stunning things. I saw when I was at N24, I went into the Audi salon there, and they got the new RS5 as it is now. It used to be an RS4, didn't it? But oh, the shape of those exhausts. Oh my goodness me, I'm a big Audi person. Yes, that would be my weapon of choice, where I was in a position fiscally
estate
to go
car
for it.
For above all, I love an estate car.
I like an estate. I've got an estate car actually, so
you can't beat it. Nice low boot floor, so you can sit and change your shoes. When you come off the golf course, chuck the golf clubs in the trolley in, cases of wine.
Yeah.
Pram.
So what? So we're going to need to wait until these cars cross the line next time before we know for sure where we're at with everything. But let's have a bit of an assumption of what's happening with the other categories, because we've already just seen the really unfortunate situation with the driving experience. Sorry, with the not only motorsport Ligier, which has put Pierre Olsen in the Asbest Racing back in the lead of the TCA TCX class. Oliver Huez in the Circuit Toys Toyota still running, so therefore leading GT4, and Julien Boyot in the Vortex still running, so also leading his class in GTX. In the 992 class, which is always incredibly competitive, currently we have Rick Breukers on board the Red Camel Jordans.nl Porsche leading overall, from Martin Rump in the Mulder Motorsport, and then Antoine Leclerc in the Orchid Racing team. So they're the top three. Leader in AM is Stephen Gambrell in the HRT Performance, ahead of Louis Perrault in the Seb Lejeune car, the number 888 car. And then currently showing in third, but in the pits at the moment, is Jean-Mathieu Leandri in the Chazelle Technology Corsa car. So that possibly may mean that Tracy Crone in the RPM car could be promoted into third in the AM class. All a bit of a we think we're not 100% sure type deal at the moment. So, breather. Have a bit of a breath. What do you think, Pete? What's going on? What do you reckon?
We need it, yeah, with 25 minutes to go. Yesterday, yesterday the teams and the drivers, they were almost a bit too perfect yesterday, weren't they? Everybody did their job, everybody did their stints, and we, at the end of the day, we're thinking, well, where are the storylines? Yeah. But we all knew that it's going to open up tomorrow, because
it just always does, doesn't it?
Different fuel loads, different tyre ages, different driver times to use up.
Yeah.
And hotter today, which definitely makes a difference. That's made us. That's definitely given us a really exciting, really cerebral race. And these little Code 60s in between, they really do. They really do mix it up.
So I'm watching with great interest as there's a big gaggle of cars that are coming across the start-finish line, including the second, third, fourth, fifth place cars.
Need to wait
that
for
I
the
think are just coming now. So Dial's just crossed the line. Where's Redant? Redant's behind, isn't he? Does he stay on that lap, or does he drop behind Dial? Not quite sure. So yeah, at the moment it's Kratz, Engel, Kaffer, Redant, Dial, Jans is the top six. So Hoffer, Getspeed, Santalok, Ajith Redant, Era, and the other Getspeed car. That's your top six. As we just watch, a 93 car of Yannick Redant has dropped. Okay.
So
Redant has dropped.
Safety car has done its job to go and check on the surface and make sure it's safe to go back racing again. Seems like there's been quite a lot of contaminant coming from out of that Ligier. It's been quite a battle between the Ligier and the Asbest Cupra. Looked like Asbest were done when that car came back on a flatbed earlier on today, and looks like they're going to come away with a class win as things stand, because that Ligier doesn't look like it's going any further, and they're 6 laps behind. So I think even this TCE battle, that's the last twist in the tail for that one, unfortunately. So Hoffer Racing with this longer Code 60 as well, I think this does solidify their position where they will not need to pit again, and therefore they will be in a good place. Looking at the pit counter, they have come into the pit lane 8 times today in just over 5.5 hours of racing. The GetSpeed Team PCX car has only come in 5 times. Now you think, surely smaller amount of times in pit lane is a good thing. Not with code 60s. Hoffer have played them beautifully. Before we go back to green flag in under a minute, let's get some more news from Carla Velti in the pits.
Well, the thing is that I would love to give you more story from the pit lane directly, but we've reached a point in the race where most teams are exactly where they want to be when it comes to strategy regarding fuel, tires, and driver change. So actually, we are entering a very, very calm phase of the race in the pit lane. Meanwhile, something that we mostly don't see, but I would love to mention, is that actually it gets quite busy in the paddock. Most of these teams are very, very busy teams. They drive throughout the whole year in different championships, in different parts of this world, and they are packing up as we speak in the back, and that means that they can prepare to get going as soon as possible, as soon as the race is over. But I can hear the cars going quick again, so it's green flag, I guess.
It is indeed, yeah. Time to go back to racing with 22 minutes left on the clock. Hoffer Racing leading the way from GetSpeed Team PCX of Maro Engel, with Pierre Caffer on the podium still for Santaloc Junior team, with only 6 seconds, although only 6 seconds behind Engel in second. Caffer in turn with an advantage of 19 seconds from Yannick Redan in 4th place. That code 60, that was perfectly timed for Ajit Redan Racing. Couldn't have been better.
Yeah, I think without that they would have possibly dropped down to about 6th place if they'd have had to take a green flag fuel stop or had to cruise. So yeah, that's basically solidified what looks like going to be a Pro-Am podium there. And the loser in that situation of drivers and cars that should have made a bit more progress with that is probably the Era car, because that I think would have been 3rd probably if Santaloc and Ajit Redan had to make green flag stops. Now it sits in 5th. Just not enough time for them to be able to make, with 20 minutes, just over 20 minutes to go. So we're looking at maybe, I'm going to take a guess at about 7 laps, something like that, 7 or 8 laps. And then I think we'll get to the end of the race. It's not enough time unless somebody has some kind of a drama to be able to bring it back.
There is an opportunity though for Yannick Redan. If he can really dig in that number 93 Redan car, he's only 5 seconds behind Pierre Caffer. So with 20 minutes on the clock, there is a chance there. Likewise, Pierre Caffer is only 3 seconds behind Engel, but Engel, get this, 1 minute and 8 seconds behind Hoffer Racing. Hoffer Racing have absolutely blown this out the park with strategy and with consistent driving. Really impressive. You can make an argument that they have the code 60s have fallen their way, but you have to take the cards that you have to pick up the cards that fall your way.
You do indeed, and that's going to be absolutely beautifully played if it stays like this. Hoffer car has just crossed the line now, and looking at the GetSpeed car, which we're on board with now, just coming through turn 10, or senior as we know it. So that is a significant, it's like a half a lap, isn't it? That sort of 1 minute or so. But as you said, it's only 3 seconds behind is Pierre Caffer, and a further 4.5 seconds behind Caffer is Redan. And then DL, unfortunately, is a lap down as a result of that strategy working, or not a lap down, but a lap further back from those cars we've just mentioned. So he's about 3/4 of a lap back on those guys. So barring any kind of disaster with those cars ahead of him, that looks like everyone's pretty much set as they are now. It's those 2 cars, well, those 3 cars, maybe 28, 18 and 93, that we might see a possible change before the end of the race. Unless, of course, we've misjudged Hoffer altogether and they have some sort of a massive stop that they need to make. I can't see it though, can you? I think they're well and truly sorted.
And they had plenty of chance to go in under code 60 for a splash if they wanted it. So no, I think they're okay. At Mugello, it was Santaloc Audi that took the win to kick off the season. At Spa, it was Optimum McLaren. But it looks like this is going the way of Mercedes AMG, and specifically Hoffer Racing, the family team, what a performance they put together. Of course, they are missing one member of the family team this weekend. Chantal Prince, who normally drives with the team, not here this weekend. She's at home in Switzerland, and but I know they're all watching. The two kids are watching Dad at work, who I'm sure will be biting through his fingernails at the moment down in the garage as Torsten Kratz does the business. But Torsten's so experienced, and you know, in that scenario before that Code 60 came out, Simon, they had to be really careful on the fuel, and he was managing it beautifully, not going too quick, not too slow, and making sure that they were going to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. He managed it absolutely beautifully. He really did. Now, just looking at the various different scenarios, as we already said, it looks very good for Hoffa to maintain that position at the head of the field. Also leading the AM category. Second in that class is now Steve Jans in the Get Speed team, JR286. They sit in 6th overall, with Oliver Campos in 7th place, but 3rd in the AM category. Having said that, they have a 30-second penalty that they haven't served. And looking at where the next car, Zeus Schrimpas, I think they might be okay. I think they might be all right in terms of being able to maintain, even with the penalty, maintain the final podium spot in the AM category. In the GT3 Pro-Am class, it's looking like it's going to be Maro Engel and the Get Speed 28 car from Pierre Caffer and Yannick Redin. That looks like they're likely to be the top 3, with Euro Motorsport just missing out on a debut podium for their car.
What a great lap there from Yannick Redin, the best lap of the race so far for that Ajit Redin Mercedes AMG, 203.455. And the gap is coming down a bit, only 2 seconds up towards Pierre Caffer on the podium. So can Ajit Redin Racing get onto the overall podium here at Paul Ricard? I think they maybe can. At the current burn rate, taking 1.2 seconds on the previous lap, Yannick Redin is in absolutely on a charge.
Yeah, it took half a second out of Caffer just in the first sector alone on this current lap, and the gap is only a couple of seconds now.
Yeah, really, really close indeed. Can see that Santalock Audi ahead, that black and day-glow yellow machine, and they're coming up against a little bit of traffic, a little bit of Porsche Cup traffic to deal with as they come down into the North Chicane. Both Caffer and Redon really deep on the brakes, leaning on the aerodynamics, leaning on the ABS of these GT3 cars. Amazing how late they can brake. And now coming up towards Signé, and well, Pierre Caffer looks like he might get a little bit compromised coming through Signé, possibly, maybe even through Double Droite, through to the last part of the lap now. As Redin giving it as much commitment as possible, and he's going to get held up a little bit. He jinks to the outside of the Sepleju car, coming around Double Droite. Now he's going to come across a little bit of traffic. The number 930 car is holding them up a little bit as well, and that's allowed Caffer just to gain a little bit of breathing space for now. But with 15 minutes to go, this is your battle for the podium. No need to worry about fuel now. This is a straight fight. Mercedes AMG versus Audi.
Yeah, personal best in sectors 1 and 2. I think he might not quite get a personal best in sector 3 because of that traffic, as you pointed out, Pete. But let's have a look at what the gap is. It was 2.055 when they crossed the line last time. They come up to the line now, and it is, where's it gone? I've lost it now.
Still is a personal best.
Yeah, personal best for Yannick Redin. He was just over a second faster than Caffer, even with that traffic. So on that basis, it's looking like it's almost exactly a second when they crossed the line that time.
Yeah, wow, getting closer and closer all the time. Caffer looks to be struggling a little bit in the mid-204s right now, whereas Yannick Redon is on full push, maximum attack. He's not going to worry about fuel whatsoever. I don't think Caffer has to either, with having gone in for a little top-up of fuel at the last Code 60. So this is a pure fight, as hard as you can possibly go. They're coming around through towards Virage du Camp now. And then down the Mistral Straight they go towards the North Chicane, and Redant now in the slipstream. He'll be picking up a little bit of a slither of slipstream from the Audi of Pierre Caffer. In terms of traffic, they've got a little, I think they're fairly clear ahead of them, do you know, because it's 2 GT3 cars are next up ahead, the Get Speed Mercedes and the 81 Ferrari.
Yeah, so I think the the difference is going to be really the fact that Yannick Redan is on 5-lap-old tyres and Pierre Caffer is on 33-lap-old tyres.
Yeah,
and here he goes down the inside. Is he going to make it stick? Yes, he does. What a lovely move, beautifully timed, using that extra grip and using the balance of that car. And after an absolutely frantic battle at the end of the Spa race last time with the Proton Porsche, this time it's a lot calmer, a lot smoother, and a very, very impressive job by Yannick Redan.
Superb, yeah. 28 lap younger tyres. That's the difference. Fresher Michelin rubber for Yannick Redan coming through Signé. Caffer tries to carry as much speed on the exit as possible, but there's just way more grip underneath that Mercedes with that fresher tyre, and through goes Yannick Redan. And Aziz Redan Racing are up onto the overall podium here at Paul Ricard, a new programme for this year. And well, what a start this has been to the season for them, and it looks like it's going to be another strong result for Aziz Redan Racing.
Yeah, and they just kind of chipped away at it, as they often do. They made the best of the situations that came to them. They used their drive time of the various drivers really well. And as a combination, they always seem to, as another team, a bit like Hoffa, that just know how to maximise and to execute in this type of racing. They've used everything to their advantage and done a sensational job.
Now, there's about 6 laps left, and it's only 7 seconds up the road to Maro Engel. Now, that is quite a mountain to climb for Yannick Redan, but he's just gone 0.3 of a second quicker in the first sector than Engel. So if he can continue that every sector for the next 6 laps, he actually will catch Engel. But then that tyre advantage might start to equal out a little bit, because since Michelin came into the 24-hour series last year, the tyre is very, very strong in its early few laps, then goes to a plateau and will stay on that plateau for a very long time, and then when eventually it reaches the end of the plateau, then it will drop off and it's time to put new tyres on. So it's very, very predictable. The drivers have been very positive in the feedback of the tyre. Michelin are delighted with it. I was speaking to the guys earlier on today actually about how pleased they are with the development of this tyre and how much better it is, how much they've brought it on. And Yannick Redan is using every last bit of it. And Engel might have a bit of an issue in Ryan Dalziel, who's just ahead of him. Now, that's not a battle for position, Dalziel running a lap further behind, but that might hold up Engel slightly.
Could do, yeah. I mean, Ryan is looking at the lap times. Engel 2:03.5, Ryan 2:04.0. So Ryan is Redan in. What? Why?
No way.
What's this?
Redan into the pits. What is going on here for Yannick Redan? He comes into the pits then. I'm pretty sure he was okay for fuel. They got fuel at the last. That's bizarre.
Is he gone to fuel? Yes, he's gone to fuel.
I do not believe it. He's going into fuel. Now, at the last stop, at the last code 60, excuse me, they took fuel.
Well, all I can think is they must have been on fumes when they took the code 60, and they've put in all they were allowed to put in, and they've just used it back up again.
No way.
So that's the only thing that I can think of, because yeah, that's going to, well, that could potentially cost, well, it's definitely cost them an overall podium, because Caffer's there. At the moment, they still sit 3rd in the Pro-Am class, but the question is, where is Ryan Dalziel, relatively speaking?
North Chicane.
North Chicane. If Ryan Dalziel gets round and gets across the line before the Redan car gets out, then he may well move up into 4th position, which would be 3rd in the Pro-Am category for the Era Motorsport Ferrari. So that could be a dramatic late change. As you quite rightly said, Ryan is currently coming through. He's now at turn 10, heading into, and he's got a little bit of traffic, although one of the cars immediately ahead of him is Maro Engel, who I would suggest, as the Redan car starts to move, but he's not going to get down and out the pit lane before Dalziel comes past. The question is, does Dalziel gain a lap back? I'm not quite sure if he does or not. Is he going to be able to get on the same lap as the Yannick Redan car as they come down the pit lane now? Actually, he's got a bit further down than I thought he was going to, so I think he might just get back out in time and ahead of both Maro Engel and Ryan Dalziel. Looking at it as he comes trundling down. Where is the Redan car? I can't see it at the moment. Is it
just
still
coming to the end of the pit lane?
Yeah, so crossing the line comes first Engel and then Dalziel, And is there a change, or is they stay on the same lap? It's going to be very interesting, or may not actually update until Redant comes out and crosses the line. There is Yannick Redant is in 4th position. And there is the 3rd place car. It's now put a lap, obviously, on Pierre Caffer, that is, has now put a lap on Yannick Redant, but I've no doubt that we're going to be lapping very, very quickly.
So Santalok back up onto the podium then. Quite remarkable. You're right, Simon. The only explanation there is that the Ajith Redant car was absolutely on fumes when that Code 60 came out, and they weren't able to get enough in. 25% was not enough fuel.
And they must have been gambling on another Code 60, I guess, to get them to the end. They obviously knew that they were going to have to stop, assuming, you know, that they would have known, obviously, they need some more fuel. So they clearly were pushing as hard as they can to get as far as they can, because they, you know, it doesn't matter, they're going to need fuel one way or another. Whether they're flat out or whether they're coasting, they still were going to need fuel.
Yeah.
So the question's going to be is when the cars cross the line next time, does Redant stay on the same lap as Pierre Caffer, or will, right, because it's showing that Ryan Diel is 23 seconds behind Yannick Redant on the same lap. They've both completed 3:01 laps, so I'm a little bit confused as to where everybody is and whether it updates and changes or not, because Diel is ahead on the road. He's just behind Maro Engel on the road, and he's just set a personal best in Sector 2. So that car's obviously going pretty well at this late stage of the race. And coming across the line in just a few seconds with both Engel and Diel to complete what will be, I think, 3:03. So Redant, Engel and Diel now up into 4th place. And that puts Era Motorsport onto the Pro-Am podium. So quite a remarkable turn of events with 6.5 minutes left, Pete Mackay.
That's right. That's right. 6 minutes to go in what has been a thrilling second part of the Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard. Ryan Diel moves up into 4th position for Era Ferrari. So Torsten Kratz leads the way by 42 seconds for Hofer Racing. Maro Engel pushing as hard as he can as Hofer Racing now in the high 207s, just trying to make sure, I think, that they get home. I wonder, we've been asking Alex Prince all weekend long about fuel on the tank and everything like that. Well, once he's over the checkered flag, we can then ask, go on then, how much fuel is left in the tank of that car? And how important was that Code 60 for them? I think quite important, judging by the fuel use of some of the other cars. But for GetSpeed Team PCX, they'll be going to bed tonight thinking, how did we not win that race? we had a rocket ship. We had a car that was capable of a 201.5. Nobody could get even anywhere near that speed. And we haven't won.
And I haven't won.
That's endurance racing, isn't it?
It is indeed. So let's quickly recap with just over 5 minutes remaining of the 12 hours of Paul Ricard, of the Michelin 12 hours of Paul Ricard. And Pete and I and Snowy and Carl have thoroughly enjoyed this race. It's been fascinating from start to finish. It's not over yet, so I'm not going to speak too soon. But as we sit, Torsten Kratz in the Hofer Racing leads overall and leads the AM class from Maro Engel in the GetSpeed Mercedes and Pierre Caffer in the Santalok Audi. That's the top 3 on the road. In the AM class, it's Kratz in the Hofer car. Second is Steve Jans in the GetSpeed car, the second GetSpeed car, and third is Oliver Campos. In the Pro-Am class, Maro Engel leads that in the GetSpeed car from Pierre Caffer, and then Ryan Diel in the Era Motorsport Ferrari. As for 992, well, leading is still Rick Breukers in the Red Camels Jordan car. There it is, on track, perfect timing, ahead of Martin Rump in the Muller Motorsport car, and then Antoine Leclerc in the Orchid Racing team. In the AM category, it is Stephen Gambrell leading for HRT Performance, ahead of Louis Perrault and Seb Lajou Racing in the 888 Seb Lajou car. And I have a Code 60 coming at this late stage of the race.
Well,
now, what is that for?
Within 20 seconds, with 4 minutes left, and this could well be the last competitive action then of the race. This could freeze the order. Debris on track at turn 7. That's again on the exit of the Virage de la Saint-Baume onto the Mistral straight. Code 60 we go then.
And that, I think, will be that.
I would think so, yeah. Looking at the championship standings coming into this, GetSpeed PCX were tied with Ajit Redan and GetSpeed JR 286 on 42 points apiece. So PCX will likely go into the lead of the championship. Santalok were only 2 points behind, so they will keep it close watch in the title race. The Pro-Am class, all those cars are Pro-Am cars, so that would be a fairly similar side of things. But for Hofer, this is a huge boost for them. Joint all on 56 points with Haas RT Audi number 21. They've had a horror show. And Viper Niza, they are at the moment showing in 6th in AM. So Hofer are going to rocket away in the AM standings in GT3 in 992. Red Camel Jordans are going to get their campaign right back on track. They trailed Milner by 20 points coming into this weekend. And Milner they are sitting on 80 coming into this weekend. So second place for them will put them in a good place. Hofer Racing are looking fairly relaxed now, I would think, with 2.5 minutes to go. Yeah, smiles.
Smiles all round.
Racing, yeah, smiles all round, and quite right.
They've earned that. I mean, they earned that just on a combination, as we said earlier, of great strategy, really good teamwork from the driver's perspective, and also just understanding how to play the game. That is the 24H series. That's what they've done so well. So with 2 minutes to go, even on a racing flying lap, that's going to mean that we would run out of time, let alone on what's going to be as we go green. So we're going to have a lap to the flag. And let's see if there's anything that could potentially change. Well, Yannick Redan is 9 seconds behind Ryan Diel with 1 lap to go. So, yeah, that's the only really close battle, except perhaps for 10th, where we've got Melvin Moe 2 seconds behind Zeus Schrimplas in the Juta car. And I'm just looking to see if anything in the 992 class. I think they're all pretty spread out now in terms of with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, Hofer Racing. Alex Prince with his heads on his hands. I don't know if that's in desperation or not, but looking like this will be the last lap, because likely the timer will click over just before Torsten Kratz comes to the end. He's coming down towards the North Chicane now. The Hofer Racing driver, who's had to do a heavy lift of driving today. This will be longer than a 2-hour stint to finish the race. And Hofer Racing, having had a dream day at Barcelona last year to win overall as an AM class car. Remember, they had a podium at Spa as well, and it looks like it's going to be an overall win for Hofer Racing again here at Paul Ricard. It was Proton Competition Porsche winning at this track last year, but this year it looks like it's going to be a 1-2 for Mercedes AMG. The Affalterbach machines have been unstoppable this weekend. There's been challenges from Santalok Audi, from Era Ferrari, who have showed superb pace at points throughout the race, but Hofer have just been relentless. They've been in the pit 8 times today compared to the GetSpeed PCX car. Have been in 5 times, but they have been in the pits at the right moments when the code 60s have been out. The clock is ticking down now. Will the checkered flag be shown to Torsten Kratz, who comes out of the final corner then? Hofer Racing win in the south of France.
Sensational, absolutely sensational performance. We watched to see with interest. Maro Engel is coming towards the end of the lap. So it looks like the GetSpeed car is going to bring it home to win the Pro-Am class and to finish second overall. He's just got a couple of corners to go. And where is Pierre Caffa? He's a little bit behind Ryan Diel, but a lap ahead. So we'll watch with interest to see how they all end up. Joel Sturm just takes the flag. The 2-car Palette takes the flag. Here comes Maro Engel out of the final corner to blast that very distinctive GetSpeed Mercedes-Benz across the line. There he goes and finishes second. Next across the line is the winning 909 Porsche of Rick Breukers in the Red Camels car, followed by Ryan Diel, who takes a well-earned Pro-Am podium for Era Motorsport.
Well, what that means a lot to that team, I'm sure. Big investment in that new Ferrari, and Pierre Caffer's going to bring home the Santaloc Audi for another podium. It's going to be a battle in the championship for the rest of the year. 2 rounds to go, one at the Nürburgring, and of course the critical 24 hours of Barcelona as well. What a professional job from Torsten Kratz, having to deliver under pressure. And for Red Camel Jordans, for them, they really needed a win this weekend. They could not let Milner get a 3rd in a row, and that's exactly what they've done. Likewise, Milner, okay, they haven't won, 2nd place, another ton of points for the championship, and continue their great season. The Breukers family, Ivo, Rick, Luke, and of course the honourable or honoured Breukers, Fabian Dance as well.
Yeah, he's done a great job as well, as he always does. They're such a professional team. We know how much they love their racing, and they thoroughly deserve that. They were in our hotel actually last night, and I would suggest if they're staying tonight, there might be a little bit of celebration going on, and rightly so, thoroughly earned at that point. But yeah, so just a quick summary then of our other class winners. We talked about that car there, the 992 winners. The AM class was won by HRT Performance, car number 928, with Stephen Gambrell in the car at the end, but James Kellett, the superstar driver of that particular car in qualifying especially. The AM class was first HRT, second Seb Lejeune, the 888 car, and third 907, the RPM racing car. And then we had our Vortex came home to win the GTX class. Julian Bono on board. Oliver Hughes on board the Circuit Toys Toyota won the GT4 class. And it looked to me, and I don't know if I've read that correctly, that certainly Pierre Olsen crossed the line to win the most topsy-turvy race I've ever seen between just a 2-car grid of the TCX race. The Asbest Seat winning that, and Filippo Tornaghi shows us an outlap there, so I don't know whether that's just because they managed to get it going. I would be very surprised if they got that going, but no, they would have finished runners-up.
Maybe have to push it, unfortunately. If you're listening on RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, do stay tuned in, because you'll be able to enjoy the last hour of Le Mans Test Day, which is also on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and if you're really lucky, around the circuit of the Circuit de las Arthas, 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans Week is underway. But here at Circuit Paul Ricard, it's big smiles around amongst Hoffa Racing. Max Partel and Alexander Prince getting the overalls on for the podium, and Torsten Kratz brings in the big Mercedes to Parc Fermé in P1. What a job, what a story of great strategy, smooth driving, and beating a really star lineup with exactly the same equipment. Amazing.
Just remarkable. There was some really lovely social media content from Torsten Kratz talking about his involvement with the N24 recently, and how much it's meant to him, how he's gone through such a long journey of trying to find a way in motorsport. So for that guy is going to mean an awful lot. I mean, for all of them it means an awful lot. And I'm sure Chantal is at home wishing she was here enjoying the celebrations, but I'm sure she's also very, very proud of her team. And it is a wonderful family effort. It's great. We've got these guys. We've also got the Gostner family and the other Merc that are very much a family team. The Breukers guys, we know all about those. And yeah, we've seen quite a few of them do that. Be careful. It's an expensive thing to stand on.
Michael, who's probably picking up the tab, he's like, watch the roof, watch the roof. Yeah, Michael, of course, Chantal's dad, who's part of the team too. I'm sure who will be most excited though is Alex and Chantal's kids who are watching Dad and Grandpa do the business.
That's nice. Pierre Caffer there, giving his congratulations to the Hoffa guys. And sending some love. That's probably being said down the TV screens to Chantal. But yeah, some fabulous driving this weekend by, as often is the way, the quality of drivers, the quality of teams, the strategy, as Peter Fry of the organisers there of Creventic offers his congratulations. But, there's all of the Hoffa drivers have been great. We know how amazing Mauro Engel and Benji Pack have been in that second-place car. Caffer, Tribadini, Elliot Earhart, all doing a superb job. And then in the Ferrari, all four of the Ferrari drivers doing a wonderful job.
Well, let's hear what Hofer Racing have to say with Carla Velti.
Hofer Racing, guys, stay with me. We are missing one, but I'm going to start the interview anyways. Torsten needs a moment. The guy just did an outstanding job in that car through all the heat. I'm going to grab Alex. I'm sure he's going to get some water. Alex, how is that possible? We talked in the beginning of this weekend, and all you guys said was, this doesn't feel right. There we go. Big hugs from Mauro Engel while I'm trying to speak to Alex. Big hugs from everyone. I think everyone is really excited for Hofer Racing. How in heaven's name did this happen?
I have no idea. I think for sure the last Code 60s helped us out. But the stress level in our pit box was, I don't know, 2,000%. I aged 20 years in the last 10 minutes. Yeah, unbelievable. It's just so great for the guys. They work so hard. And Michael, the strategist, he made a perfect job during the race. So unbelievable. The only thing is that Chantal and the kids are missing. But the victory is for them.
They are not missing. They are here, and I'm sure they're celebrating at home as much as somehow possible. While I leave Torsten and Pete, Max, me, all right, everyone is looking after Torsten because he's really knackered. Let's go over to Mr. Hofer, who I have not spoken to yet. I mean, where in heaven's name did you guys come from? We were speaking throughout the weekend. Things were going like this and that, and all of a sudden, boom, there we are.
Yeah, boom. It's not so easy because it's a long race. It's 6 hours and 6 hours. Yesterday we had a bit of a bug in our strategy, but today everything was perfect, was smooth. In the end, it was a nice fight between us, and I think that's what the Creventic deserves, and especially for a 24-hour series and so many different brands. It's unbelievable. It's a really nice championship.
I agree, and I want to speak to Mr. Tributini as well, because you were mentioned a lot in the live stream. You, sir, did show pace and skill out there that was outstanding. It must have felt quite good to drive.
Yeah, it was really a nice drive. I was really happy in the car to drive so much. I really loved the Audi. And it was nice for sure. When you don't have water, it's a bit more difficult, the long stint. But it was really nice to fight and every lap to push the maximum of the car every lap. So I'm really proud of my teammate, of the team, to come back like that. Compared to yesterday, we were a bit far. And finally, we finished maybe 15 seconds from the P1 in Pro-Am, so it was close. But I'm really proud of all the team, and I'm happy about my driving.
It was a fantastic comeback. Well done, really, really well done. I don't want to miss the moment and speak to our team of the other Mercedes, the number 28, that is now on P2. Let me just scooch through the people right here. And I have a smile face, pack. I mean, it is quite cool to see how fast Mercedes was here overall. Yet, once again, endurance showed it's not just about pace, it's about so much more. How do you feel about P2?
Yeah, it's hard to accept, but it's like it is. Overall P1 in the class, so good point for the championship. And now we will reset and push again and be more, I mean, more aggressive or on the strategy maybe, and see to be a P1 overall in Nürburgring.
That's a very good plan, in my opinion. I'm going to go one ahead and speak to Mauro Engel. Mauro, outstanding job all weekend. It was an absolute pleasure to watch you put in those fast laps out there. Give me a little thought about the position that you guys are in now as well, please.
No, it was great fun to be here, and honestly, big thanks to the team. Well done to my teammates. They drove amazing. The team gave us a great car, and I think we put everything together as good as we could have. Obviously, those Code 60s at the end, they really hurt us because I think the car that ended up winning, they were due a pit stop. But, you know, that's racing. That's the way it goes, and we can still be proud of the race we did.
I think so too. I think that's the beauty of endurance racing, right? You never really know what's going on. It's all about tactics, all about strategy. Thank you so much for being part of this race and for giving us a wonderful show. I'll try to speak to others as well.
Thank you. Cheers.
Maro Engel, incredibly gracious in defeat there. It must be a sore one for Get Speed because they've, as we talked about, had an absolute rocket ship of a car. 2:01.5 was the best lap of the race, well clear of the rest, but Hoffer Racing just nailing the strategy and winning the race overall by 36.5 seconds, so it was close in the end, ahead of the Get Speed Team PCX crew. Santalock, as always, just keep that Audi just pushing forward. They get up onto the podium, and a good haul of points for their championship as well. Era Ferrari, a podium in the Pro-Am category for them, and 4th overall, a great result for that crew. And rounding out the top 5, a late pit stop just taking away a podium for Ajit Kumar, Red Ant Racing in 5th. 6th place was the 286 Get Speed JR 286 crew. What a story what could have been for them. A puncture earlier on today really hurt them. A number 73 Porsche, 7th place for them. An E2P Aston Martin finish 8th. The 69 Continental Audi is 9th. And rounding out the top 10, it's Viper Niza Racing, the Malaysian squad with their Mercedes AMG. Juta Racing were 11th, with Haas RT's number 2 car coming home in 12th. And in a very intense battle in 992, it went the way of Red Camel Jordans, who had to be flawless today to win, and that's what they did. Milner Motorsport, it wasn't 3 wins in a row, but 2 wins and a 2nd place. They'll take that for the championship charge, no doubt about it. Orchid Racing, they come home in 3rd. And then your winner in 992 AM, HRT Performance, with some superb driving, particularly from James Kellett. Seb Lejeune Racing finished 17th. And then it was RPM Racing, Juta Racing with their Audi, and rounding out the top 20, HRT Performance with their number 930 Porsche Cup car. 21st was the Chazelle Technology Course car, number 920, ahead of Seb Lejeune Racing and the Van Berlo Motorsport car run by CP Motorsport. MP Racing, the Gosner family outing, they came home in 24th place, just ahead of Chazelle Technology Course. Vortex, your winners in GTX, ahead of QMMF by HRT. Circuit Toys, they kept that little Toyota going to win GT4. And TCE, one of the stories of the whole race, As Best Racing, kept that little Seat going and were able to overcome the Ligier, which was much faster. The fastest lap of the race for the Ligier was a 2:18, and the Asbest Seat a 2:24. Yet Asbest take the win in TCE. Haas RT, lots of issues unfortunately with their number 21 Audi, and the driving experiences unfortunately not making the flag either with their number 911 machine. Well, what a day it's been, what a weekend it's been at Circuit Paul Ricard, kicking off in sunshine, and we've had wall-to-wall sunshine all the way through the weekend. It was Proton Competition who played the strategical card not to pit before the overnight halt last night to give themselves the position this morning, and early on though it was Maro Engel who quickly put the Get Speed PCX car into the lead, while that same crew had to work on the sister car with a damaged tyre, costing them a lot of time. A few crews having to toil away on their cars in the pit lane, including Haas RT, while the battles raged on. We thought that Asbeth Racing, their day was over, landing back in the pits on a flatbed, and yet they come out on top of the podium in TCE. But strategy was the score today. Strategy and no mistakes. And nobody played that better than Hoffer Racing, with the number 11 AMG going to the pits more than anyone else around them, but going to the pits at the right times, under the code 60s. Some timed fairly well, but they took advantage of it. And some of the code 60s, of course, triggered by a few mechanical issues for Haas RT's number 21. And, of course, the poor little Ligier bursting into flames towards the end of the race. It looked like maybe Ajit Red Ant Racing could have got a podium, but not quite able to stretch the fuel tank. But fuel, well, that was not a problem for Hoffer Racing. What an emotional win for the family crew, who win overall as an AM class car once again. Big smiles all round. The The champagne and the trophies are being prepared behind the podium, ready for the drivers to come and enjoy the spoils of a very hard week of work. It's not just the free practice, the qualifying and the race. There's a lot of mileage that goes in beforehand, preparing the cars at the workshop before that as well, watching the onboards, driving on the simulators. There's so much that goes into racing, particularly at the top level in GT3. And Mercedes-AMG, well, it's been their weekend. First and second, making it 3 manufacturers from 3 races. Audi taking the win back at Mugello. Spa, it was the Optimum McLaren. And today, Mercedes-AMG with their thundering 6.2 litre power plant winning the day. Best lap of the race, well, that went to, guess who? Maro Engel, 2:01.591. Quite amazing. His best lap in qualifying, also a 2:06.52. He's been in quite a groove this weekend, has the German driver. Having a bit of a good year, isn't he? Winning Nürburgring 24, but the big trophy will be going the way of Hoffer Racing. It will be going back to Switzerland with Michael Crow and Alex Prince. And of course, Torsten Kratz and Max Partel playing a key part in that victory, particularly Torsten Kratz. Torsten, his last stint, really a long, long drag in the car towards the end of the race. The team, they've already got the cold beverages out there. Quite right, they've earned a cold beverage after that long day in the sun. It's not as warm as it was last year for this event where we held it at the end of July, but still very, very cozy indeed. Just approaching around 27, 28 degrees Celsius at the moment, coming up towards 6 o'clock local time here at Circuit Paul Ricard. The cars rested in Parc Fermé, ticking themselves cold, with the top 3 overall and the class winners all parked up ready. They'll have to go through scrutineering. If you're joining us on RS3, we'll step away now and enjoy the coverage for the last hour of Le Mans Test Day. If you're enjoying the pictures on Creventic Motorsport TV, do stay with us. We'll have the podium ceremonies coming up very shortly. The drive. So the podium is nearly ready to go. The champagne is prepared on those 3 steps, and our overall race podium finishers and winners will make their way to there. And I don't know if we're going to have Karl Lavelti or Peter Snowden taking us through the podium. It'll be one of the 2 of them. They've been doing a super job all weekend, running around the pit lane in this heat, getting the stories from the drivers, and sometimes trying to extract what their fuel strategy could be. But drivers, they can be fickle sometimes, and of course, well within the right to protect their their competitive plan. The little Toyota that won in GT4, they've even got some GR Racing flags there to pop on the car after its class win. And you cannot, okay, they were in a class on their own, but you cannot win it unless you finish it. The main podium drivers round ready to go, getting a well-deserved cold bottle of water, which must taste fantastic after a hard stint in the car. And of course the winners' watches handed out as well. You can even see Tim from Michelin there as well. Michelin been a great partner here in the 24-hour series since the beginning of last year. The lap times have just tumbled ever since Michelin have come in. The drivers are absolutely loving it, both in qualifying and in race trim. And in terms of, last year, best qualifying lap, a 2:02.3. 2 flat 0.6 this time round for Maro Engel. Amazing how much that progression has happened. Well, it's time for the podium, so without further ado, let's get down to Karl Lavelti.
down to business is what I wanted to hear right then and there, because now it's time for big celebrations. And we are starting off with the overall podium. Before I name them up here, I just want to tell you all that it is Tim Hoare from the Michelin program responsible for the Creventic program that is going to give out the trophy. We will have Philip from the Circuit Paul Ricard and Marco Ferretti from DF Antin Cendio. They will bring out the trophies, but now let's head on to the teams of the overall podium, and we will start with P3, the Santolog Junior team with Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer, Elia Erhardt and Stefan Tribodini. We continue the trip with Get Speed Team PCX racing up the podium on P2 with Patrick Charlet, Jordan Boisson, Benjamin Pack und Maro Engel. And the ones who dominated surprisingly here on this track is Hofer Racing with Michael Kroll, Alexander Prinz, Thorsten Kratz und Maximilian Party. Big celebrations right there, rightfully so. Please bring the... There we go, guys. As soon as you get up on the step, we can continue this long road of these wonderful celebrations. And now, please, the national anthem for the winning team. And please bring forward the trophies for the third place, the Santolog Junior team. Wonderful trophies for each and every single one to remember this great, great achievement here on the Circuit Paul Ricard. We will get trophies for P2, of course, as well, 4 trophies for the drivers of the Get Speed Team PCX racing in the Mercedes-AMG GT3. And the winning trophy for our lovely Hofer Racing team on P1, getting the biggest trophies that we have on site here this weekend. Lift up your trophies, guys. I want to see the celebration for some good content. And I believe I know the Hofer team all too well. It's time for champagne. And while we let the guys have a celebration, I actually have Peter Snowden up here on the podium with me. Snowy, what a race by Hofer. What's your take on that one?
Well, I used the football metaphor a bit earlier on in our show about it's a game of 2 halves. It's a 12-hour race. It's 2 6-hour races. You could not have got 2 races more different. Yesterday was about solid, setting up ready for today. But how extraordinary! When we were in the hotel last night, I would not have put money against Get Speed, and I wouldn't have put money on Hofer, and I'm going to get shot for that. But they pulled it out. Alexander Prinz was winding us up last night. Well, he wasn't he? He played the Joker, didn't he?
He really did, especially thinking about the beginning of this weekend, where he basically said, "Oh, this is not looking like it's going to be our weekend." And look at him. I think he was playing us all. I think he was.
Look at him here. Biggest trophy you can get on the pit, and a big bottle of champagne. And yeah, he's trying to offer it to us now. But I mean, an AM team winning outright. How cool is that?
That's just the best. And I love the celebrations that are going on here behind the scene. Everyone is being so happy. Isn't that really why we're here?
Absolutely, and some great racing. I mean, it could have been any one of 5 manufacturers. It could have been any one of 4 or 5 teams at the end there. I mean, Santa Lock Junior team, coming up through there. Obviously, Code 60's help and that kind of stuff. We get that, but that's the way the formula works. Fantastic race, and I'd just say hats off to Creventic.
Hats off to Creventic. I hope everyone heard that. And with that, we will continue with the GT3 Pro-Am class. On P3, we have Era Motorsport with Merriman, Bryant, Dalziel, and Hill. On P2, again, we get to see a Santalog Junior team with Doppelmayr, Kaffer, Earhart, and Tribodini. And of course, on the top step for this category, we have the Gatsby team PCX Racing with Charlet, Boisson, Pack, and Engel. Of course, everyone is getting their trophies in every single category as it is right. And here are the trophies for the guys on the step with the number 3, the Era Motorsport team, who has shown us a fantastic speed all weekend. Please bring us the trophies for the team on P2, Santalog Junior team. And they could have done the overall, but it was just the thing that happens in endurance every now and then. But they get the P1 here, and it's so well deserved. Gatspeed team, PCX Racing with Charlet, Boisson, Pack, and Engel. Before you guys get too excited, lift up your trophies for some good content, please. And now some champagne. Snowy, what happened here with the Gatsby team is really the essence of endurance racing, isn't it? To see this Gatsby team on P2 overall, but on P1 in the class. First of all, it's nice that they do get separate podiums, but second of all, how crazy that it ended up like that.
Yeah, it's the way the rules are written. It's Mauro was explaining to me, of course, it's those code 6s at the end and the fuel rate and the rate you can put fuel on the car and for how long. And that's racing. You know, we Creventic say, you know, this is endurance. And that's exactly what happened. That a few code 60s for some different things today. We had only one yesterday, I think it was, for debris clearing. And today there's a few. And all of a sudden it favors one team. And we said all along throughout the show from the booth that the strategists, the spreadsheet people have things going. And all of a sudden it comes to you, and it went away from half overall, but they got the pro bid. So everyone's a winner.
Everyone's a winner here, that's for sure. Let's move on to the GT3 AM class, where we have the E2P Racing on P3 with Burguera, Sainero, and Campos. Big applause, please, as well for the Gatsby team, JR286, with Jans, Harvey, Liddy, and Ozieka. And because one massive trophy is not enough, we are celebrating the GT3 AM P1 Hofer Racing with Kroll, Prinz, Kratz, and Partel. Lovely, those trophies that the drivers get to bring back to their teams. Always such a pleasure to have this hardware to remember those fantastic times on track. We continue with the trophies for P2. Oh, and we have an early champagne bottle. That's what you get when you try to be too eager. And another one. All right, we do continue with P2 trophies. And while we're at it, let's go get the P1 trophies as well. Good thing we're in Europe and not overseas. You guys can put the trophies in your cars. Otherwise, this would be extra luggage in an airplane, wouldn't it? Congratulations to the Hofer team for this great achievement here at the Circuit Paul Ricard. Now, guys, please lift your trophies first. I can already see champagne bottles. Lift your trophies for some good content, please. And now, you're so eager. Go ahead, champagne. Snowy, me personally, I'm a big fan of Aston Martin in GT3 classes. Not only do they look good, but they sound good as well. And apparently, they do drive quite okay as well if they end up on P3 in their class.
Yeah, but it's still 2 places off, isn't it?
Oh, that's the race driver speaking. Oh, come on, let's celebrate a bit.
Of course, absolutely. It's still a podium, but you always want to do that a little bit more. But yes, I mean, they're a fabulous car. I have to be very careful what I say about that brand because I'm aligned to them a bit too much. So I have to not say too much. But yeah, best brand in the world.
Well, oh goodness, no, you really make things complicated for me here on the podium, I must say. Let's speak about Gatsby just while they set up the podium for the next cars, class, and drivers. 2 cars, 2 very different outcomes. It is up to the drivers, but of course it's also up to the strategy. But I must say, they did do a fabulous job. They didn't have an easy time out there.
I mean, it's a prime example of indicating just how professional these teams are at this level, that they can run such a variety of cars and drivers, 2 different setups, and still come out on top in both categories. It's just absolutely brilliant. And yeah, I think that's the one thing that's changed so much in endurance racing over the last 15, 20 years is the level of professionalism now is just so high.
I do agree. And I think we're ready for the next podium, which is the GTX podium. Unfortunately, we only have 1 car on the GTX podium, which, if you paid attention in the live stream, you will see that will change on the next race at the Nürburgring. But please, Vortex team, join us on the podium. Bonnell, Boileau, and De Bernardinis. You did a fantastic job fighting through these difficult circumstances. You deserve the celebration just as much. Please bring out the trophies for this lovely Vortex team. Second trophy coming just around the corner. And lift those trophies up so we get a lovely picture of you guys celebrating, powering through those 12 hours. And if you feel like it, celebrate with some champagne. No champagne this time. All right, fair enough. We are setting up for another wonderful category that is coming up, the 992 category. But before we speak about that, Vortex, a very unique car driving here on a track, and I'm really happy to see that they do survive something like that, and potentially we have more on track next race, and I hope even more after that. What do you think about Vortex?
I think you say it's a hugely unique car, and it just proves the age-old thing, again, with racing, never, ever, ever give up. You can keep going, get to the end. That's quite a difficult thing to have done there. And whilst you've got no competition, in some ways that can be more difficult because who are you competing against? You're competing against yourself, and you've got to get to the end of this prize because all eyes on you. So I just absolutely hats off to them.
Absolutely hats off indeed. And let's move on to the 992 category, where we have on P3 a team I know oh so well from Switzerland, Orchid Racing Team with Leclerc, Motte and Williger. On P2, the Müllner Motorsport team with Levaux, Rump and Bednarski. And a team that showed great strength yet once again, the Red Camel Jordans NL team with the 3 Breukers brothers and Duns. Here come the trophies for the P3 team, so well-deserved Orchid Racing team that also has gone through quite the fight here. And we're ready for the trophies for P2 for Müllner Motorsport. And the biggest trophy of them all for the winning team on P1. And before you get too excited with champagne, lift up those trophies so we can get some good content of you all to remember this fabulous weekend. And if you like so, celebrate with champagne. So now this Red Camel team, they really did show off a bit this weekend, didn't they? I mean, they were back and forth, but overall, they just showed absolute consistency.
It demonstrates yet again another level of what goes on in this amazing Creventic series, from organisation all the way down, professionalism in the teams, but also a family team, enjoying it and going racing together. And it's just, I mean, it's just unbelievable. I don't know another series that can do that.
Absolutely, and at the same time, we have young boys, I must almost say, like Levaux in the Müllner Motorsport team. They are so eager to do well. They push so hard. It is incredible to watch. We are ready for the next podium, the 992 AM podium, where we get to welcome RPM Racing with Krohn, Jönsson and Hamprecht on P3. On P2, the Sébastien Lajoux team with Lajoux, Perrine, Vance and Perrault. And the winning team of the 992 AM category, the HRT Performance QMMF by HRT with Gambrel, Sorokin, Kearney and Kellett. Everyone deserves their trophy, so do the 992 AM podium guys, and it's time for the third placed trophies for the RPM Racing team. We move on rapidly, just as racing does, to the Seb Lajoux team with the trophies for the 888, and again we have champagne going early, guys. Gotta be patient. And for the winning team, the trophies for HRT Performance QMMF by HRT for Gambrel, Sorokin, Kearney and Kellett. And before I hear any more champagne bottles go, take those trophies and lift them up for a wonderful picture. And now please celebrate with champagne. while champagne showers are going. Snowy, there was one name that was mentioned quite often, and they did such a fantastic fantastic job in the HRT team with Khaled, but all the other three, they had to do the job as well, because it takes all four of them in order to end up on P1.
Yeah, and when the radio failed in the car, it went and did the pit board and did another job. Again, teamwork. We saw it with Mauro Engel and others helping their teammates into the cars. And again, it just exemplifies what this series does. But those 992 Porsches are just so frighteningly quick. There was a point partway through yesterday you thought, you know, it wouldn't be amazed if one of these cars won it outright. They are that quick. They're serious contenders. And he's there. It's great pit board, man.
Wonderful. I believe we can continue with the next podium, which is the podium for the GT4 category. Unfortunately, again, only one car, but they deserve the praise so much. More so because they were here for the first time on the Circuit Paul Ricard, which is Circuit Toys Johan de Roo with Roo, Hughes, Poppe, and Decker. Well done, guys. The massive trophies are coming around the corner for you guys. Be ready, they are not light. There we go. Lift up those trophies, you deserve it so well. You survived the 12 hours of Paul Ricard, well done. And now please celebrate with some champagne, you deserve it. Snowy, while we watch them have their moment, GT4, I think I've said it plenty of times when we were having meals throughout the weekend, I feel like there should be more GT4s. It's such a fabulous class to get into racing and closer to a potential GT3 experience, don't you think?
100%. I mean, it's a brilliant learning curve, this series, at the circuits they go to. And I just don't know why there aren't more GT4 cars out there. It's a fantastic category, and as you say, it's an academy for getting up to GT3. If you aspire to want to do that, then brilliant. But GT4, you can stay at it, and you can share it with a sort of an AM lineup, and you can share the costs between you and go and enjoy it. And you know, the GT4 cars now that are running in main series like sort of British GT and other national championships, that would be entirely welcomed in Creventic. So get a GT4 car and come to Creventic.
Yeah, then that's exactly what we need to hear here. All right, we have 2 more classes left, and the first one I want to see on the podium is the TCE class with the not only Motorsport, who unfortunately did not finish yet, belongs on this podium with the Ligier. That's Tornaghi and Rocchio. Come on, guys, join us here on the podium. And on P1, the Asbest Racing team with Olsen, Terlink, and Gieras. Fantastic job by these 2 teams. Please bring us the trophies for the second place, not only Motorsports team. And as I just realized, the TC and TCX, of course, are the same categories. So we are seeing the P1 trophy for the last time today, this time for Asbest Racing. Big congratulations, guys. Lift up those trophies. We have photo and video cameras watching you. It's time to celebrate. And it's time to celebrate with champagne. And now, Snowy, before we finish this all off and give back to the commentary box to say goodbye, those 2 teams, Asbest and Not Only Motorsport, they really did give us a wonderful show, didn't they? But for the wrong reasons. The cars did break, kind of like in a ping pong game, once the Asbest and then the Not Only Motorsport. What a fight.
Hey, they're on the podium in the south of France, in the sunshine, being interviewed by you and getting champagne. It doesn't matter. They got there. They're on the podium. And I think that's what's just been. It's been such a fabulous weekend of sunshine, variety, heartbreak, success. And it's just wonderful. I just can't wait. I wait for more of it. More racing, please. More racing.
Always more racing. And with that, it's goodbye from Snowy, from Peter Snowden, and me down in the pit lane. We will see you guys back at the Nürburgring. And before the stream ends, I can give back to the commentary box one last time.
Thank you, Carla. Thank you, Snowy. What a weekend here in the south of France, in Provence. It's been superb. 3 rounds down, 2 to go. 1 at the Nürburgring in a month's time. Who's going to come out on top there? Well, everyone will be looking to get speed for some information, because it's their home race, not just in Germany. They are a Nürburgring-based team, so they will be looking to entertain everyone, I'm sure. And then, of course, the final round of the season, the traditional finale of the Michelin 24-hour series, the Trofeo Fermín Vélez. It's the Circuit de Barcelona, 24 hours there. Can't wait for that, closing off our 5-round European season. We'll have all the coverage there live on Creventic Motorsports TV, and of course on the Radio Show Limited network of channels on RS1 or RS3, so you can listen to us on the move. So this leaves us to say, with a month to go, we'll see you at the Nürburgring. Goodbye.